Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world right now, and welcome to the SIM3D GT series by FTR Events for the 4 hours of Detroit Belle Isle, live and exclusive here on Total Sim Sports. Here in the suburbs of Detroit sits the Belle Isle Park on an island near the border between USA and Canada. It also houses an aquarium, a conservatory, which you can see on the screen in the background right now, the Dustin Great Lakes Museum. However, what we've come here to see, it's the bumpy street circuit around the island that takes in some 2.6 miles. Of course, Detroit is home to the likes of General Motors, Chevrolet and Ford. However, the cars we've seen today have a rather more Germanic feel, with a few Ferraris thrown in for good measure as well. I'm Tim Cox, and shortly I'll be joined by Seb Bosher-Williams, who'll be covering qualifying in Race Hour 1 himself. And later on, we'll have the charismatic Chris Rowlands joining us in the commentary booth. And as always, we have Sean Cranleigh-Swash on production as well. Now, as always, we've got an absolutely action-packed show for you. It's not long until we have the first of 3 15-minute open qualifying sessions. First up will be the GT4s, followed by the Porsche Cups, and rounding out with GT3. And then, of course, it's on to the race, where we'll find out in 4 hours who will be victorious on what is looking like an absolutely glorious day here in Detroit. Seb, welcome to the show. Last time around, of course, it was the 6 hours of Spa. How could we forget it? We saw drama that gripped us right to the very final lap. We had 2 safety cars in there, which really mixed things up and just added to the thrill of the race. It was completely bonkers race, and one truly for the fans.
It was indeed good. Yeah, thank you very much for having me. I am ecstatic to watch the racing today, and as you said, it was a bit of a crazy race last time out in Spa, and I was sad that I missed the action. It sounds just incredible. I just figured that as we just get to the end of practice there, I might give the viewers a little bit of an update, a bit of the rundown of the standings even for last time out at Spa. So, your race winners in GT3 Pro were Sim3D Sport. They came across the line to win. Of course, they changed their name from, I think that's oh yeah, I'm not going to try and pronounce that name. So
it was TechSense. There you go. I'll send you there, Seb. Already.
Thank you very much. So I'm very much glad that they've changed their name to Sim3D Sport. We'll award them from that. Prismatics Motorsport Team A finished in second place in GT3 Pro, only 25 seconds behind the leader after 159 laps led. That's very impressive. And RD Simsport came in third, and Prismatic actually took second place after some post-race penalties for RD Simsport and Deutsche Payment, so very interesting there. So Prismatic did a very good job. Moving on to GT3 AM, 11 tenths Racing Team Black took their class win, with Track Limit Racing close in second and BSIM Racing in third place. And the P3 car could have won the race, but of course had those 2 crashes in the final 2 laps, which ended up in third, so heartbreak for them. Let's hope that they can keep it cleaner today. Moving on to the Porsche Cup class, the Canyon Endurance Motorsport took their win on debut last time out at Spa. Congratulations to them. FTR Esports Black were a close second, and Volcom Sim Racing P-Cup were in third and have been very consistent. This is their third race in a row for a podium. Can they increase that for today? Can they make it 4 times in a row? Well, of course, we'll have to see. GT4 was, again, a very interesting category. JD Sim Racing took the win, just ahead of Backmarker Racing Blue and Texen's Fizdai Aries in third. Again, some interesting team names there, but the GT4 battle will be interesting as always, and JD took the win after battling for so long, and I think Backmarker Racing Blue had a few incidents as well. So that's a little bit of a rundown of last race. But
thank you. It was absolutely crazy last time out. You know, as we were saying earlier, Seb, it just didn't let up for the whole of the 6 hours. It was bonkers. It's just it's a bit of an understatement in some ways. Now, obviously, we're here at Belle. It's a street circuit, and it's going to be it's tight, it's treacherous, it's notoriously bumpy around here as well. And due to that fact, Seb, I understand that during the drivers' briefing, the drivers were given some, instructions and how to make this as clean a race and the most enjoyable race for everyone as possible.
They were indeed, and it's very important that the drivers have these drivers' briefings, especially at a racetrack like this. And you're right, it's bumpy, it's so tight, and you're driving on the limit so much. So yeah, I thought the drivers' briefing was really interesting. The classes were told that they really need to work together and remember that everyone has their own race. And a really important point that I thought they made was no one class has more rights over the others. And you can always get into the a point where the faster class think that they not own the racetrack, but they certainly feel more entitled to maybe to take a little bit of more of a dangerous move because they are the faster class. And so that's a good point from the stewards there to remind everybody that everybody's racing on the track at once. And the faster classes will just have to wait sometimes. There was a safety car guide that was released by the FTR admin team, so they must review a certain section of it, section 13, for anybody that's got the rulebook in front of them, so you do not fall foul of any of the rules there. So again, very important, and I'm sure all of the team managers and drivers will be urging their drivers just to read up on that before the race starts. Due to the nature of the circuit, it will be possible that there may be an incident. A safety car might be called immediately into turn 1 for the GT3s. This will then neutralise the race for all of the other classes. If this eventuality does happen, all of the iRacing will take over in terms of all the rules that iRacing has for safety cars will take over. And then the admins will look to restart the race as soon as possible. But that's only if there's an incident at turn 1 or 2 for the GT3 start. The penalty box system will not be in place for this round as the pit lane is too short for anyone to serve a time penalty at the circuit. And finally, and I think most importantly, Tim, and I think you'll agree, is that at this track, a yellow flag means a yellow flag. So slow down, be prepared to stop and treat it just as you would, say, Bathurst, for example, as you go over the hill there. So very good points from the driver's briefing there. And, it's going to be a cracker of a race, isn't it, Tim?
It is indeed. I can't wait for this one. And, of course, obviously, you mentioned about safety cars there, Seb. So this championship runs a piece of software called Race Director. Now, what is Race Director? Well, it's written by the guys over at FTR. And what it does is it allows for safety cars to be called on using clever calculations. So it can work out if a car's stopped out on track, if there's been numerous incidents within one corner in a very short space of time, and it can automatically throw a safety car. Something you don't see within iRacing. And I'm sure with the street circuit, we're bound to see one as we see practice come to an end right now. We'll be starting off with GT4 qualifying incredibly shortly, which is going to be, I think it's going to be interesting. We've got, I was chatting to, we see him out on camera right on now, just coming out of the pit lane, Paul Busby for Total Sim Sport. And I was having a bit of a chat with Paul earlier, and he said that the times between the classes are quite similar. We've seen that the Porsche Cups have been, quite often having to take the fight to the GT3, especially during the early stages. So much so that obviously they have a balance of performance measure put in on the Porsche Cups. So they have their power restricted to 95% and an additional 50 kilos of ballast as well. Of course, the GT4, the slowest of the three classes. Of course, we run the GT3s, which is split into Pro and Am. And then we have Porsche Cup and then GT4. So I know Paul was a little bit wary about the start and ensuring that he didn't get caught up in any first corner action or anything in the first lap, really, where you've got obviously the whole field in front of them. And so I went for a bit of a drive around the track, as we do normally, and I tell you what, this is one tricky circuit. There's so many bumps that just catch you up. I mean, I took the Porsche Cup out as well, and my golly, of course, that car doesn't have any traction control, doesn't have any ABS either, and it is one spicy handful. It's like it just wants to kill you without any warning whatsoever.
Yes, I commend you for braving the Porsche Cup around this track, as you're right, it's super bumpy, and you actually see Paul Busby there just tackling the bumps at turn 1 and turn 2. Yeah, I think the Porsche Cup drivers have definitely got the hardest challenge here today, and yeah, it's going to be a really tricky race for them, as you're right, they have no traction control, no ABS, and they have the least amount of grip, the least amount of downforce generated, and they still have a very, very powerful engine. So a lot of, they have to be super cautious under braking, accelerating. So I watch out for them to have a few accidents. And talking about accidents, I think Paul Busby there just clipped the wall and has had to abandon his first qualifying lap, Tim.
Yeah, I just caught that as well. Unusual mistake from Busby there of Total Sim Sport. Of course, just looking at the time tower right now. Of course, back marker Racing Blue setting the benchmark of 143.2. You can see him on your screen right now. They've got Martin Pearson at the wheel. TechSense, the other team to set a time for now. Yet to set a time are JD Stim Racing. They're just on their outlap. We've also then got D-Line who are on their first flying lap. Likewise at FTR Esports White. And of course, we've just seen what has happened to the Total Sim Sports car. A whole field running the Porsche Cayman GT4 in this series, in GT4 class, obviously. And then up into GT3, where we've got a limited amount of manufacturers. Of course, iRacing limited to 8 cars now. They did increase it from 7. So we just see back marker. You see 2 purple sectors there in sector 3 and 4, a green in sector 1. It'll be interesting to see how Pearson gets on as he comes through the last corner and across the line. Surely it's got to be an improvement. It is. Wow, look at that. A big old improvement. Down to a 135.7. Great lap there from Pearson. And just looking at it, nobody... an improvement as well from TechSense as well. A 36.2 as we see FTR there in the pits right now. And yeah, great benchmark there from Pearson.
Indeed, and it's really important to get a strong lap on the board as soon as possible, especially around this track. It's just like Monaco, and you hear a lot of the drivers, the Formula 1 drivers, talk about Monaco, and it's such a confidence track. You hear the word confidence track a lot, and this is exactly the same. And to be able to build up a lap and just allow your eye just to be able to just be able to push a little bit more, just to know that you can maybe take a kilometre or 2 more into the corners is super important. So it's going to be interesting to see who can actually get out of the pits and put in a quick lap the fastest, because then you can only really improve from there as you gain more familiarity with the track. So 135.7 for back marker Racing Blue is a good lap, but TechSense is just behind, less than half a second behind, so still all to play for with just about 10 minutes left to go in this qualifying session.
Yes, indeed. You see FTR, it's definitely the quickest compared to their competitors around them. 10 seconds off the pace in GT4 right now. However, they've got a benchmark on there, and with 3 other teams yet to set times, it's going to be interesting to see if that actually could be an inspired move to get themselves up the grid. What can the likes of guys just watching now, Consos is coming across the line on his first flying lap. Let's see where they go in amongst everyone. Well, that's only good enough for third. A 36.5. So want some just over a fraction over 1 second off the top, as we've got Landberg for D-Line Racing. He's on his first hot lap. It'll be interesting to see how the D-Line driver gets on the run down to turn 3. Now this tight 90-degree right-hander. You've got a short straight, and you need to be careful there. You see that where the curb is there, and then there's grass. A few bits where we do actually have grass right next to the track on the circuit. And if you just catch a wheel on there, it just cannons the car off to the inside of the track, and you're straight into the wall, and that'll be a tow back to the pits. So it'd be interesting to see under race conditions whether that just catches one of our drivers out, especially there's a bit of fatigue tends to creep in latter part of the race. And yourself being a endurance driver, Seb. We've seen you on the channel in the BMW M8 GTE in the ISR EC Championship. Just what is it like for the drivers? We started to get towards the end of the stint, maybe for people at home who have not yet to experience endurance racing.
It's certainly tricky, and even tricky at a track, say like Suzuka, where I last raced. The last stints are so crucial to be able to keep that concentration, and I cannot imagine the amount of mental tax and agility that you're going to need here to be able to actually concentrate. Because one small mistake, one small lock of the brakes, especially in the Porsche Cups, one small spin could be catastrophic to your race. So it's going to be really crucial, and that's a big factor that I'm sure we'll be picking up in commentary of, can these drivers sort of maintain their composure and their ability to drive on the limit. So it's hugely important in endurance racing, and I always find that I end up drinking coffee at hours that I probably shouldn't be drinking coffee at. I have memories of making coffees at 2 a.m. in the morning, which is not good for your sleeping schedule, and I don't endorse doing it, but it does give you a few extra seconds.
It's a tricky. I just obviously saw just on board in the moment with the Paul Busby Total Sim Sport. Let's see where he came on D-line. Their time was good enough for fourth. That is only good enough for second right now, which just shows the pace that Backmarker Racing Blue seems to have around there. There's still time left. We've got just under 7 minutes left of GT4 qualifying. Just looking at Pearson, look at that. You see in the bottom left corner of your screen right now, he has set 3 purple sectors out of the 4 that he has completed so far. He's about halfway through the last sector. It's going to be interesting to see how he gets on as he comes across the line. This is surely going to be an improvement. 1:35.2 was his time last time, and there you go. Well, some 2 tenths off that, a 35 dead for Pearson of Backmarker Racing Blue. Spectacular lap by him, as you see him pull up there. Just take the car back to the pits and get some fresh tyres on and look to go again. The pressure really turning up on the likes of TechSense, our winner last time out, and on the podium last time out, and Total Sim Sport, who we've seen win at Red Bull Ring. Unfortunately, despite an absolutely epic race-long battle with these guys, you can see on your screen right now, JD Sim Racing at Spa last time out had to retire the car due to an incident with one of the GT3s that was coming through to lap them, which was gutting for them after such a strong performance. And it's a bit of a, just as they're coming around to sort of the latter part of the circuit here, Seb, and run down to turn 13. It's out of this next corner here, turn 14. There's a bump just about there where the car is now. And especially with the Porsche Cups, that's going to be really, really interesting to see how they handle it, because if you just get slightly over to the left a little bit too much, see JD, that was just a slight improvement from there, a 36.0. But it's going to be interesting to see, whether that catches any of the drivers out, and if they can keep it out of the wall. And well, so you just see Total Sim Sport there matching near as damn it, only 300ths of a second is all that separates them in first place. It's so treacherous, this, isn't it, Seb, for the drivers? It's, how hard, obviously you're more the driver than myself, just how hard do the drivers want to be pushing during these, during this qualifying? Because one little mistake, it bites you, and it bites you hard.
It does indeed, and it goes back to what I was saying. And I think if you have an incident, it can really dent your confidence. So I think you won't necessarily see the drivers maybe push until the very final lap of qualifying, when they've really got nothing to lose. And I would be expecting the fastest laps to come at the very end of each of the classes qualifying session. But it's really interesting about all of the bumps and where they all are, and I'm sure all of the drivers would have had all of it memorized by now, and all of the bumps that they need to take care of. And I think the Porsche Cups will be especially vulnerable to the bumps. I think the GT4 guys will be very happy that they have some traction control and ABS at the moment to ride on board, and it's such a great view down this not back straight. I don't think we can call it a straight, can we, Tim? Because it's not quite. It's flat, but it's certainly not straight.
Well, yeah, it's a bit like Interlagos, this circuit, in the sense that after the first corner is essentially a chicane, almost a very wide and open one, albeit. But the back straight almost comes immediately after that, the same as what you have in Brazil at Interlagos. It's a bit of a sort of, like you say, it's not the traditional back straight as we know it, which normally comes somewhere around half the circuit. But yeah, we have to, like you say, we do have that run from turn 6 to turn 8. Really, there is turn 7, which is more of a kink, really, even for the guys hit down here in the GT4, which obviously doesn't have as much grip compared to our top class GT3 cars.
And it's, I think
it's definitely, it's definitely tricky for it. It makes the track all the more interesting. As you see, Busby, just drifting out of the corner there. That's out of 12. Very tight section of corners through from 8 through till 12. Look back through him right now. Cut on the run. That's the pit entry over towards the right of through turn 15, and then it's. Let's see where he comes. He's had improvement in some sectors. There you go. Quicker overall by 2 tenths to take them onto pole for now. 2 minutes roughly left of the qualifying session. Got a chance to go again, and I'm not seeing back marker on an out lap, so that looks like they're done for qualifying. It just leaves JD Sim Racing, D-Line as the other potential cars that can improve right now, Seb.
Yeah, that's a big blow to back marker racing there. I don't think that they're expecting Paul Busby to be going so quick. I mean, 2 tenths is a huge margin there, and it's more the pace that we've been expecting from Paul. So a very good lap from him. But yeah, I think you're right. I think Backmarker Racing have called qualifying for now, and they are just focusing on the race. But Paul Busby is on a bit of a mega lap still at the moment. He's pushing again. He went purple in the first sector, not improved on the second or third. We'll have a look and see if he can improve on his first or fifth sectors, and he is absolutely pushing that car to the absolute limit. You see he's made contact, I think, with the wall twice, but as long as you just kiss the wall rather than touch it, you can gain a little bit of time there. But he's absolutely pushing.
We saw him just completely and utterly, it's incredibly well how just drifting full on there out of turn 12. He was almost looking out the side window to see down the track there. We see a D-Line. They've still, the last car out on track. They're going to have time to complete their lap. They're just coming up to a third of the way round. Just down into turn 3 there. There's that bit of grass that I mentioned. That might catch 1 or 2 of our drivers out potentially. It's now run down to turn 5. The corners just come so thick and fast there. And then turn 6, where you need to be careful because the wall comes at you very quickly. As Langenberg there just found out himself and just about managed to miss it. It's on the back straight, as it were, and through 7 and then 8. That tight right-hander. This be interesting. I found with Seb when I took the car out for a bit of a spin earlier. You see Landenberg doing it here. Bring the car all the way over to the right-hand side, just trying to open up the corner as best you can. And then almost you have to compromise it a little bit to get all the exit out of turn 12 there on the run down, so you get the best possible run down to 13.
Indeed, this track is very much of the slow in and fast out here. There's not too many high-speed corners that you really need to take a lot of speed in. You gain all the time on exit here, and most corners will lead into another corner, so being on the right part of the track, as you said. And sometimes you have to compromise maybe the first corner to be able to gain on the second corner. As we see the Porsche Cup cars out and about, and that's well, I'm looking forward to this, Tim. I think it's going to be a little bit more. I think we're going to see maybe a few more cars in the wall in this session.
I think so, and see Kirkia right now for Sakanya, and I think especially with obviously qualifying, you don't have to worry too much because the cars, if they do hit the wall, you can just take it straight back to the pits and go again. Especially in these early stages of qualifying, the driver's just on their outlap. Obviously, D-Line unable to improve, so There's grid right now. Look in GT4. That is Total Sim Sport with Backmarker Racing on the front row in GT4. TechSense and JD on the second row with D-Line and FTR rounding out your grid. And they've got just the Porsche Cup on their out lap. Well, a couple of them on their out lap. However, Sim Party Racing, they are on a flying lap. Likewise, these guys FTR Esports Black. What can the Sim Party do? And see. Let's see if he can. He's going to set a time. There you go. That is the. Well, that's on out lap. That's a very slow first lap, and they'll definitely be going again. Will Roads for Sim Party Racing. So it's. I'm just having a little look up and down. There you go. There's the first official time. It's Vulcan with a 1:43.5. It's the benchmark that everyone has to beat in Porsche Cup right now. The next cross line is going to be FTR. Let's see how they get on. They're going to pop up. There you go. They're onto pole. Wow. Look at that. A 140 dead. It's 3.5 seconds quicker than Vulcan. However, we've got, just looking at the timing sheets, we've got Anders Wies. He is going very, very quickly for RD Simsport right now. Purple is sector 1. Purple is sector 2. Green in sector 3. Not far from completing sector 4. It's going to be really interesting to see how the Dane gets on in sector 4. I need to be so careful with these cars over the curbs. They do not like it at all. As he exits turn 12. And that's a green again in sector 4. Not long left to go now. Just needs to close it out. What can he do? Are we on for an absolutely great lap here? Let's find out as he comes across the line. It's good enough for pole. And look, that is a massive, massive lead. Well, it's all changing massively, as you see. Some 2.5 seconds clear of Sakanya. Sim Party now go third with a, what was that? It was a 1:35.97. Constantly changing here as Vulcan now take the lead with a 1:31.2. I tell you what, we're having some absolutely epic times being put in here, Seb, and as the track moves in more and more, I'm sure these are only going to get quicker, aren't they?
I think they are. I think some of the cars were their laps technically counted, but they were on their out lap. So I think that's why we're seeing the big disparity in lap times. But the 1:31.2 from Vulcan is there as an incredible lap time there. And you're right, we're only going to see the times come down more and more as we head throughout this 15-minute practice session, having a look at the 233 car at the moment, Sim Party Racing Esports. They are yet to set their benchmark lap time. They are so. We'll be seeing what happened. I did notice that RD lost a little bit of time in this exact corner. Turn. I'm just trying to find that on my.
I think we are. Oh, that's not good there. Oh, just saw the bumps catching roads out there for Sim Party Racing and just understeering out towards the wall to back right out. So that'll be the end of this lap. Had gone green in sectors 1, 2, and 3. I'll tell you what, who is going quicker? It's the team in second right now, RD Simsport. 2 greens and a couple of purples, and now on to pole.
Same lap time.
But no, I think that's our software just on the screen. That's updated. There you go.
But Brandon Blakesy, sorry to cut in there, is going to go even quicker as he crosses the line. He's been on an absolute flyer of a lap. I've been watching his sector times, and they've just been absolutely rapid.
There you go. 2 tenths quicker than RD Simsport, who had originally gone some 2 tenths quicker than Vulcan before they improved. Absolutely amazing. It's just really hotting up now at the top of Porsche Cup in the fight to start on pole in that category. What can we see? Someone else take the fight to them. It's going to be completely fascinating to see. I mean, don't discredit. Yeah, Sakanya, winners last time out. They're currently 5th. We've got Greenleaf, who we've seen great things from this season. They are 4th. And yet to set a true benchmark time. So this could change any which way. As you see, Vulcan and Sim Party, Vulcan just trying to use a bit of the slipstream there on the run down the back straight through 7 into 8. So come around 10 and then 11. Trying his best to keep it away from those curbs that just kill this car. It is not good at all across them. Now,
Oof,
12.
very wide.
That was. It looks incredibly close to these barriers. I think it's just where the tire wall extends out. I think it's just maybe that camera angle. But let's see how these guys get on. Not long left to go now. They're on the run to the line. 130.7 was their last time. Can they improve? Wait, there you go. Oh, another 10th, a 130.6. Astounding stuff for right now from Blakesley at Vulcan Racing. Absolutely astounding from them.
I've just seen RD Simsport on the pit exit, so they want they're coming out again. They want to see if they can gain an extra 2/10. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're right on the limit of these cars, it can be a huge challenge. So we'll be watching for that, and we're having a look at Greenleaf Racing Red, who have improved to go just within a second of P1. So I think everybody's starting to find their rhythm and starting to find the ultimate pace of their cars and setups. But it's it's interesting to see how much the curves unsettle the Porsche Cup, but how still most of the drivers are using them, and that's what you need to be quick sometimes. I think you'll see them using the curbs a lot less during the race, but for qualifying, there's no reason not to use them, I guess, as long as you can complete the lap. Oh, as he doesn't complete the lap, and yeah, that was.
Kiss the commentator there, Seb. Congratulations.
That's my first one. I'll frame that and put it on the wall somewhere. I do apologise, Greenleaf. There as
There we go.
Sorry.
So, right on board with Vulcan right now. Now, just while we're watching them complete their outlap, a message from one of our sponsors. It's the guys for this league over at SIM3D. If you're looking to enhance your sim racing experience with custom design parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use. All their products are made to order. They're designed by sim racers for sim racers. You can head to sim-3d.com to find out more. All the links can be found down below in the description and on the Total Sim Sport YouTube channel. This is going to be interesting to see as we ride from this, come through the. Like I say, it's the last corner, turn 15. It's more of a kink, and then almost immediately you're straight into turns 1 and 2, Seb, where you have to really compromise it because there's a really big bump in the road just here, there, that could catch them out under race conditions on those opening laps.
I think they will. These tyres will be the tyres will be absolutely stone cold when they come through there, and it's such a tricky zone, and it's so tempting just to, as you're right, you have to sort of compromise the turn 1. So it's so tempting for another driver to sort of dive down the inside and take too much speed in because they think they can get the position and end up in the wall. So we'll be watching for that. But looking at how much work Brandon's having to put into the steering wheel at the moment to keep this car in a straight line, it's astounding to see just how much effort it takes to keep these cars, and it's been a good lap from him so far. And this, they've still got about 5 minutes left to go in the qualifying session.
Yep, they have indeed. They have indeed. And Vulcan, roughly 2/3 around their tour of Belle, and not long left to go to find out, see whether they can improve at all. Currently on pole for now, but with Vardy only 0.2 of a second behind, and Jacobson in the RD Sim Sport machine, the Danish driver, is looking incredibly useful at the wheel of his Porsche Cup right now. So the run down to the line and winding up the car, just absolutely going for it, foot to the floor. It's not an improvement of time. It's actually some 7 tenths slower than their best, of 131.3. So they will be going again. Likewise, I'll tell you what as well, Seb, also, they're not far up the road from them. RD as well, another team who didn't improve on their first flying lap. Just watch Sim Party right now, and I tell you what, unable to set a benchmark time right now. Their best is, I think they must have had a slight contact with the wall, hence why it's no, sorry, it's actually slower than some of our GT4s right now. And Ryan Rose not having the best of times at the wheel of that car, and it's an improvement in time, so 135.1, but I think it's definitely not the most enjoyable qualifying from Rhodes right now.
Certainly not. That's not a nice position to be in with about 3.5 minutes to go in the session. You really want to be at least ahead of the slower class, or in theory, the slower class. So I'm sure they'll be pushing, but they can't get into a situation when they start to overdrive the car, because that is a certain is a surefire way of ending up in the wall here, is overdriving the car, and we might see that at the end of the end of the qualifying sessions for each of the classes, is drivers starting to overdrive the cars. So it's something to be really considerate, and you will certainly know about it. Is I think RD Simsport has actually closed the gap a little bit to Vulcan now, only a tenth separating them. So RD are building up the pace, and can they maybe go for a final lap just to take that pole position away from Vulcan Sim Racing?
There's an absolute flurry of activity going to be happening come the end of the session. The 1 minute, well, the 1 minute 30 dead being the pole time for now. They've was a big incident there. That's B-Sim Racing, and that is out of, I think that was out of turn 12 there. They run down the short straight, and Belle biting him, as you see. Call for all there, just backing out of it for FTR, trying to get some space between himself and the car in front of them. I can't catch who that was in front of them. I think that was Rhodes of Simpai Racing there, who was just ahead of him there. But I think he's just looking at it, Seb, and trying to look down at his times. I think maybe Rhodes is just struggling with the walls right now, and is having slight contacts with them, and that's what's catching him out right now.
I think he's actually taking quite not pushing the limits on the turn 3 there. I think he just needs to get a lap on the boards, and he might just need to not focus on the lap time and just get ahead of the GT4s. I think he'll start ahead of the GT4s as they grid by class, but it's a really important thing for the driver just to know that you've at least got the pace to be with your other classes, and being 4 seconds off is not ideal. So just calling it down a little bit, calming it, maybe driving it 95%, maybe even doing a race lap. I know some drivers that when they just need to get a lap on the board, they'll just put race fuel in. They'll just put the race setup on 100 litres of fuel, and they'll just, because they've practiced with that more, so they can just focus. So, but he's looking like he's pushing quite a lot there, quite a lot of oversteer there through that triple left-hander. So he's going to be wanting to get some lap time on the board at the very least, and squirreling all around there. So I'm glad that these drivers get new tyres before they start the race, because they'll be I think those tyres will be second hand by the end of this lap.
Oh, incredibly second hand, and it's an improvement again. There we go, a much better time from Rose, 134.6. Unfortunately unable to move up position, but definitely an improvement all round from them. Now there's going to be no changes between the first and second place car, but FTR, they are going again for one last flying lap. All or nothing now for core 4.
Yeah, all or nothing indeed. You see how close he got to the wall there under braking, trying to take as much speed as he can through at the moment, and he almost touches the wall. That is inch perfect. This is a flying lap, up there with Max Verstappen as Qatar a few weeks ago. So hopefully it doesn't end the way, but it's just absolutely pushing the limits, and it's such an amazing feeling as a driver when you are so zoned in and so at one with the car. So it's such an amazing feeling, and hopefully he can finish this lap down towards the braking zone of turn 7, hitting the curb nicely. She doesn't hit the curb as well, so it doesn't unsettle the car, which gives him a much better exit out. Just glances and just touches the wall there. So yeah, a lot of drivers doing that on their final laps there. Oh, as he goes wide and has to stamp on the brakes there to avoid the car spinning off there. That's going to cost him some time. So disappointment from him for FTR Esports. Poor Richard, I think he was on for a lap there. I think he's just backed off of it now, which is a shame
looks like
to see.
It is a real shame. FTR, for that sort of lap and the sets they were putting in there, was looking like for an improvement, but no, into the pits they come. Greenleaf, they are not on an improvement, so that looks like we're all done with qualifying here in Porsche Cup. Interesting, we've got a poll up in the chat, and as always, great to have so many of you chatting away in there always. Great to have you along for the ride. The poll currently up is, how many safety car periods will we get today? Now, the options are 0, less than 5, or more than 5. And interestingly, nobody has voted for Zero. Such is the confidence that there's going to be incidents and drama here. And nobody's expecting level of skills. You see GT3s coming out. You can see everyone stacked all on top of one another right now. Now, while these guys are on their outlap, Seb, I understand you've got a message from one of our sponsors. Go for the Gap.
Have indeed. Go for the Gap is you can find the very best of Formula 1 and motorsport art and graphics. If you head over to their Etsy store now and use the code 10 PAL SimSport, and you'll get 10% off motorsport prints, and that's if you want the link, www.etsy.com/shop/go for the Gap. And you can head over to their Twitter handle @GoForTheGapCo on Twitter for more information. And of course, like all of our sponsors, all the links can be found in the YouTube description and on the Total SimSport YouTube channel. As we ride.
Well, you just saw FTR Black there going for a gap in the tire walls where they overcooked the corner there. I think that was on the run down. Yeah, they said down into I think turn 8 there, and right on board right now with RPM Racing, the Ferrari. It's Gannon, the American. I tell you what, he's future. Well, pretty much everyone. You can see from the track map on the top right corner of your screen right now just how closely the GT cars are all over one another. Of course, downforce not really so much of a factor here, is it really, Seb? Let's just complete a lap.
No, it's all about mechanical grip. I'm pretty sure they'll be running pretty much max downforce sets, especially on the GT3s, but it's all about the mechanical grip, the camber, the suspension geometry. So yeah, different driving to tracks like Suzuka or other more downforce dependent tracks. It's all about the mechanical grip and traction. As who is that? SIM3D Sport is head to the top of the times again, so they are very familiar with that P1 at the moment, aren't they?
They are, but don't discredit Finn Glenn. He's currently on board for Deutsche Payments Esports, doing great things from the youngster last time out. Currently second, just over a second behind, but you see with the times that are coming in, if Deutsche Payments, RPM, and Prismatic, well, just over, from ranging from 8 tenths up to 1600ths of a second, covering our top 5. As no look, they take it even closer to Sim3D, but just shows what sort of lap that Sean Campbell has put in there already, with so many competitive times just behind him, but in a class of his own right now is the American, and he's going purple again in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2, purple in Sector 3, and in GT3 right now, 11 tenths, they lead the way. However, Lloyd Lamont of B-Sim Racing is currently second place. He's improving all the time as well. So keep one eye on both of those as we just watch Sim3D right now. Another purple sector. Can they make it a clean sweep as they come through the last corner across the start-finish line? And there you go, another 2 tenths improvement, nearly 3 tenths there, and extending that gap out to nearly a second between themselves and no luck. Campbell is on fire right now as well. You see RPM there, just close up the gap, but only able to go 7 tenths of a second. As in GT3M, we see B-Sim take the way, half a second clear of 11 tenths racing. But Campbell, he could do no wrong in these opening stages of qualifying right now here, Seb.
He was absolutely pushing the limits of that BMW. On that one, it's incredible to see. I was talking about how the drivers are going to have to build up slowly, but he just went out there, out of the pits, on the limit immediately, and it's really paid off for him. And even more, he's gone purple in the first sector again, so he might even be able to improve on this lap even more. And a 7/10 margin is quite a lot around this track. It's a short little twisty circuit, and finding time can be difficult, especially 7/10. So we will see what happens later on in this session. But the other Sim3D car at the moment, is that Sim3D, or is my paint not working so much?
So 11 tenths there on screen right now. And in the Porsche 911, they've got Johnny Elia currently on board for them, currently third in GT3 However, only fractionally, you see Zabi in the Ferrari, they are only not even 100th of a second. It's 6,000th of a second is all that is separating those two right now. It is so incredibly close. However, don't discredit this lady of Prismatic Motorsport A, Emily Howe. Saw an amazing performance from a couple of rounds ago at Red Bull Rig. We saw last time out of Spa, gambled, took fuel when everyone else didn't under the second safety car period. Last time out at Spa, and abandoning that lap and getting a little bit twitchy over the curbs. And I think, obviously, we know the BMW, Seb, it's really good over the curbs. And do you think we're probably going to see, well, especially with the lap time that SIM3D have put in, and they're in the BMW as well. But I mean, surely if the 4 manufacturers we've got here, 5 manufacturers, we've got Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, BMW and Ferrari. I mean, surely the BMW's got to be your favourite to handle all the bumps and the curbs here that Belle Isle has to throw at us.
I think you're right, and I think, yeah, you're right, SIM3D showing that at the moment with their impressive lap time, and it's just compounded by watching the Porsches on board with the Deutsche Payment Esports, and you could just see 2 Porsches behind him in the background there have bounce over the curbs in some interesting ways and end up in the walls there. So it's very, I think the BMW is the surefire car at the moment, especially in qualifying. Maybe in the race it's different. I know that the BMW is sometimes a little bit more aggressive with its tyre wear, so it could maybe balance out more within the race, but qualifying is, I'm sure, all of the Porsche drivers will be wishing they had a BMW, at least for qualifying.
Well, interestingly, you know, inside the top 6, we've got 3 Ferraris, which is quite intriguing for me, because coming here, Seb, I was sort of thinking about it, and we see John Lai, he's on a bit of improvement a lap. That is for the 11th attempt in the Porsche. You know, I was thinking Ferrari, you know, we know the Ferrari GT3 is incredibly good in a straight line. It's, you know, really, really powerful. Maybe wasn't expecting it to go too well here today because there's not really enough places to fully, you know, open up the taps and let it fly. However, we have got 3 of the top 6 are all Ferraris in GT3 Pro right now.
It's very impressive, and I think coming into this session, I would have agreed with you that I wouldn't have expected the Ferraris to be anywhere near the top pace. Is you're right, like it's you don't have that many straights. I think as we're on board with this Ferrari RPM. I know who is. We're on board with RPM, and yeah, this is the only real straight that you can really use the Ferrari's straight line speed performance. But yeah, I wouldn't have put the Ferrari down as the best car either over the bumps or through the high speed and low speed corners that this track has to offer, but it's doing fairly well, and that's why you can't always go you know, sort of choose a car for a track and go, well, in theory this should be good, so we'll choose it. Sometimes it's just about how well you know that car and how well you feel able to push the car, and of course the Ferrari, even though it's a little bit of a newer Ferrari, we had the update, but the Ferrari platform, the GT3 platform, has been in iRacing for some time now, so maybe just that familiarity is helping the drivers on track at the moment.
Of course, a few minutes ago we did have the new Evo version of the Ferrari come along, but not, you know, not massive amount of difference in the sense for, you know, still the same car, same characteristics that everyone even knows, loves or hates, depending on your driving style. And like you say, it's definitely a surprising one to see the Ferraris up there mixing. An interesting one of the top 4 right now, well, top 6 that again. 5 of those are American drivers, so clearly putting the local knowledge into use here. The only non-American driver is the, obviously, but funnily enough, it's Deutsche Payment. Big Glenn currently on board for them, the youngster. And we saw, wow, some absolutely amazing times from him at Spa. And already up in amongst it, mixing it up amongst everyone in 5th place right now in the Porsche in GT3 Pro. Just staying, looking back down, we've got just over 4 minutes left of qualifying. B-Sim, they're on outlap in GT3 AM, still leading the way there. 11/10 second. The track limit Zabi and then Prismatic B. And Ultimate Base 24, good to have you in the chat on YouTube. Obviously, love to hear from you. We'll be, you know, taking your comments and questions and chat to you throughout the race. And you'll say, great to see RPM up there. Shame I can't be raving this weekend, but I hate this track. Well, it's definitely a Marmite of a track. You either love it or hate it. And we've got James Rivette in there, one of the stewards from FTR. So good luck to everyone. It's going to be tight here today. My work is going to be cut out. Wow, there is no disputing that. And Judith Cooper just picking up on our US driver comment there, saying Emily Howe is the best US driver. Clearly, no bias there from Judith whatsoever. A member of the prismatic stable of drivers there. Let's just watch Glenn. He's not, it's actually just looking at Emily Howe of Prismatic. She's back out for another go, and currently well down. 8th. She's very much out of position right here, Seb.
Indeed, she's actually just looking at the timing stances below both P1 and 2 in the GTE standings at the moment. So I think she'll be hoping to improve on her lap time. She's having a look there. So about 1.4 seconds off the leader in GT3 Pro. So not a massive difference, but it's certainly more than I think she'd like in Prismatics would have liked as. And there's a point I was going to make, and Chris Rowlands in my ear has made that point for me as well, is do you think traffic is played an issue here? Is it such a tight circuit? And you see on the track map in the top right there, a lot of cars bunched together, and maybe people have just been caught out by traffic, maybe impeded a little bit. Maybe somebody's made a mistake in front of them, and I think it's an issue that we haven't really seen for the other classes of the Porsche Cup or the GT4, as there's not been too many of them, but the GT3 cars have actually got to contend with a lot more in terms of traffic, so it'd be interesting to hear if maybe some drivers feel that they've been a little bit disadvantaged by some traffic out on the track, as Emily starts, I think, her final flying lap in the BMW.
So we've right on by with her through turns 1 and 2 there, across the crest, and I tell you what, Seb, do you want to take us through a lap here while we're on board with Prismatic of Belle?
I can indeed. So brake at the 300 marker board just a little bit forward. Try and nibble this inside curve as much as you can. Be careful on the exit, as it's so easy to touch the grass and just lose the car. In towards this right-hander again. So easy to hit the barrier. Across to the right-hand side. Down a gear, maybe even 2. Just 1 for now. Again, that wall on the right-hand side comes out, so it's so easy to hit it through the other right-hander onto the back straight now, and you can let all of that GT3 power go as you head up towards the hill. Slightly of an incline here. So it's more of a noticeable in a car that's a little bit less powerful than this, but it's uphill nonetheless. Down towards turn 7, get the hander nibble a little bit of the curb. Again, we saw the Porsche Cups avoiding that, but the GT3s can take it into the left hander. Again, so easy to hit the wall on the outside. Now just ease the car through the first part, the second part of that double left hander into the right hander of turn 12 on the exit. Make sure not to hit the curb. She's up 3 green on her lap so far, so a good lap from her through the right-hander of turn 14 into turn 15, and she's going to hit the wall. She just avoids it, just picked up a little bit too much understeer there, and just understeered wide, but managed to keep it out of the wall. So that might have affected her lap time, but she has another lap to go, so she will be able to complete 2 laps through turn 1 and 2 again, and she went 4/10 quicker, so she is up to P6, and that's a very impressive lap time from her, so she'll be very impressed with that. But I think she'll be feeling also that there's a little bit more time left on the table there, so we'll see if she can improve on her final lap of qualifying.
Yeah, with that mistake out of turn 14, wasn't it, and just costing it clearly a few attempts, which might have taken a high. Well, that was, we go through that lap there, so SIM3D went quicker again, another 10th shaved off their time, but Deutsche Payments able to take it up onto the front row, up into 2nd place, and oh my god, it is evolving right now, the sharp end of GT3 Pro. Just looking down into GT3 well, that still remains pretty much BSIM. They're on pole with 11 attempts for now, joining them. The qualifier is coming to an end, so that's locking out pretty much. So any driver that is currently on their lap, this is it now. This is their only chance to improve. And just having a look, Campbell, it depends on how he's gone slower in sectors 1, 2, and 3, but improvement in sector 4 depends on how much that is by. It's the SIM3D driver currently on pole. But just watch, no luck right now. They've run across the line. Can they improve? Previous best was the 128.1. I know, it's no improvement, some 6/10 slower. FTR, they're going to be the next car across the line, and what can they do? Be interesting to see. Cook currently in the car for them. And they're 128.3, the last best. And there you go, a 128.26. So that's an improvement for them, and it's climbed them up into 7th place in the dying stages of qualifying. And that, looking like qualifying is over, done and dusted, and we're just looking at what's going to be your poster here for today at Belle. It's SIM3D at the hands of Sean Campbell. Wow, an absolutely amazing lap from him for the 127, but just shy of 127.1. It's albeit it's in by 1,000th of a second, but still it's just inside. Interesting. So just seeing the details of the track. So you see 26 degrees temperature. And the track temperature's slept up there, so he's moved into the race here. 41 degrees, a nice hot track for the drivers. It's already a tricky track, but let's take you through your grid here. So on pole, we said it's SIM3D with a cracking time. They've got Switch Payments along 5 company, the Porsche team. That's all Ferrari second row with RPM and FTR Esports, which they're followed by another all BMW row. It's No Luck and Prismatic A. And then we've got FTR Esports Black with RD Sim Sport on the 4th row. Then it's the first of the GT3 AM drivers with BSIM and 11 temps on the 5th row of the grid. Lamont from Arctic Racing, he's 11th with Next Level Racing alongside for company in the lone Audi in the field. Then we've got Funk Motorsports from GT3 Pro with GT3 AM team in the BMW. It's Track Limit Racing. And then in 15th and 16th, it's Zabi, who will be looking to undo some of the bad luck they had during the last stages of Spa after losing it from the lead to come home. I think it was 5th in the end. They've got Stage 1 Senior just behind them with Stage 1 Junior starting off the next row with Prismatic B, making an all BMW row. Then we've got Stage 1 Green, followed by Sunday drivers in the lone Mercedes, and rounding out your top 20. Then it's into Porsche Cup, where we've got Vulcan with RD Simsport on the front row. FTR Esports Black and Greenleaf make up your second row, with BSIM and last time winners Sakanya. They're down in 6th place. And on the 3rd row of the grid, Sim Party, they're on the 4th row with Virtual Compound Blue. Then down into GT4, Total Sim Sports leading the way there with Backmarket Racing Blue. A great lap from Pearson. Tech Sense and JD Sim Racing, JD a bit disappointed by that. They're on the 2nd row with D-Line and FTR rounding out your grid here. So let's head behind the Porsche 911 safety car, and we get ready because we are not far away from going racing here at Detroit Belle Isle, known as the Motor City. But we get ready to motor as SIM3D Sean Campbell leads the way of the field, and we are off here in Detroit racing. And a great start there by SIM3D. They've taken into the lead, and everyone just looking to come through relatively easy. I think Prismatic maybe just dropping a couple of places in the background there as they come down to turn 3. We've got a safety car already. GT3 have only just got going. I don't even know if Porsche Cup had made it across the line. Yeah, they're just coming across the start line now, and already we've triggered a safety car period. I think I can see it's the number 7 in. I think it's something's happened to BSIM Racing in GT3 AM. They look abandoned on the exit of turn 2, according to my data. We'll see if we can bring you pictures of that and what's happened to them. Here we go, Seb.
We go up race leaders, of course. And what's going to happen? Are they just going to lose it all by themselves? And I think they're going to have a little bit of contact. Yeah, that's from the number 30. What an absolute shame for them.
Got tagged, and you saw the. This is looking backwards from them. I think it was just a tag from Arctic behind in that BMW. Yeah, a slight touch, but they've kept it out of the wall. Now, they're going to fall right to the back, which is going to cost them. But I think what's going to be more encouraging towards them is that they've not incurred any damage, although they have got to try and... Oh, no! We've had a concertina effect accident in GT4 where everyone has slowed up but not realised where they're following too close. And TechSense involved in that, D-Line involved, FTR involved. I'm not sure, was it JD who started off that concertina? I'm not sure, but even a few incidents under safety car, and well, those, luckily nobody voted for 0 safety cars, because you would have been wrong, but it was more than 5 safety cars winning with the poll with 56% of the votes. This is what happened in GT4. Yeah, there we go.
It's like an incident that you expect all the drivers to get out and share their insurance details. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen something in iRacing before. It's extraordinary, and yeah, I think it's just drivers getting caught out by how slow everybody was going, and even had to stop on track. But as I said, I've never seen anything on iRacing, and I don't think you'll see something like that for a very long time.
So we're off to a flyer here at Belle safety car on the opening lap in Detroit. It hadn't even made the run down to turn 3, and Porsche Cup and GT hadn't even crossed the start-finish line before the safety car was called. Of course, BSIM will be more than happy that they managed to keep it out of the wall. However, they have fallen right to the back. Likewise, at the back, started from the pits, other GT3 AM outfit, Track Limit Racing, the 2 Porsche GT3 teams right at the back. So they've got clear for... this is going to be really tricky for them, surely said. Because they've got to clear through the GT4s and the Porsche Cups as well before they even look to start to try and hunt down their, their competitors in GT3. And as we saw during qualifying, the lap times between the cars, where it's a relatively short lap here, some 2.5 miles, and there's not necessarily either a large amount of overtaking places either.
No, it's going to be a real recovery drive from them, and you're right, you've got to get past the GT4s, which I think will be fairly easy, and you'd hope for a little bit of cooperation with the GT4 drivers just to get out of the way, as they're not really racing the Porsche GT3. But I think the P-Cups will be very difficult, as we see Track Limit Racing, the number 010 car in the pits, and it's quite interesting for me, because I wasn't expecting anybody to pit under this safety car. They've still got full fuel tanks, and they've done barely a corner at full racing speed on their tyres, so maybe just seeing if they can get an extra lap of fuel, maybe. So that'll be interesting.
Maybe it's maybe going for maybe it's just a bit warmer tyres. Obviously, they were caught just having a little look. It could just be to get some fresher tyres, obviously, where people had to throw out the anchors to avoid the spinning car, and just maybe it's a little bit of that, check for any damage, potentially, that there might have been contact in the opening laps. It could be potentially why they've done what they have.
Maybe, yeah. I think the concertina effect that we saw out of turn 3, and they might be trying to clear the damage, so maybe gambling the damage was maybe worth a little bit more time than we looked.
I mean, also, they at the back anyway, so it's not really impacted them too much, as it were, because under safety car decisions, plenty of time to catch up, especially there's the fields aren't too spread out, and we're going to go for another safety car lap here. Let's take a look. We've still got the lights on for now on the safety car, which indicates it's not coming in this lap. We'll keep one eye on those, because as soon as the lights go out, the flashing lights on top of the Porsche 911, we'll know that is coming in this lap. And let's sort of tactics on the safety car. Of course, you don't tend to get it. Obviously, well, you don't get it at all within officials, and there's very few other leagues which use the safety car for road racing. What would be your tactic if you're sat in Sean Campbell's BMW right now in the driving seat? What would you do? Would you back the field up, Seb, or would you look to sprint as early as possible?
I think for me, I'd want to sprint as early as possible, get the jump on second place behind you, and just try and build that gap as quick as possible. I think you can. There's always a little bit of a temptation to be very smart under a safety car and trying to sort of gain more time than it's maybe worth out of the safety car, as we've just heard that the safety car will be in this lap. So this is the final lap of safety car before we get back underway, and I think Sean Campbell now will be having to start to think about his strategy for going, and whether he really wants to get the jump. I think he will. I think he'll try and surprise P2 as quickly as possible, but there's always a chance that if you go too early because you try and get the jump on the guy behind you, that they can be in the slipstream and you might be having to start to defend. And we haven't even got to the start of the race where we can see who's running maybe a little bit more downforce than each other and who's got a faster car in a straight line. So it's going to be very interesting when this race gets underway in just under a lap, as you rightly pointed out there. The safety car lights are now out.
So while we're just waiting for the cars to come around there, roughly about a third of the way around the lap right now. It's probably a good time to hear from one of our sponsors for this event. Seb, tell us more about Go for the Gap.
For the Gap is Go for the Gap is yes, Go for the Gap. Sorry, is the very best in Formula One and motorsport art and graphics. You can use the code 10 TAL TimSport for a 10% discount if you go over to their store on Etsy. Of course, the Etsy store is www.etsy.com/shop/Go for the Gap. And if you head over to their Twitter at Go for the Gap Co. on Twitter, you'll find more information. And of course, all of their links and descriptions are available in the description below the YouTube video.
So not long left to go now before we go racing once again, where we'll be under green flag conditions. And how will the likes, how will Campbell for SIM3D Sport handle this one? Back up at the field, they're just coming round turn 12 now. The safety car's going to maintain the same level of pace. This is going to be an interesting one. It's not too long. There's the pit entry. It's the safety car. You can see it peel off towards the right. Sorry, no, that's the turn there. A little bit ahead of myself there on the track. It's they're just running turn 14 there and 5th. There we go. So there we go. You can see the yellow mark just at the top right corner now. You can see the safety car peel in. And not going up instantly. Sean Campbell just holding up the field. And there we go. He's off. They're raced down to turn 1. Let's find out if we can get round the corner fine first of all. There we go. He's out and across the crest of the hill. And on the run down to turn 3. As this, everyone's getting away, and it looks like everyone's got away relatively cleanly here. Well, left to go, and this, I tell you what, it's going to be fascinating. We are properly away, looks like this time. Nobody's come off at all for the 4 hour, well, what is just going to be shy of the 3 hours and 50 minutes of Detroit after starting under the safety car. Everyone is away cleanly. RD SimSport are leading the way in Porsche Cup after making up 2 places. That's largely to the GT3 Am and falling down to the back of the field. B-Sim Racing, they are already up to 31st place. It's about halfway through. You can see them just in the background there, halfway through the GT4s. So round turn 6, and surely here we go. B-Sim, the hands of Le Mans, clearing through. That's past Tech Sense. They've got JD ahead of them. Looking through this section of the track to try and clear as many of these cars as possible, as JD running it a bit deep. This is where it gets really, really tricky, especially through this section here, Seb, where the track really tightens up.
It really does, and I think he's exercising a little bit of caution there, which he is, thankfully, for B-Sim there, because it can be so easy to trip over a slower car, especially after being involved in an incident which I think they'll feel that it wasn't their fault, and there'll be extra motivated to get up the field. So it's good to see them exercising a little bit of caution there. And next up is the Backmarker Racing blue GT4 car, and then they'll be ahead of the GT4s, and they'll be on to the Porsche Cups. But the GT4s look to be quite, yeah, they look like to be letting the B-Sim car through at the moment, as there's even more action up in the GT3 Pro field.
There is indeed. It's just currently watching RD Simsport trying to get up onto the back of Arctic, who've made a great start. We're at 3 places in the BMW, and tell you what, there looks like that gap between themselves and Prismatic, who we've normally seen, with no disrespect to Arctic, tend to be a little bit faster. However, Lamont, the Belgian driver right now, is still holding on, but also at the same time holding a bay Wiggins from RD Simsport, who's a fellow BMW driver, tucked up just behind. So we're coming round now into turn 14 and run up to 15th, and I think this is what we're going to see potentially, Seb. Is anyone going to be brave enough to make a lunge into turn 1? I think, looking at the RD are a bit too far back to do it, but it's a brave person that tries to make a lunge up in the inside into turn 1. I mean, probably this run down to turn 3 now is probably going to be one of the better overtaking opportunities where you're trying to get past someone.
I took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, I think turn 3 is the optimal place on the track. I think you're right. You have to be super brave to go down the inside of turn 1. It is possible. I have seen moves been done at turn 1, but I'd expect if any of the classes to be making moves at turns 1, it will be more like the GT4s and the Porsche Cups and the GT3s. Is the braking zone there for them is so small that I just don't see. I think it would have to be a very late lunge, and I don't think these drivers will be really wanting to make moves like that, as it's we've still got 3 hours and 46 minutes to go, and it's all about endurance racing. Is all about getting there to the finish in the quickest amount of time, and you don't want to be damaging your car or getting a penalty for some contact that maybe you shouldn't be involved in. So anyway, as we look right back, and I'm really interested to see the split in the Pro or AM classes for GT3, or the lack thereof, and the AM cars are super quick, and yeah, they're really causing some issues for some of the Pro cars behind them. So good on the GTE AMs for
No. See, the AMs do score in the overall GT category, was obviously in with the pros. However, I mean, they may be AMs by nature, but they're not by name. But they're certainly not by nature, as you see. This is the sister Prismatic car. This is Prismatic B. He's main currently at the wheel and allowing the GT3 Pro Stage 1 Junior BMW through of Kevin De Winter there. Let's see, Winter. You've seen it's been slightly quicker, but just looking at just back down to GT4 here, we saw during qualifying the tight times between Total Simsport and Backmarker Blue, and whereas we've seen Busby at the in the Total Simsport GT4 has been able to shake what's normally been JD Sim Racing, not able to do it on this occasion to Pearson around Belle Isle.
No, certainly not, and it's very surprising as Paul Busby is right. It's been super quick.
I might be answering my own question here, but I'm going to put it to you. But obviously, you can see Busby is right behind that Porsche Cup in front of them. That is the Sim Party Racing Porsche Cup. And do you think he's maybe holding up? I mean, a little bit. I mean, we did say before the show, and then we saw it in qualifying, where there's not a massive amount of difference in times between the GT4s and especially the front runners and the tail end of the Porsche Cup cars. I mean, it looks like Busby's all over the back of him right now. You see the flash of the lights there. Clearly not overly impressed. And there we go. It's off B-Sim in the Porsche Cup. They are off. They've exited stage left there, and they've rejoined safely and just keep it out of the wall from any major damage. But I think maybe that just answers all of our questions, and that's going to put a big gap between first and second in GT4 and the rest of the field. Well, you see the gap there.
I think Paul Busby sort of pressured the Sim Party Racing Esports car into that little mistake on the exit of that double right left-hander. So, yeah, I think I spoke to Paul and he was very concerned that
I'll just sorry to cut across you. I think something's happened to Deutsche Payments. They are falling down through the order in GT3 Pro. They've got then Glenn, the German, in the wheel, and not the always lost the rear end there.
I think
he's had to wait for the whole field to come through. That was close. Oh, and begins the Austin Powers million-point turn, and this is painful to watch. It must be painful to be sat inside the cockpit of that car right now.
It's the worst feeling a racing driver can feel, and just watching all those cars go past and all the time that you see on your Delta. But I reckon he's just clipped the rear wheel of the he's put a rear wheel on that curb that you can take a little bit of, but not too much. And especially if he was on throttle when he did that, it's so easy to loop the car. So a mistake for Deutsche Payments Esports, but it's still a long race, and you can. That's the best thing and the worst thing about endurance racing is, you might think, oh my god, I've got 3 hours and 42 minutes to be, 7 or like 20 seconds off the pace. But actually, if you can get your head down, and we know that they're quick, they can have a really nice recovery drive. So we'll be watching out for them, and maybe even a few safety cars can help them out. So it's not all over for Deutsche, but it's certainly a lot harder than it would have been about a lap ago.
Just currently watching your leader right now in GT3M. That's 11 tenths. The Brit Crawford currently at the wheel. Behind them is Funk Motorsport, another of the Porsche teams. It starts off this train. We've then got Track Limit and then Stage 1 Senior. See, Track Limit, the only BMW in this group. The rest are all Porsches. And you can see the BMW strong through that section across the curbs. Don't discredit Zabia at the back of this group. The blue Ferrari, you saw in the background previously before we ride on board with Funk right now. I think for me, it's interesting to see how these guys, well, you can see, there you go, I think just they fly past the screen. Stage 1 Senior really applying the pressure and going to go round the outside. That's brave there on the entry into turn 1. And what a spectacular move to get themselves past track limits there. Well, we were talking about being able to do it up the inside, but round the outside, we weren't even thinking about that one, Seb.
That's textbook. I mean, it would be textbook if that was written in a textbook, but I don't think that was. That was superb by Kevin there. And as he was making the move, I was thinking, well, maybe the outside would be better than the inside there, and it was. And that's an incredible move, and certainly brave stuff with 3 hours and 40 minutes to go in an endurance race, especially around Belle Isle. That's insane.
That is, well, take a while about Kevin DeWall there. What a spectacular move. I mean, when I saw him put alongside Seb, I thought, no, this is not going to end well. Here comes our next safety car. But somehow, I think maybe a bit of yielding from the track limit BMW there as well. But, well, absolutely, what a spectacular move. As we're just seeing now, this is JD getting passed by TechSense down in GT4 right now. And our winners, last time out in GT4, are currently down 4th in class and out of the podium positions. This is how the move got done. So we look down on them. Actually, JD, looks like they yielded a little bit there to facilitate the move and allow TechSense past there, Seb.
Yeah, it looks like JD focusing much more on the end game of this race. And of course, there are advantages to being behind a faster car in your class. You can save fuel, you can learn the lines. But another interesting thing that I've just looked at in the GT4 class is the Porsche Cup of Ryan Rhodes is actually caught up to the back of the lead for GT4. So we were talking about Paul Busby being caught up in that and maybe being held up, but the Porsche Cup is now sort of back up towards the front of that battle, so that might get a little bit heated.
Just see here, Sunday drivers BMW carrying a little bit of damage to that rear wing there from some earlier, and the front as well, actually. And Mercedes, but BSIM, obviously we saw them almost look down and out on the entry lap, and I tell you what, Sim Party Racing, they are into the pits from Porsche Cup already, with 22 minutes of racing here completed. But B-Sim, they are 22nd overall. They've got the top 3 in Porsche Cup to clear. And Sunday drivers, that Mercedes is not looking like it's having the best of times here, and maybe not the most suited car to this track either.
No, I think, as we were saying in qualifying, I think the BMWs and the Ferraris are the cars to be in. I think the Audis in Berks RD Sim Sport has a very close interaction with the barrier there.
Well, yeah, there was definitely contact there. I think we all heard it. We definitely saw it.
I think we all let back from our screens, didn't we?
Yeah, I definitely did, and I'm sure there was other people at home doing exactly the same. We're just talking about Paul Busby. We've got Chris Hitchin and Colin Winton here in the chat support. I'm going to hear from you guys as we just see. Wow, RD are really pushing hard now as they look to close up onto the back of Arctic, but look who's they're starting to come through the back, all the back markers now. I see the back markers, tail end of the field. That's Sim3D. Sean Campbell, he's pulled out a 2.8 second gap. I say, well, with just over 20%, 20 minutes, nowhere near 20%. The race completed. Let's run you through your top 3s right now in each of the categories. So we've got the GT3 Pro, Sim3D, who are leading the way, just coming past GT4 cars right now. They lead the race and category. FTR Esports Red for Ferrari is second. RPM, another Ferrari team, they are in third. GT3AM is led by 11 tenths for Porsche, with Track Limit Racing, who are 13th overall and second in class, and Zabi for Ferrari. So good to see 3 different manufacturers at the top end of GT3AM. Porsche Cup, RD SimSport are leading the way with Vulcan in second, a 3.3 second gap. And I tell you what, Porsche Cup looking quite spread out right now. FTR running in third. And then GT4, you just see TechSense, they're in third place. They've just been cleared by our leader. They are about 7 seconds behind backmarker in second, and Total SimSport leading the way, 3.3 seconds ahead. And I'm just looking, still in the pit. We've got D-Line. They are into the pits. Track Limit have come back out again. So that's a very early stop for the GT14. And they've been stationary for quite a while there, Seb, as well. That's Tyler Landenberg for D-Line.
Yeah, very interesting. I wonder if there's a little bit of damage going on there, as it's not optimal to stop this early in the race. So very interesting to see what's going on. But let's have a little bit of a look and see if we can see why they're in the pits. So as we have a little bit of a look, so obviously trying to get past, I think he's had the issue. It looks a little bit like, I don't know what you think, Tim, but did it look like the car was crabbing a little bit there? Maybe a little bit of suspension damage, sort of, and maybe again have it.
I don't know. It's a bit of a bizarre one, that, and I don't know. That car is still stationary. We'll keep one eye on that and see how they progress. And just looking at that, stage 1 senior after clearing through an amazing move around the outside into turn 1, past Track Limit, and now up to the back of Funk Motorsport, and they've got 11 tenths ahead of them. Our leader in GT3AM. See all the Porsche 911 GT3 is going to be relatively competitive. There's B-Sim, another GT3AMs up the inside of Vulcan there, just clearing through the Porsche Cups right now. Only one left to go. That is the RD SimSport car, our leader in class. There you go. Looks like it's going to be up the inside into turn 3 there. Clear through it. Oh, hold on a minute. That's going to be interesting to see if they're going to come side by side. Out. Oh, nearly. Fortunately, the camera's just moved on slightly there, but I was just thinking whether they were going to potentially trip over one another and actually lose a place there. Vulcan might lose a place, so RD might lose a place to Vulcan, but no, it didn't quite happen. But yeah, it's all there's a lot going on here right now, Seb, isn't there?
it's absolute carnage on the track, and it's always the hardest point in the race, especially for the faster cars, is the first time through traffic, and especially with the pace disparity of the GT4s and the GT3. So yeah, as a former LMP1 driver, it's carnage for the first time through the traffic. You've got to almost wake everybody up and remind them that it's a multi-class race. So it's always carnage, but that's why most of these guys do it, is because if you get it right, it's very enjoyable, as we see some almost full wide action on the back straight, Tim.
It was not quite wide enough, but I tell you what, just look at those two there, all over one another. That stage one trying to get past, and another move round the outside for them. That's gone past Funk Motorsport. Kevin Dewald, normally people overtake on the inside, but both his moves so far from the Porsche driver have come round the outside, seeming to make it work when nobody else can. Let's take a look at.
That's very impressive.
I don't even know what to say, Seb. I don't know what to say.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm with you. Very late on the brakes, managed to get it slowed down. Incredible driving as we have a look at it again, and he just gives more than enough room on the apex there, but just goes clean around the outside. It's almost like he's on sort of like, you know, brand new tyres, but that's not the case. That's incredible from Kevin there. As you're right, he clearly prefers the outside moves at the moment.
The interesting one, that's Deutsche Payments going past Zabi there. That is just having a little look. He's just using the back marker there. That is the FTR in GT4 there to facilitate that move. Let's talk about facilitating move. B-Sim and Greenleaf are all over each other now, and this is a really tricky part of the track to get it done. So you see B-Sim just backing out of it there. This is through 9 and 10, 11. Greenleaf there. Wow, I wasn't sure that was going to end too safely there for a second, Seb.
Especially with them being Porsche Cups. I mean, it's just so easy just to lose the rear end and go around. So great driving by both of them there, and B-Sim will have to regather their efforts and go for another attack on Greenleaf, as they've dropped down a little bit, about half a second behind at the moment. But wow, it's been racing all over. I'm surprised at how close the racing is, considering how tight this track is. So it's good to see the drivers still being able to race each other, as we have a look at the GT3s trying to get past the GT4 cars, and I would not like to be a GT3 driver here at the moment.
I don't know. I don't think I'd like to be a Porsche Cup or a GT4 right now, but at all. Yeah, any of them, especially the Porsche Cups. I mean, hats off to those guys. However, the car we're looking at right now, 11 temps. We've had another message from Colin Wynn saying, keep going. Brian Crawford in 11 temps, and he's leading the way in GT3 maybe track limit and Zabi, and just said Zabi looking for a bit of redemption. As you see, Deutsche Payments just trying to come through and clear everyone as quick as possible. We know that Finn Glenn has got some electric pace. I just needs to maybe be a little bit patient here. It's got to be frustrating, you know, this track. It's not the easiest to overtake on. So it must be so frustrating. But when you're stuck behind someone, you know, it's tight, it's bumpy, so, you know, you can not always get on the power as early as you want to, even if maybe you've got, you know, alongside or even just past the car going through a corner step. Yeah,
you're right. Patience here is got to be key. Of course, they're on their recovery drive after their earlier incident, and you can't get involved in an incident. And you know, we've seen some great moves from Kevin Dewald going around the outside of both turn 3 and turn 1, but I mean, that's not really what you want to be doing. And you hope, and another important sort of aspect of endurance racing is you normally have a teammate watching you and spotting you and sort of telling you when to maybe not make the move, and talking about not making the move or telling teams not to make the move. We've got a race here for 3rd place in GTE Pro, a GT3 Pro even.
We've had Alex Kidd in the chat saying go FTR. Well, it's looking a good day for FTR, 2nd in GT3 Pro. Steve, no, look, trying to find their way past RPM, and that BMW is absolutely all over the back of them. FTR also 3rd in Porsche Cup, 5th in GT4, but there's still a long way to go. And GT4 looking as competitive as it has. Oh, wow, RPM just looked like getting really loose there, Seb, but just about keeping it out of the wall.
Just about keeping it out of the wall, and they will not be wanting too many more of those moments over 3.5 hours of racing, because I think he's used up one of his luck. I always sort of think that in racing you have a certain amount of luck that you use up over a race, and at some point it will run out and it will be disastrous. So you really don't want to be doing that. It's so easy just to damage the steering, and then your race is effectively over. And especially around here, if you knock a track rod out and your steering is off center, it's just going to be so taxing and so difficult to drive, and you'll just end up having more incidents. So it's so crucial, and I'm surprised to see the drivers actually still going so close to the wall and not giving the walls a little bit of extra margin. But I guess they're racing drivers, and you can't really tell racing drivers to go just that little bit slower.
Would be Sim at the moment in Porsche Cup. Greenlee still behind them, and actually these two have swapped places, haven't they? And Stage 1 Senior, they've been called into. Oh, that's gutting. Kevin DeWild, after seeing those two great moves around the outside, they've got a penalty, a stop and hold for causing a collision. That's between themselves and Track Limit, one of the GT4 cars.
Is that the GT4 that's been in the pits? No, it's not. I apologise. So yeah,
yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It is, and also I'll tell you what, Stage 1 Green, they're in the pits as well from GT3M. So they've got two of the Stage 1 teams into the pits. I'm not sure what the green team are in for. That's just looking at it, half an hour into the race. That is very, very early to be making the pits and coming into the pits in one of the GT3s. Maybe they just picked up a little bit of damage, but two Stage 1 teams falling down right down the order now into 24th and 25th overall. Green just ahead of Senior for now, but that is so gutting for Kevin DeWild. After the start that he made, to then have to lose it all due to a penalty is it's got to be soul destroying, surely.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's one of those sort of moments in a race when you can either turn it around and get back out there and drive really consistently, or you can be just overdriving the car. You're too aggressive, you're too upset, and you can end up making more mistakes. So as I was talking about, he's got to have a teammate sort of calming him down, coaching him, but we know he can overtake. He's very quick, and he knows all of the good spots to overtake, which not many other drivers do at the moment. So he's still got a chance, but yeah, you're right. Such a shame, but of course if he caused some damage to another car, then it's fair dues, and I'm sure the stewards would have looked at the incident and are 100% sure that car does deserve its penalty of a 30-second stop and hold.
You just see Artie trying to find their way past Arctic. This could be the move here. It's down into turn 8. No, not this time. And Arctic just keeping hold of that 7th place for now. Oh, no, they're into the wall! Oh, nearly caused a big accident behind. That was 11 tenths. Our leader in GT3M came right up behind these two. Had to throw out the anchor. There's Arctic in all sorts of trouble right now. They've got damage. That is RD. They've got past. So have Next Level Blue in the Audi. They've passed them. Oh, and that car.
Steering's off.
Is that crabbing?
Yeah, it's steering. I just saw through the window there that their steering is massively off, and they've got to pull into the pits, and they are. That's so unfortunate for them, but just see how easy it is to get some terminal damage. As we see.
This is RPM just defending there from No Luck still. No Luck unable to find their way past, and I'll tell you what, No Luck, they've literally by name and by nature in this championship so far, but for right now, they're going really strong in 4th place, and just now everything's calmed down a little bit for a split second. Let's just run you through your order with just over half an hour completed since our last green flag conditions after we had the safety car on the opening lap. So SIM3D Sport, they lead the way. They've got an 8.5-second gap over FTR in second place for Ferrari. RPM, second Ferrari, and third overall right now. However, they're being chased down hard by No Luck in the BMW, her fourth. Then we've got in fifth place, it's FTR Esports Black, followed by Prismatic. They are sixth. Seventh is RD Simsport. Then we've got the first Audi, our lone Audi runner. They are eighth overall. That is next level. Then in ninth overall, it's Byron Crawford. I think I've called him Brian a couple of times. That's me juggling between the numerous screens I've got here, and I think I've made that slight mistake there. For 11 tenths, they lead the way in GT3 They're ninth overall. They're ahead of Funk Motorsport, who are in GT3 Pro. They're not in ninth in class, 10th overall. The recovering Deutsche Payments, you see No Luck trying to make a lunge yet again over third place RPM in that battle for the last place on the podium. What's going on? FTR Esports Black being brought into it as well. Then we're on to GT3 for 12th overall. That's Track Limits with Zarbi, third in GT3 behind them. Then we've got Stage 1 Junior after taking their penalty. Let's see them tumble through the order. And this is Track Limit. What's happened to them? I've seen they've dropped a couple of places. So they just lost it. Oh, they've outbraked themselves, clearing one of the GT4s.
It's very good there to keep it out of the barriers.
I don't know. I thought that was instant one-way ticket to the barrier, but somehow they've just managed to keep it out. I don't know quite how. So yes, they're now 14th overall now and third in class after Zabi have managed to squeeze past them after breaking themselves there. Prismatic B, they are 5th in GT3 16th overall. Then we've got Arctic, who are behind them, and 12th in class right now in GT3 Pro. Then it's on to the Porsche Cups. We've got RD Simsport leading the way over Vulcan Sim Racing. FTR Esports Black, they are third in class with B Sim Racing, Greenleaf, and Sicania are winners last time out, rounding out your field. They're down to GT4. Total Simsport lead the way with backmarker Racing Blue, now nearly 8 seconds behind them. TechSense are rounding out the podium there with JD Sim Racing in 4th. See, another of our winners last time out, not going as strong as they did previously. FTR are 5th, and that is rounding out your field. Retirements so far, it's just the one. We've had D-Line Racing and the Virtual Racing Compound Blue in Porsche Cup, who didn't take to the grid. And that just takes us through it all. And well, you have to wonder, Seb, where can Paul Van Loon of No Luck EM Sport find his way past?
I think with only 20 minutes left to go in the stint, I reckon it's got to be the pit stops. I think he's got to stay behind, save some fuel, and go for an extra lap and try and get the overcut as we see a little bit of a replay.
There's payments coming up the inside. Let's over Funk Motorsport. Funk Motorsport's got Corey Peterson. You see the way that Glenn at Deutsche Payment just almost able to walk away, but I'll tell you what, talking of walk away from it, you can't walk away from this battle at all. And what can No Luck EM Sport do? They need to be careful now, surely, Seb, because FTR are right on the back of them now, and there's just over half a second covering 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
There is indeed, and I'm sure if you're FTR Esports Black at the moment, you must be thinking, let's just get ahead of these guys. You know, we might not necessarily have the one-lap pace of them at the moment, but if we can get ahead and defend as RPM are doing at the moment, you can make your race later on. So I expect a little bit of a lunge from them, as we actually see a lunge from the BMW there, but it's so close, and yeah, he's not taking. Oh, as he almost touches the walls there! Wow, there, and he feels a little bit aggrieved there, but I couldn't quite see why he was so upset with that.
I think it was almost like he felt like that RPM were just slowing up maybe through that little complex there, but that was between. Well, I think that was between turns 9 and 10, and maybe just, you know, not overly impressed with that as he almost trips over the back of the Ferrari. And now this allowed this group to just spread out a little bit, allowing them, you know, like a fine red wine to breathe a little bit. And it's, I tell you what, it's. Having said that, they've now that BMW has clearly got a lot more pace than the lead Ferrari now of RPM, because the way he's all over the back of them, close up so quickly, so they come just trying to clear through the FTR in GT4. Who said they're unable to right now, and they've got Greenleaf in the Porsche Cup just ahead of them as well. And right now, RPM they seem like they're stuck behind the GT4. But they just finally managed to clear it there, Seb.
Yeah, that was they were going to go for a move into turn 4 there, and that looked a little bit like a half-hearted tackle there. There was just, you can't make those moves when you're in traffic. You can't just almost overtake somebody, because you just end up just tangling with somebody. You've got to be very decisive with your overtakes, and he ended up losing a lot more time than he needed to, getting past the FTR GT4. So next up is the slightly harder to lap Greenleaf Porsche Cup, but he needs to get past them quick. This is quite crucial for his third place in this race at the moment. But you have to wonder at some point, is it worth for RPM letting the BMW go? Because he's not driving as well as we've seen him drive at the moment. He does look like he's just struggling with the pressure a little bit that No Luck are putting on him, and you really don't want to be forced into a mistake around here, and maybe letting the BMW go, and actually the BMW makes a very nice move up the inside of turn 1 there, so that's really not worked out very nicely for RPM there. But it's always a risk reward calculation, and the risk is if you let the BMW go through, you might end up not being able to overtake them again. But you might also, they might also force you into a mistake that takes you out of the race. So all the calculations that I'm sure all the teams are doing at the moment, but it does not look like No Luck are gonna just stay behind and are going to stay behind and just stay back. They do want that position, and now the RPM Racing has got to get past the B-Sim Porsche Cup car, which he does on the straight, and he'll easily outbrake him, and maybe the BMW might even be able just to follow him through, which he does, and that's disaster. Oh, it's the FTR goes up the inside!
There's that contact in the background there between the FTR Ferrari and the B-Sim Porsche Cup on the entry into turn 8.
He kept it out of the wall, though. They're still going. The B-Sim Porsche Cup is still ahead of the FTR Esports Black. So that's incredible. I mean, it looked like there was contact there. So that's an incredible save if he's managed to keep that out of the wall. And it looks like he has. That's hopefully we can get a replay of that and applaud his driving.
Well, if they didn't connect, it looked like they were destined for it. Well, I'll tell you what, the Ferrari's into the pits, I think.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit early for GT3. Well, having said that, no, it's not a million miles off. Could this be the chance for No Luck to get past her finally on the inside line? Who's going to be last of the late breakers into turn 3? RPM run it round the outside. We know that works. We've seen Stage 1 Senior make it work as they're round the outside again, holding on for that dear life. It's RPM and Jackson. Patrick Gannon there. Wow, how has No Luck not been able to get past there? They've had the inside line for the last 2 corners. But somehow, clearly, it's the outside. You need to reverse your thinking here, Seb. The outside line is the way to go if you want to get an overtaking move done.
I think so. I think the RPM racing car into the brakes is just so strong at the moment. You can just see that, you're right, with No Luck being on the inside, and the RPM didn't even look like he was struggling to slow it down there and around the outside of turn 3. That's yeah, you're right. I think if you want to get a successful move at the moment, the outside is certainly the place to be, which is around Belle Isle. Never thought I'd be saying, and I'm so glad that I'm sat in the commentary box rather than driving these cars, because I think I'd be too scared to even attempt to move around the outside of any of these corners.
No, I completely and utterly agree with you. It's like dicing with death, isn't it? You see again, taking the defensive line. It's on the run. down to turn 3 and hard onto the brakes. We know that outside line does work, but no luck. Not up alongside close enough this time. And I was just looking at, obviously, FTR, they were behind them. Obviously, they did come into the pits. They have come back out in 14th place. Likewise, the stop in GT3 is Arctic. Ooh, a bit of a kiss with a barrier, with the wall there, I think, Seb.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think RPM is just touched the barrier. Looks like they're still okay for now, but that's exactly what I was talking about. In RPM being forced into a mistake by no luck, and I think they're very, very lucky to get away with minimal damages. You need such a light tap in these cars just to. If you get a light tap in the wrong spot, you can take out the suspension, the steering, and at that point your race is over. So I think RPM still need to be thinking about maybe letting no luck by, and just, especially now that FTR isn't behind them, and you would have thought would have to make an extra stop at the end as they stopped before the hour. So they're kind of a little bit out of contention at the moment. Maybe it's worth letting no luck go by and just following them for a bit. And yeah, this is why I love endurance racing, and I'm sure it's why the viewers do too. There's so many strategic options here. It's not just like a sprint race when you have to get past the driver. You can really think about it. So very interesting as we see our race leader in GT4, Paul Busby, up by about almost 9 seconds the gap now back to Backmarker Racing Blue, and he's found his old nemesis of that's the oh no, that's is that Sakanya?
It's Vulcan in front of them, I think that is. I was just trying to look for a livery. A couple of the Porsche Cups have got quite similar ones. So yeah, that's Vulcan ahead of them, with Blakesley on board for them, the Brits, and yeah, it did look a little bit like the Sim Party car for a second there, but they are still in the pits. They have been stationary for 4 minutes just now. So not having the best of times here, and they're well off. It must be repairing damage. It's the second time they've been into the pits today. But I'll tell you what, we've track limit from GT3 there in. Likewise, who else have we got? Stage 1 green. Oh no, so they've been a little while. They have. Apologies about that. I thought we got someone else into the pits. My eyes are escaping me. And Seb, I mean, you talk about the strategic element, and I mean, surely that's got to be either a larger part at a track like this, where it is so tight and overtaking opportunities aren't as plentiful as, say, someone like maybe a Spa or a Monza, for example.
Yeah, I'm sure most of the teams would have been thinking about strategy and perfecting it, because you're right, you can't really overtake here, and you don't want to lose any time through the strategy unless you really have to. And the way that I do it with my team is we always plan for the best case scenario of a race, so no damage, no incidents, but that's never really going to happen here. I think there's a high likelihood, a very high likelihood of you gaining some damage and having to go off piste and ending up with having to pit for damage, or maybe pit a little bit earlier than expected. But I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to see if some of the GT4 cars lower down in the field, and maybe some Porsche Cups, maybe even some of the GT3 cars that are low, just to take a gamble and maybe pit early and maybe just hope on the safety car. I think it's kind of an interesting dynamic with the FTR League, is because you've got the safety car, you can maybe gamble just that little bit more, but you really can't factor the safety car into your strategy. So yeah, very, very interesting. And yeah, I'm trying to think what I would do, and I think if I was somewhere like JD Sim Racing, as we see a little bit of a lapping maneuver there, so that's RPM through, and also looks like no luck will get past. No, they won't, so they'll have to get past into turn 3, so that's halted their run to RPM just a little bit. But if I was FTR, Esports White, JD Sim Racing, maybe even Tech Sense, maybe trying to come into the pits earlier, grab a new set of tyres, and just see if I can push the car. I know it's. I think if you're 22 seconds off the lead in your class, you might as well try something different. So it'll be interesting to see later on in this race whether they can, whether that happens. So yeah, so as we just have a a look. I'm still surprised that RPM's ahead. I think it's been a gallant effort from Patrick Gannon in third place to.
It is. We've had a message in chat, funnily enough, about them, Seb, saying which is they say Patrick Gannon. He's fine under pressure, and certainly won't be letting anyone by. So clearly a bit of a war message, almost. No lucky M Sports and their team and their fans over chat there.
I take back what I'm saying then. So yeah, if he's not affected by pressure, then he's a much better driver than I could ever hope to be. So yeah, let's hope we see the racing, and it's been remarkably clean so far. I mean, they've been within a second of each other for most of this first hour of the race, and to not make any contact or anything has been very impressive. So as long as it continues, I mean, go for it, and it can only provide interest for us as the broadcasters and commentators.
So, just to bring you up to date, FTR Esports Black 2, they're currently 11th in class. They incurred a penalty, but they've got a drive-through for contact with B-Sim. There's also an incident under investigation between RD and Arctic. We'll keep you up to date with any changes of what's happening with those guys right now. So we just see Zabi and second in class. A little bit of luck maybe has helped them, but hey, you've got to be there, haven't you, Seb, to capitalise on these moments when luck does come your way.
Exactly, and luck is a major part of motor racing, especially sim racing, and yeah, I know the feeling to be on the receiving end of bad luck, but also the receiving end of good luck. So you're right, you've got to be there. You've got to be lapping consistently, and I think that's a word that if you talk to the drivers, you'll hear a lot. Consistency. You've got to be there at the end to get a good result, and I think they will. Although we're almost an hour into the race now, and we haven't had too many major incidents apart from, of course, the safety car at the start of the race. So yeah, they've been lucky, but you kind of make your own luck in motorsport. So all good.
But do you know what might aid your luck? It's probably a message a message from one of our sponsors at SIM3D. If you're looking to enhance your sim racing experience with custom design parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use, their products are made to order. They're designed by sim racers for sim racers. You can head across to their website, which all the details can be found down below in the description. On the Total Sim Sport YouTube channel. For nearly, I don't know where this last hour's gone, Seb, but we're some 6 minutes away from it. We've had, I don't know, in some ways we've had a lot of drama, but also it's been relatively calm in other ways. It's been a bit of an oddball one, hasn't it?
It has indeed. You're right. There's been a lot of drama, you'd say, for a normal start to a race, but for Belle Isle, I think everybody's been very well behaved and taking the challenge appropriately and not maybe pushing, apart from the incident that we saw at turn 2 on the first lap. I just want to mention that Total Sim Sport in the GT4 class, so the gap is now up to 13.5 seconds, so an incredible job by Paul Busby to increase that gap. And we mentioned, I think just as the race got underway properly about 50 minutes ago now, that he hadn't really gapped back marker, but he's rectified that, and it's been a stunning run of pace for him so far.
Yeah, it seems to be. Well, you see him just coming around to lap another of the GT4s there, and I think that's the track limit card there, and I mean just. To make sure they got through all safely there. Didn't want to stray in depth. Our leader from GT3 AM, they are in to the pits. That's 11 attempts. Byron Crawford at the wheel. Likewise, we've got Deutsche Payments into the pits and Funk Motorsport. So the 3 Porsche drivers all in right now as we're getting into the pit window fully and well and truly now. But I just rediscovered my point I was going to make. Oh, well, there we go. Our leader's in as well. It's from Sim3D. I mean, just going back, Busby from Total Sim Sport, he seems to be a little bit better in just managing that traffic compared to what back marker is, and I'm guessing that's where the big time advantage has come from between the two drivers who, when they were, you know, racing, it's all the RPM are in likewise, and No Luck as well. They've come in together. That's going to be interesting to see when they come out the pits who's going to emerge in front. But yeah, I'm guessing that's where Total Cinesport have been able to find that time difference between themselves from back marker, as they were just so close early on.
I think you're right, and it's such a crucial part of endurance racing is to be able to get through traffic, and there's also an art to being lapped. As you're the slowest class, you'll end up you'll be lapped more than you are, say, lapping over other people. But there is a real art to be able to lose as little time as possible, and it's a very important skill. And I think, you know, Paul Busby has done a great job at managing that throughout his stint. I'm interested to see when some of the other GT3s come into stop, and can they make it towards the hour, or at least closer to the hour? Because if you're stopping now, I think you're going to have to splash and dash at the end, and that could be crucial for who wins this race and who finishes where. So watch out for that, and I'll keep up to date on my timings screens, and I'll let you know if anybody does make it past the hour.
Well, I'll tell you one interesting thing that's happened out of the round of pit stops is that No Luck have come out in front of RPM, who was stationary for a long time. So 59 seconds compared to a just shy of 32 second stop for No Luck. So they found a big old chunk of time there, Seb. I mean, clearly it must be just, you know, getting rid of some damage that the car had incurred where it was just battling so hard. Prismatic, they are into the pits. Well, both their teams, A and B, so from Pro and Am, and maybe just, you know, shifting a bit of damage there, Seb.
It could also be tyres. It seems around about 30 seconds, give or take. So maybe No Luck haven't taken tyres. That's quite a gamble around this track. But you're right, it could also be damage. So if we get any more information, we'll let you know. But that's my God. I mean, not taking tyres around here.
Well, and interestingly, the track temperature has gone up a little bit. So it's 30 degrees. So it's, I mean, we are 2:30 local time just coming up to, and it's, you know, it's not going to get exactly any cooler. So surely, Seb, that's not going to aid tyre wear. So is that a risk not necessarily worth taking at this stage in the race of not changing your tyres to gain an advantage time-wise?
It's a huge risk. Maybe No Luck feel that they have so much pace that they're losing that it's worth the gamble. But I mean, I'd say if I was running the strategy, and of course if they have opted to not take tyres, which they might not have done, then yeah, I wouldn't have double stinted tyres at this stage in the race. But they might be thinking that if they can just stay ahead, if they can do what RPM did to them and just manage to defend all throughout their stint, and then they can pit and then everybody takes tyres, they've effectively gained the position, if that makes sense. But it's a big risk, and yeah, you're opening yourself to a lot more issues with, you know, incidents with the barrier, or, you know, yeah, it's if they've done what I think they've done and not taken tyres, I'm struggling to see why they would have done at this stage of the race. But maybe it's just damage, and we'll hope to hear from them soon and see if they have indeed not opted to double stint tyres.
So FTR, they came in from the lead, which allowed obviously SIM3D, you can see on your screen right now, to head resume leading the race here in Detroit. Just having a little look as well. So we've got some of these drivers, they are into the pits. Likewise, our leader from GT4, Total Cinesport, they have just come in. Backmarker, TechSense, and FTR in GT4, they're all going to go round again by the looks of things. Also, we've had FTR Esports White from GT4, they have come in. Likewise, have JD Sim Racing as well. Definitely changing around down there. As we just watch our leader right now as we officially made it through the first hour of racing here let's run you through your overall official standings right now. So, SIM3D, as we mentioned, they lead the way for BMW. It's the FTR, a Ferrari. That then starts off a line of 4 BMWs. We've got the No Lucky M Spot, Prismatic A, RD Sim Sport, and then Arctic currently making up your top 6. Then it's FTR Esports Black in the Ferrari. They're 7th overall. Next Level Racing, they've climbed a few places. They're at 4 into 8th place in the Audi. And then it's Deutsche Payments, which we saw from that mistake earlier from Glenn, which saw him lose a whole heap of time and fall right down through the order. He's recovered the car back up to 9th in class. And then RPM, after that extended stop, they are now down in 10th place. So they've dropped 7 places during that pit stop. That then, to round out the field in GT3 Pro, it is then Funk Motorsport, followed by Stage 1 Junior and then Stage 1 Senior, who will be absolutely gutted after making 2 amazing moves early on. GT3 Am, that's being led by Zabi right now. Great performance from them. They've just managed to take the lead over 11 tenths. Track Limit a 3rd in class with B-Sim and then Prismatic B and Sunday Drivers rounding out your field. Actually, no, sorry, Stage 1 Green they are moving again, but they are well down out of pace after that massive stop earlier. Porsche Cup, RD Sim Sport, they are on top right now in Porsche Cup as the pit stops are just starting to happen for these guys. Then it is Vulcan Sim Racing and FTR Esports Black. They're both in the pits at the moment, in 2nd and 3rd. Greenleaf are 4th with B-Sim. And actually, FTR Black in Porsche Cup, they've had a driver change by the looks of things. Sukanya, they are currently 6th place. And then we've got the Sim Party, they've got back going again, but likewise, they are well off the pace. GT4, well, that's going to change ever so slightly. Currently, it's back marker, but they've just come into the pits, followed by Tech Sense, their 2nd, Total Sim Sport for now a 3rd, but you would expect them to resume the lead of that category. JD is 4th, FTR Esports White are 5th, with D-Line retiring the car all the way back on lap 11. Already a retirement so far. Other than that, we've had Virtual Racing Compound, who did not take to the grid and didn't start. Oh, wow, what an hour it has been, Seb. It's been crazy at times, hasn't it?
It's been absolutely, crazy. I don't think I can find another word to describe this race, and it's been some really close racing, some great action, and I just wanted to make a little bit of a point of the strategy. So most people actually did end up having around about a 30-second pit stop. So yeah, RPM definitely out of the ordinary with their 59-second pit stop time. So I can't quite work out the strategy here, but if I'm right, I think that they might have taken tyres, or they've decided to repair the damage. We did see them touch the wall a few times, so maybe they've decided to repair the damage, but I'm very interested in the GT3 strategy at the moment, and that's certainly something to keep an eye on as we head into race hour 2 of this 4-hour race.
For that hour, we're now joined by Chris Rowlands in the commentary booth. As you're going to leave me now, Seb, after what's been a glorious hour, and Chris to take over and have a well-earned break.
Yes, Tim, you're now firmly in my clutches. I'm not just in your ear, I'm now in everyone's ear. So good luck for the next 2 hours, everyone. While we've been going through the standings, I think something's happened for the Porsche Cup lead. So we had Anders get past Brandon Blakely, who, you can just see he's just span it on the exit of the corner there. I believe that's 12. So not too far away from the pit lane. And it does look like Brandon hasn't had too much damage to the car. Certainly when they came into the pits, he was stopped at 28 seconds, which is actually quicker than every other Porsche Cup stop so far. But Vulcan were leading quite comfortably for a while. I say comfortably, it was a few seconds, but they weren't exactly under huge pressure, and that's shaken it up quite a little bit in that category so far, because we've not really seen too much of the Porsche Cup because they've been behaving.
Yeah, Porsche Cup has been very, very well behaved. I'm not sure how this is going to go though, between the Audi of Next Level, and then the Deutsche Payment Porsche. We know that Vin Glenn of Deutsche Payments is not afraid to get his elbows out where necessary as they just clear GT4 there. Oh, and almost a little bit of contact in the background there. That's the stage 1 cars. Also RPM coming through as well. I tell you what, RPM, they've really closed up on these guys where they've got almost held up a little bit behind the Porsche Cup. So, sorry, behind the GT4, sorry. And it's really allowed them to close up. And despite making good progress early on, Deutsche Payments have almost stagnated a little bit around this, you know, and struggled to get past. I mean, not sure. We'll see if they can do a Kevin DeWall and get the move done around the outside. No, that's been covered off there by Leisure of Next Level Racing, the Audi. But you see, it's just absolutely all over the back of him. We've not seen a move done here yet today. And Glenn's got the rightest alongside the Next Level Racing Audi, but they just managed to keep hold of it, and they have contact. They touch bumpers once again. And oh, this could end in disaster. We're going to go almost 2 by 2 here on the run down to turn 8. Hold tight, everyone. As RPM just say, thank you very much, I'll have a bit of that gap. They slip past Deutsche Payment, who say, no, I'm having that back off you. Of course, we know that stage 1, sorry, RPM, that is, we know that they're obviously coming for the field after that extended stop, and that could have ended in a near disaster there, Chris, but I'm amazed it didn't somehow. Despite a bit of argy-bargy, everyone's managed to keep hold of it.
We've just had a safety car go.
Oh, we have, haven't we? Oh, this is going to be gutting for a few people. So Vulcan in Porsche Cup had an 11-second gap over second place. In GT4, there was a nearly 15-second gap between first and second. This is how it all happened. This was RD Simsport, who were our leader in Porsche Cup.
Oh dear, right on the racing line as well.
And that car is sideways. That's the 11 tenths GT3 AM that came through there and hit them.
Safety car has just left the pit lane, so it will be catching up to Sean Campbell. Now, I was going to make a point about pit stops as I came in, but there was too much racing happening, which is nice. They were obviously, you know, they pretty much started under safety car conditions. So where pretty much all the GT3s and the GT4s have pitted just under the hour, you've got to bear in mind that was with about 10 minutes of safety car running in addition. So let's say, obviously this is now changed, if there had been no more safety cars, it would have been a real struggle for the drivers to get round without the extra pit stop. But anyone who does manage it, so that's why I was keeping an eye on FTR Red, who stopped 2 laps later than Sean Campbell in the lead. And Sean Campbell's lead is obviously gone now, because Jackson's going to be right behind him by the end of this safety car period, depending on how the wave rounds work and if there's any lap traffic in the way. And yeah, it would have been interesting if anyone had really managed to eke out. I mean, no one in GT3 could have managed to eke out. It would have been an extra 4 laps. But had anyone not stopped just before that safety car had come round, they would have got a free stop. So this safety car has come at a really interesting time strategy-wise. I mean, I can't wait to see what's going to happen as we come back out of the safety car period. I don't know about you, Tim.
I think for anyone watching at home, now's time to run off. Yeah, have a quick toilet break, grab yourself a drink, because we're going to be on the safety car for the next couple of laps before we go green again here at Belle in Detroit. And I think this has shaped it on its head. You know, pretty much everyone in first place had big leads over the second place car. It was, you know, it was like that in Porsche Cup, GT4, GT3 Pro, and it is in AM as well. And these leads are going to be, well, they're going to be diminished heavily. I mean, you can see in GT4, the gap on the left-hand side of your screen right now, it's down to 3 seconds. So that's killed off pretty much 10 seconds of the gap that, you know, that Busby had built up in the Total Sim Sports car. Likewise, in Porsche Cup, Brandon Blakesley had a brilliant first stint and pulled out a similar sort of gap over FTR Black in Porsche Cup. However, that is now all gone, and you can see from what was like I think it was 38 seconds that SIM3D had over FTR. That is now down to 8 seconds. They've still got to sort themselves out a little bit. If we've got someone dived into the pits there, I didn't quite catch that. I think was that the Funk Motorsport Porsche that came in. Sunday drivers they've also popped into the pits as well for a stop. And maybe, I mean, this is an interesting one, Chris. It hasn't been that long, like you were saying earlier, since the last pit stop. However, do you come in for a splash and dash that maybe could benefit you later down the line?
Well, yes, I think they may be thinking what we're thinking, in that let's assume, obviously you should never make assumptions with your strategy, but if there are no more safety cars after now, by pitting and filling up now, you're pretty much ensuring that you don't need that end of race splash and dash. So you keep an eye on the end of the race. If this is the last safety car, Deutsche Payment, FTR, Black and Arctic Racing, they're the ones that have pitted. They may well get a pretty huge jump, because the actual travel time in the pit lane for most drivers in the GT3 category has been about 25 seconds. Obviously, they're going along the pit straight as part of that. But if the stop is still only going to be about 10 seconds for a splash and dash, 35-40 seconds, any racing driver would bite your arm off for a 40-second advantage in a 4-hour endurance race, because that is huge. That's nearly half a lap round here.
I mean, interesting one as well. So second and third in GT3 AM, so that's 11 tenths and track limit respectively. They have been waved round past the safety car, so you can probably see 2 yellow dots off by themselves in the latter part of the lap, and then the track map in the top right corner of your screen right now. They're going to catch right up onto the back of Zabi, who lead the way for Ferrari in GT3 AM. So it did look initially like without that wave round they would have had a massive, massive gap, but that's now going to be diminished down to nothing. I think we've got another couple of more laps, I'd probably guess, of this, Chris, and yellow flag conditions here, well, the safety car conditions, sorry, before we get racing again.
Yeah, and I think actually we may have touched on it already, but one of the biggest losers from this safety car period, and I think many of the safety car periods, just by the nature of the tightness of the class. Paul Busby, Total Sim Sport, all that work he's put in to build that gap, that's gone. And Peter Elson is a pretty quick driver, back marker. I think it's fair to say that Paul has got a slight pace advantage over the rest of the field, but back marker especially, they're not mugs. David Contos and GT, he's not a mug either. I mean, none of them are mugs. I probably shouldn't go down that road. But it's not going to take a huge amount to imagine that the back marker JD TechSense, even Lee Belcher in the FTR, they can keep up with him. And all it's going to take as they bunch up is one minor incident, although you can see Paul is in the background there. He's slightly out of position, really, if we just go back there. He's not that far from the front. I mean, the other problem for him there is he's got all these GT3s.
Well, yeah, I mean, you just saw backmarker blue just come through the camera shot there just towards the end before it moved on. So, like you say, he does have... I'm just trying to have a little look at who is between them. So that's... we've got the Stage 1 BMW. I think that's the junior team that's behind them. I'll tell you what, hold on, I'm just going to bear with me one moment. I'm going to get this officially for you. So track limit, they've just come into the pits. FTR Black from Porsche Cup, they've come into the pits as well. Now, where is... Okay, bear with me 1 second, Chris. I'm going to give you positioning. Okay. Right, so between them is, Stage 1 Junior BMW in GT3 Pro. Then they've got the Greenleaf Porsche Cup. I mean, there is a chance that I think in Busby for Total Sim Sport will keep that Porsche Cup between them. So we see the RD Sim Sport Porsche Cup. That's Ankerson on board for that one. He's being waved round. Just having a little bit look at Roberto Di Felippis. That would be of Sicania. He's been waved round. Well, he had been, but I was just having a look at it. Looks like they've maybe had a change back again because Roberto Chichirria is in the car for them. I'm not sure how this is going to quite pan out, Chris, really. There's so many little narratives coming on. You know, you look at the second place in GT3 Pro, FTR, they've got no luck right behind them. There's so many little micro stories and little battles that we need to keep one eye on. You know, Sacagna are now right behind Greenleaf. You've got, as we've mentioned, the GT4 one, that battle between over second place, but also the battle over third. Texans, they've got JD Sim Racing right behind them.
Well, while we've got the safety car going, Tim, we might be able to talk to team manager of Prismatic Motorsports, Jamie Jessica Martin. Welcome to the commentary booth, Jamie. It's been a pretty, certainly for Prismatic A, it's been a sort of similar story really, with Emily has just slowly made her way back up to the front and showing her real pace here so far. I think that might be fair to say, I think.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely fair to say. Emily has definitely just wanted to let the race play out. We knew that Belle Island was going to be an interesting prospect when it came to the potential of safety cars. So because of that, we wanted to make sure we were just going to keep ourselves nice, comfortable, out of trouble, and then for us, we'll benefit from mistakes that get made further up the order.
Yeah, I think it's how are Emily and I suppose Elise, who has actually just gone into the pit lane, are they finding overtaking? I've seen Elise has been. I think it's fair to say running her own race and making sure people get past as they come near her, which is paying off so far because she's still in the race.
Absolutely. So for Elise, that was her plan very much from the off. She wanted to kind of set an average of a 131. Just try and keep the cut. Try and keep some pace, but not necessarily throw herself under the bus by accident or something along those lines. So she's been really comfortable. She's been really careful, and I think it's gone quite well for her. Emily's not feeling too bad at the moment. I think she fully kind of expected this kind of thing to happen, so she's just sticking to her plan and seeing how things go.
Do you feel like this safety car is certainly for Emily, I think, a bit of an advantage because it's just allowed those gaps up the front to close up, and you know she's going to be right up there with No Luck FTR and SIM3D now, so it's put a win right back into contention. Is that the current target, would you say? Yeah,
agreed. We've been kind of joking, obviously. The race before, obviously, we finished on the podium, Red Bull Ring, Spa, after post-race penalties, we finished P2. The joke has been that it's a sign to say that she's at least got a chance at winning this time round. Otherwise we've been deceived by the racing gods.
No, I'm assuming Emily is soloing this. Is Elise doing the same, or is Elise sharing the GTs today?
Elise is sharing the GTs as per with the second driver Lilac for the B team. Lilac, I believe, is probably going to hop in the car relatively shortly. That's probably why. No, she's still in the car. Never mind.
Maybe they're half and halving it. I imagine that I guess 4 hours. It's quite easy to, and with sort of roughly hour-long stints, it kind of works that way reasonably well, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the safety car, of course, has had an impact, but at the same time, yeah, we're just waiting for to get to that halfway mark, and then Elise should be able to hop into the car. Sorry, Lilac should be able to hop into the car. I can't even remember my drivers' names at this point.
Now, I was going to have some other questions, but it looks like the safety car's lights have gone out, so I might need to hand back over to Tim. So thanks for having a chat with us, Jess, and hopefully you guys can have a good race.
No problem. Well, thank you very much for having me.
Cheers.
Wow. Just back in time as we're about to go green again. For this, effectively the third time. It's our second safety car period here at Belle Isle in the SIM3D GT series by FTR events, and SIM3D, their team leads the way once again. Campbell leaving it to the last second again, and we're away racing. It's green, green, green again here in Detroit. And already pulling out and away, but it's that battle over third place where it's getting interesting, and everyone's trying to swarm their way past the Sim Sport GT4 right now as they all race down to turn 3. And it's looking incredibly tight as No Luck head past. Likewise to Stage 1 Junior. As Silsport just tucking back in, looking really out of place right now, getting swarmed by these battling GT3s all around him. It's got Prismatic locked in a fight with RD right behind him, going side by side. And luckily, that's just going to make them yield. But if anything, this is playing into Silsport's hand right now, because stuck right behind these two battling GT3s is Backmarker, as they now finally clear Silsport. You can see Next Level and RPM just clearing Backmarker in the background there to get past, but they're now going to head up and get stuck behind Busby for Turtles Simsport. There's you see the Audi bouncing across the curb. They're just managing to hold on to it as we all start to just maybe settle down a little bit. We're around 3/4 of the way round the lap. Out of turn 12 now. And it looks like everyone has got away relatively cleanly, Chris, after what was a very hairy start initially.
Well, you say that, but they've just called another safety car. I think that was...
it's 5th place in Porsche Cup. It's Kanya. Something's happened to them.
Well, I think they went into the pits. It sounds like they had a bit of confusion or a black flag of some sort. I wonder if that was potentially a language barrier. We've seen that before, where they've had successful races in ISREC, and we've not really been able to have a chat with them because they're not fully comfortable speaking fluently in English. And if you've not had to deal with these safety cars before, I wonder if there's just been a bit of miscommunication, because they pitted just as we were about to go green there. So I think they may have had an in-sim black flag. And I wonder if that's just perhaps caused an issue. But SDK, which is what tracks all of our incidents, it's not actually showing up any incidents. So I'm not entirely sure what's caused that. And of course, with the field being so mixed in together at the moment, I'm sure it will have been probably just some contact somewhere through the grid. I know he's our own boy, but a special shout out to Paul Busby for keeping his head in what was quite a mad half a lap there, really.
It's surrounded by, and also you've got to, hats off as well to Backmarker just behind them. They both those two GT4s were swarmed not only by GT3s but battling GT3s who were scrapping like mad with one another, and then they were just trying to keep it cool with everything all happening around them. And at least at other tracks, non-street circuits, you can take to the grass a little bit just to try and get yourself out of trouble, or take a trick across the gravel trap or something like that to avoid it from destroying your race. Here, everything's left on the table. There's no escape. One mistake and you're in the wall, and with that sort of closeness in terms of the whole pack, it could end up in not just your own race but other people's going down the pan as well. And for those two teams to just keep their calm and their nerve and their cool through that period, hats off to them massively. Some epic driving from those guys. We've still got lights on the safety car, so that doesn't look like that's going to be in this time. So we've got a bit of a gap.
It was, however, just announced by the stewards that this will be a quick safety car with no wave round. So I suspect this will be the last lap under the safety car. One thing worth pointing out as well is big advantage for Sean Campbell here is he is not racing the 192. That is the B-Sim of Loic Lamole, who is a lap down, 4th in GT3 AM. So that's someone for Jackson Lowry in 2nd place to have to deal with, while Sean Campbell can just waltz off on his merry way. And yes, you can see the safety car lights have gone out, so this will be the last lap under this safety car. And also, I suspect this extra safety car is just guaranteeing that no one should have to do a splash and dash. Although, if we get one more safety car later on, we could well be looking at one less pit stop in general. Would they start looking at going for an insane fuel saving strategy just to get rid of one extra pit stop?
It's an interesting point, Chris. I think you'd have to have a lot of luck in terms of safety cars and things going your way. But we've seen crazier things happen, and I don't know. It's an interesting one. But while we pause to deliberate on that that thought for a moment, just from one of our sponsors, Go for the Gap. If you're looking to find the very best in F1 and motorsport art and graphics, head across to their Etsy store code. So, I've completely and utterly lost that part of my message there. You can head across to the Etsy store and use code 10TOTALSimSport for 10% off motorsport prints. You can also follow them on Twitter, where they are at GoForTheGapCo. All those details are below in the description. Of course, don't forget you can give ourselves a little subscribe and a little cheeky thumbs up as well if you're enjoying the action. It's definitely been a manic, not first, and crazy, full of drama first 90 minutes here at Belle, and I think this is definitely going to be one to remember come the end of the season, Chris, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've been pretty impressed with the driving standards, I must say. Belle is a very difficult track. I don't think we can understate just how difficult it is. And, you know, these drivers are on top form to be able to get around. I mean, we saw it in qualifying. Just even someone like Paul Busby, who messed up all of his first 3 laps. He's the quickest driver in the GT4 field, and if he's struggling, that shows you how difficult the track is. And that's just hot lapping and qualifying with just a few other cars on the track. Imagine what it's like now, where we have got, I believe, still 33 cars in the running. It might be 32, but you know, over 30. That's a lot of vehicles on this track. It's not the longest track either. It's a 90-second lap. But I've been going on long enough, Tim. I think it's time to hand back over to you, as we're about to go for another race restart here.
We are not far long now until the safety car will pull in. It's rounding turn 14 now. Keep half an eye on the battle between RD SimSport and Prismatic A in GT3 Pro. Also GT3 Am between Zabi and Track Limit, who are really close together. JD and TechSense in GT4, they're close together, likewise the top 2. But we're away again, and Cam, I'll tell you what, SIM3D did not hang around this time. Proper, got to move on there. Didn't back the pack up as we all go green again here once more. I tell you what, it's a great start. They've really put some clean air between themselves and FTR. They've pulled out a bit of an advantage as they've made light work there. But just looking in the background, RPM, they could lose a couple of places here. They're battling out with RD. And wow, they're really close between those two guys. They've got one of the Porsches in GT3 AMs just coming through that stage 1 green. Made light work of them. Just keeping another eye. So GT4 is remaining as is at the moment, but they are really, really close to one another. There's only about 4 seconds covering first to 4th place right now, and about 6 seconds covering the whole field in that. Track Limit have made it past Zabi in GT3 Am, so that's a change for position there. You see our leader in GT4 right behind him. Let's take another look at how exactly that happened. And pretty easy in the end. That was coming over the start-finish straight there. As you see Deutsche Payment having a bit of a battle out as well with Track Limit.
Now that'll be interesting, because that's on the safety car restart. They are not allowed to overtake before the start-finish line. So I don't know if that happened necessarily. Chris? Yeah, that looked a little bit. There was a little bit of confusion there.
Hold on, are they giving the place?
No, that's car number. That's position 20. That's a lapped car.
Apologies about that one. Me getting a bit all.
That's Elise Main and Prismatic B, I think.
So this could be really, really interesting to watch out. We'll keep an eye on what's happening in the stewards' booth as well, because it's going to be interesting as we see Zabi locked in a bit of a battle. That's FTR.
It is actually under investigation, Tim. Sorry to interrupt. Tom Minot in the Track Limit. The restart is under investigation, so it may well be that position was taken before the start-finish line, which they're not allowed to do. They can get alongside a car before the start-finish line, but they're not allowed to go and overtake before it.
Brilliant. Thank you for that, Chris. So all we see is a free wide. This can't end well, and you see the Porsche Cup just backing out of it there. As FTR bang doors once more with Track Limit. And Track Limit just make it through ahead. As they're battling hard. They've given the place back to Zabi. I think that's what that was all about. You can see along here, it was set up maybe a little bit clumsily, just trying to box in FTR and prevent them getting past as well. But FTR saw the gap. You can see him, that Ferrari, just pulling alongside and just trying to create some room. But 2 into 1, especially at this track, does not go. But somehow everyone makes it through cleanly, prevents yet another safety car happening once more. As we see in Porsche Cup, it is close once more between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So we come across the start-finish line. That completed in these green conditions once more. So we've got RD SimSport just... What's happened to FTR down in GT4? It's a Scania Porsche ahead of them.
I think what it was so Lee Belcher had got ahead of David Contos, but I think what it was JD Sim Racing have had to pit, which is very unfortunate timing for them. I wonder if they've got damage, and Zdenek Kaska is getting in that car, so Contos is out and Kaska is in.
Oh, that's a really important... They're going to lose a whole heap of time. Not the best time to be pitting, especially just after we've had 2 safety car periods, so... fortunate for them, of course, on winners last time out at Spa. As we see Ankerson right now still in 2nd place in class. And I tell you what, Vulcan are sitting pretty, and they'll be loving this. They've got 10 seconds over this group from 2nd, 3rd. They're in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They're all battling out, scrapping, and they've got a bit of traffic coming through them as well. This is going to surely allow Vulcan to pull, you know, some good gap over them. I mean, just looking at it, Chris, I think they've got about 8 cars between themselves and 2nd place in Class RD SimSport.
Yep, and that's where the safety cars can really make a big difference, as that's Christopher Cook in the FTR Black going slowly and getting overtaken. So that's Johnny Elia up to 11th overall and 3rd in class.
I think there's damage on that car. I'm wondering if he's had a brush with the wall.
We can have a quick look at it and just see what's going on there. That wing doesn't look entirely straight. It doesn't look so bad from there, but it's wiggling under braking a lot there. That's difficult enough to deal with on a track circuit, let alone a street circuit with all these bumps. I think again, it's one of those things that if you don't drive these cars, you can sometimes... he's going for the overtake on the 111 of Johnny Elia. He's got that place back. So if he is damaged, it's not affecting the pace of that car whatsoever. That's the Canadian Christopher Cook goes through.
I think it's an interesting one, really, this, Chris, because obviously it's not a down... there's not really long enough stretch to be able to slipstream behind someone, so you don't have to worry about that being an issue. Top speed, because the cars are never going to top out here, and it's not really long enough to get enough momentum. So I think maybe they're just happy to live with it, and hence why it doesn't seem to be affecting them too much at all.
Seem to be so far. We had a comment earlier in chat about RPM Racing, because obviously Seb picked up they were the only ones to take tyres in the front pack, and no one really opted of these front few GT3s to take that extra stop during the safety cars, and Pat Gannon's got back up to 4th already. He's got Paul Van Loon in his sights, and that gap to Sean Campbell is only 8 seconds now. If there's no safety cars, we could really see Gannon and RPM make hay while the sun is shining.
And where it looks a bit out of place, I tell you what, TechSense have just come into the pits in GT4. It's allowed FTR to move up a place into 3rd. What looked like they were the only ones to do it, so you had to question, is that the right move? But under all these safety car periods, it could well be. I mean, I know that the other people's, tyre lives are going to be extended because they're, not going to be in the heat. It's given them a chance for tyre temperatures to cool right down, Chris. But actually, when you're going to be battling hard to have that much fresher rubber and have that extra grip available to yourself under those restart conditions, it could well be an absolutely inspired move. It could be. I think it's showing because, look, they're up to 4th place.
Now, I wonder if safety car risk was a factor in that decision from them, because they're probably thinking, look, I know we've just gone about 45 minutes without a safety car, but it can't carry on forever, as RD SimSports are into the pit lane from 5th. And I wonder if they were just thinking, well, let's just take that chance that there will be a safety car. But even if there's not, we trust Gannon's pace. We trust all of our pace. Gannon has already shown he can make the overtakes. We've seen that already. if you believe your driver can take advantage of their pace around the circuit, if you're willing to sacrifice track position, it can pay off handsomely. And it's looking like it will do here. And again, you've got to take these risks with endurance strategy because you can't predict what's going to happen. And I think that's one of the absolute beauties of having a proper safety car system here in the FTR series. I think it's provided some really interesting strategic options for our teams.
I think, yeah, it definitely is. And I'll tell you what, if nice little segue into hearing from one of our sponsors, it's SIM3D. If you're looking to enhance your sim racing experience with custom design parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use, with products that are all made to order, they're designed by sim racers for sim racers, you can head across to their website. The links are all down below in the description. And you'll find them there. And wow, I think listen, we know it feels like we've done an hour, Chris, but we really haven't. We're only just over halfway, really, through this hour. It's been so crazy, really.
Really has. And where we've just mentioned SIM3D, we can now have a chat with Mr. Dent himself. It's phenomenal timing. You'd almost think we'd orchestrated it. Calvin, how are things going?
Well, it was going really well. We had a massive gap at the start, and those two safety cars have really brought everything back into the fray, to be fair. It's a bit frustrating.
Yeah, it's almost the trouble of being really quick and being in the lead is you're praying that everyone else behaves and that there isn't a safety car. But Sean's pretty quick. That's probably why he's in the lead. You're just looking at running a conventional strategy. Obviously, don't give too much away if you don't want to. Just sort of running a conventional strategy and just rely on his pace. He's got his nearly 4-second gap already. Is that just the plan at the moment? Is just keep going, see what happens?
So Sean's spewing because his plan was to try and lap the entire GT3 field during the race. So he's really not very happy right now, which is quite funny. But I think that the one thing we've noticed is we're using a lot more fuel than some of the other cars. We're trying to work out what's going on, so we pitted a little bit earlier. So we need to sort of have a look at what we're doing versus everybody else. Although we're kind of thinking that with the safety cars that have happened, it probably shouldn't kill us that much. But yeah, we definitely seem to have a bit of a fuel problem right now.
Yep, for those of you who've only just tuned in, FTR Esports red in second. They managed to pit 2 laps later after the first round of pit stops than Sim3D Sport, who we're talking to right now, did. But I think it's like you're saying, I think these 2 safety cars we've just had probably have eased the issue on the fuel. How are you finding the traffic so far today? In particular, I think the Porsche Cup, because they're not that much slower in some places.
We haven't really had any problems, to be fair. I think the only, even then, we haven't really had anything that's been really slowing us down. I think we got held up a little bit at the start with the GT4s when we first come around to lap them, because obviously they were quite well bunched up. And the big thing around here is you can't go for a send that you would on some tracks because, well, you're going to say hello to the wall.
Yeah, that is very true. And I think the behaviour has been pretty good so far. I mean, I suppose was Sean at least a little bit happier with the fact that you had a lapped GT3 just behind you with that safety car? That must have helped a little bit to not have to worry about Jackson in the FTR, maybe thinking about a send.
I'll be honest, I think he would have preferred to have not had the car behind. Sean's a little bit bored at this point because there's not really anything going on since the start of the race. Really had anything to worry about. Obviously Dutch Payments has had that spin, which is a really strange one, early on, and ever since then there's been, with no disrespect to the FTR Esports red cars, like they're currently not on Sean's pace. He's not really pushing right now.
That's probably a good thing if you can take it easy for a bit. Are you getting in the car anytime soon, Calvin?
No, Sean Campbell soloing this one to give something away.
Oh,
yeah,
that's probably bad news for the rest of the
pit. I've had a pretty chaotic week with work, and Eric's been in the same boat, so neither of us have been able to practice. And of all the tracks that you can enter into without a lot of practice, this is probably the worst one on the calendar.
I think that's probably for the best. It's I know that Paul Busby from Total Sim Sport has been practicing his little socks off all week. It's a very difficult track, and Sean's doing a fantastic job. Are you just sort of spotting for him then and just taking it easy for the day?
I'm not even spotting. I'm literally just
blimey.
keeping him company so he's not bored. Like, that is literally the only. Like, he messaged me and said, "Can you just come and sit and chat just to keep me company because it's going to be a pretty lonely race." I
mean, it's a valid service. I think you can go a little bit mad lapping for 4 hours with no company whatsoever. So you're an integral part of the team, Kelvin. I wouldn't sell yourself short. I really feel like the team player today. I do kind of feel like I'm just there like a metronome, keeping him in time. Well, it was lovely to hear from you. Good luck to Sim3D for the rest of the race. Obviously, we have to be neutral, and to be honest, we do want to see some battles, so we hope for another safety car. But obviously, you guys won't be. Thanks for having a chat, and we'll hopefully talk to you later. Cheers, guys.
Now, Chris, while you were just chatting to Calvin Dent of Sim3D there, Track Limit Racing, they have received a 60-second stop and hold for overtaking multiple cars before the restart. Let's just see Deutsche Payment Jacobson out there with Next Level Racing in the Audi, and funny enough, Calvin just mentioned about a bit of a brush through the wall there for good measure as well. And the exit of 3. So yeah, they've got a penalty of track limit. See them on, well, just seen them fly by there, and there you go. They are into the pits to serve their penalty.
And I guess that's the value of making sure you're fully aware of what the rules are before you enter the race, because it's different series to series. We've seen in F1 the rules change sometimes different years. Obviously, I appreciate open wheel sprint racing is very different from endurance racing, but we've seen before at Monaco where drivers have tried to take advantage of that before you can get to the start line with previous rules, and this is what happens if you're maybe not aware. That adrenaline just as you're about to get going, and I think the car in front, I think Zabi were running a bit slow, so I can understand why mine might have done it, but it's cost them really severely. 60-second stop and hold is a huge issue, and it'll be interesting to see how they recover from that.
Well, you see BSIM have got past them as we just watch right now the battle between Stage 1 Senior in the Porsche and then the BMW of RD Sim Sport. It's all over 10th place. That last place inside the top 10 in GT3 Pro. And also, well, not overall actually, because they're a little bit, they've got a few of the AMs in front of them, and RD, well, we've seen the outside line, and Kevin's the absolute pro of it. We've seen it work so many times, and there you go, working once more to keep himself ahead. That is the track limit in the GT4, just ahead of them. Currently, where there's only really one line through here, holding them up as they both pull out nearly side by side there. As RD looking to try and get the slingshot, so they move to the inside, and I think they might be able to get him onto the brakes here. They come hard on the brakes into turn 8, and that is the move done. Slotted it through there, absolutely beautiful. And now they've got the JD Sim Racing GT4 in front of them. Wow, Chris, you can see them setting up along the straight. You could see Wiggins moving, looked like he was going left, then all of a sudden swung to the right. And that's worked out beautifully for them as the JD Sim Racing.
It's as textbook as an overtake can get, really. And I was wondering if with the amount of curb he was taking, would he manage it? And no, he controlled that car perfectly. That's excellent racing from Josh Wiggins, and well done to Kevin DeWale for leaving the room, because that could have ended in tears so easily.
Well, so it works out beautifully for Wiggins, because they ended up having the Track Limits GT4 in between them. Next Level Racing in their Audi and GT3 Pro. They're into the pits right now as we just watch 11 tenths in the Porsche battling out with Arctic. Cost 11 tenths. They're currently second place in GT3 AM. They've got Johnny Elia driving in the moment. Samuel Lamont is currently in the cockpit for Arctic Racing BMW. I'll tell you what, 11 tenths. They've had some really strong showings this season.
Yeah, they've been good. I mean, I remember Johnny Elia from the Porsche Cup that iRacing were running back in the summer. He's a pretty quick driver. And, you know, I think second in the AM, 9th overall from GT3. You know, you're not going to be a slow driver if you're 9th overall in this GT3 field. It is a rapid GT3 field, as Patrick Gannon has got quite close up behind No Luck Esport here now.
Yes, you can see just how... you see that... Oh, FTR, GT4 just getting in the middle of them there. GT4s, they're just literally... They can only take the one line, and they can't really deviate from it. As much as you saw Gannon for RPM not overly impressed by it and flashing the lights, there's nothing really. The GT4 of FTR, Belcher's currently on board for them. They're currently third in class. There's nothing really they could do. But interestingly, the thing is though, Chris, I mean, well, it's just look at how GT4 has spaced out since that restart. They all restarted with one on top of one another. But I tell you what, Total Sim Sport and Hamza Busby, he's managed to really pull away once more.
He's done a great job. It might be a good time for you, Tim, to just roll through the standings for a couple of minutes. That might just to give everyone up to speed with where we are.
Yeah, we haven't done it in a little while, especially since the restart. Of course, as we spoke to teammate of Sean Campbell, Calvin Dent, earlier of SIM3D. They're leading the way here. Treating it like a walk in Belle Isle Park, let alone a 4-hour endurance event. FTR Esports for Ferrari, they are in second right now, with No Luck EM Sports in the BMW. They're currently in third. A real strong showing from Paul Van Loon right now. RPM are fourth, with Prismatic A in fifth. Top 5 drivers are all American. At this American circuit, of course they are, using that local knowledge to get the job done so far. As we approach half race distance, can you believe where that has gone? Look how close these guys are. Dutch payment right up onto the back of Prismatic. They are 6th overall. Finn Glenn still at the wheel. The young German, and going up the inside there of Prismatic. But how? Holding on to it for now. Retakes the place temporarily, but they are battling really hard now. Just looking at it, Zabi, they are 8th overall, but leading in GT3 right now. And then we've got FTR Esports Black, followed by second place, 11/10 Racing in the hands of Jolly Allow the Brit, 9th overall. Arctic are 8th in class in GT3 Pro and 10th overall. And then we've got Next Level Racing Blue, our lone Audi in the field. What a cracky camera angle that one is. Leads the trade for. And that is the last car on the lead lap. And then we've got third in class, 12th overall. In GT3 AM it is B-Sim for Porsche. They're followed by four now GT3 Pro drivers. They're 13th to 16th place overall, 10th to 13th in class. It's RD Simsport, followed by Stage 1 Senior, Stage 1 Junior, and Funk Motorsports. And then it's on to 4th place in GT3 AM, Prismatic B, with Track Limit Racing making up 5th place. B-Sim are 6th. 7th place in GT3 AM are Sunday Drivers, with 8th and 9th making up Stage 1 Green and then Track Limit Racing. Now into Porsche Cup, Vulcan are leading the way, with RD Simsport second, FTR Esports Black, they are third right now. Those guys starting to extend out a little bit. It was looking a bit closer in Porsche Cup. Greenleaf, they are 4th, with Sakanya in 5th. And they are the last of the runners in Porsche Cup. GT4 is Total Simsport leading the way. Another, after the both restarts, they were all incredibly close, but traffic playing a large part of that story, with backmarker Blue in second. FTR Esports White, they are third. TechSense 4th. And then we've got JD Sim Racing rounding out the field. Retirements, well, we've had Sim Party Racing in Porsche Cup. D-Line in GT4. We lost them on lap 11. And then Virtual Compound, Racing Compound, Blue in Porsche Cup, they weren't able to take to the grid. It didn't start, unfortunately. So 2 official retirements, 1 non-starter. 32 cars still running out on the, what is that, very short track here. And well, Chris, I think it seems to have calmed down once more, but you get a feeling this is balanced on a knife edge and could kick off at any second.
Yeah, I think this is, you know, we all know what street circuits can be like. This is the inherent danger of them. The side-by-side racing today has been absolutely expert. It's been amazing, but it only takes one small incident, one slight miscommunication, boom, safety car, pack is bunched up again, and that just leads to more incidents, as we saw with the second safety car restart about 20 minutes ago. While we've been talking, our team have been we were under investigation for weaving, which if James Parfitt was here, he would have been ranting and raving about how terrible it is. But we did see the top 2, it was TechSense and it was Total Sim Sport. They were weaving quite a lot on that safety car restart. Obviously a bit too much, but it didn't cause any issues with the train, so they've both avoided punishment, unlike we saw with the overtaking earlier from that was Track Limit Racing, wasn't it? It was Track Limit Racing, the 148. So we've got away with it, Tim.
We have. Well, I say we have. Busby, be precise.
Tim, we're winning. We are winning.
We are
winning.
Yes, the royal we, the collective we. A lot stronger than myself, Chris. But I'll join on that, jump on that bandwagon. It doesn't happen very often that I get a win in sim racing, but yeah, you can see a commanding performance from them once again. As we see a replay, we've got FTR. No, I thought something had happened to. Oh, here we go. So what has happened to Tyler Campbell? Clearing the FTR in GT4. Oh, and just all of a sudden stops. Stop the car just past the pit entrance. That was a bit of a bizarre one. I won't lie.
Going again now, but that is an odd one. I can't really think what that could be. Unless he needed to go in the pit lane to serve a penalty that we didn't know about, but he doesn't have one. The stewards certainly haven't announced anything for them that I'm aware of. No, that's a very, very, very odd one. I mean, it could potentially be a hardware issue or an issue at home. I can't really think of a racing reason to do that, that's for sure.
No, I can't either. It's a bizarre one, that, definitely. Let's just see second place in class in Porsche Cup right now. Ankerson for RD Sim Sport. Yeah, it is a strange one. Just looking up and down the field right now. A couple of close battles happening. RPM right up onto the back of No Look EM Sport. A bit of a role reversal from what we saw earlier in the race, where No Luck were unable to find their way past RPM. Of course, RPM had that longer stop, which allowed No Luck to go ahead, but the safety cars has brought these two right back together and have played right into RPM's hands. It's just dropped to pretty much the back of the GT3 pack. But the rubber of green has gone their way and brought them right back into contention here in Detroit. And Chris, I'm a little bit surprised by Prismatic A's performance right now. We've normally used to see them, you know, I mean, 5th overall isn't necessarily so bad, and probably maybe where we might expect to see them in 3rd or 4th, maybe. 5th, you know, it's not the end of the world. But what it is, Chris, is the time difference between them, and I don't think this battle that they're locked in at the moment with Deutsche Payments is exactly helping them at all.
No, it's not. I think a lot of this. Oh, we see the lunge there. Is that paid off?
It has, yes. There we go. Deutsche Payments. Well, Prismatic going backwards there. And I thought that would be a bit brave. You know, we saw Kevin DeWall make the move done around the outside into turn 1. But there you see Finn Glenn showing actually you can get it done up the inside as well. And they got themselves past Prismatic, and it was interesting how he utilised the Scania Porsche Cup there. to box Prismatic in and prevent them from getting the move done.
Yeah, that was very intelligent, very assertive driving from Vin Glen there, and I think this is sometimes a disadvantage in leagues where you're a known quantity, because Prismatic, I would say, are one of the safest teams we've got, and almost the disadvantage of that is the other drivers then know they can go for some of these more aggressive moves because they'll be accommodated. Where we've broadcasted the European Sprint Series top split, there are certain drivers there who other drivers will give plenty of space because they know that no quarter is taken. You just, if always we can see the traffic here causing big issues for Paul Van Loon and Patrick Gannon here.
Wow, that bump on the exit out of turn 14 really showed there. And I tell you what, Gannon is really winding up that Ferrari right now. And the pressure is definitely all on Van Loon right now for no luck. You can see Greenleaf, they're unable to get it past because there's not a long enough run, but Gannon here, they're going to go 3 wide into turn 3. This can't work. Hold tight, everyone. Greenleaf back out of it. Probably taking the wiser decision as RPM look to run it round the outside, but don't have quite enough momentum. And no luck, live to fight another day and keep hold of that third place. Oh, Chris, I was having to breathe in a bit, just trying to, hold it all in and squeeze a bit, just in the hope that their cars would, make themselves a bit thinner so we didn't have a massive accident down to turn 3 there.
Yeah, it was very good driving from everyone here, and it's interesting how the sort of ebbs and flows of endurance racing. We had, before that safety car half an hour ago, everyone had spaced out. We've now got loads of these small battles happening. I think we've got a battle for the lead in Porsche Cup is going ahead as well. Yeah, we've just flicked to it here with Vulcan Sim and RD Sim Sport, another pair of teams that just don't want to leave each other alone today. They've been together basically nearly the whole race, and they've not really had any incidents together. I know that we did see that spin that caused the safety car earlier, but that was just the guys losing on their own and going for an overtake here as the lapped cars are behind. This is scary stuff.
It is all a bit of a lock up there, and they've carried on. Look, Vulcan have carried on. Look, oh no, they're parked off on the track. You said it was scary stuff, Chris. I think Vulcan just went to turn in, locked up, just that front right locked up, there we go, and ran out of room where that big barrier is. And what was an incredibly close battle has all of a sudden flipped on its head. And there's now 8 seconds between RD and Vulcan in Porsche Cup. In fact, they're nearly backed into FTR, aren't they? As we just see on screen at the moment. RD and B Sim. See RD getting the move done into. Excuse me, it's turn 3 there.
Well, there's 3 examples now with 3 different battles of the why you want to be aggressive and assertive on track, because that's 3 overtakes where the move has been. It's not been a late lunge, but it's not been signalled early. But it's been, they've gone for it, they've made it, they've stuck to it, and all 3 drivers that have made those overtakes. We saw Vin Glen, and then we saw Anders Thies go for it, and now where we've just seen that one on screen just now, all 3 have benefited from it. And again, this is the beauty of league racing. You know the other drivers, you're accountable to the other drivers, everyone stays safe. And we've not actually seen, certainly on screen today, we've not seen any egregious, over-aggressive driving that's caused incidents. We've still got 2 hours to go, so I really hope I haven't just cursed anyone.
Well, Chris, you said, I think you might have done, so not on the screen, I think was a good way to describe it. So there was an incident off camera between Stage 1 Senior and RD Sim Sport. Now, Stage 1 Senior received a warning for causing a collision. It wasn't a massive one, so it's not the end of the world. However, they've now received a drive-through penalty because they've already had multiple warnings. So Stage 1 Senior, their day just seems to go from bad to worse after a blinding start for them. It's just catching, we saw early on they're into the pits. You see on the left, they were just on the left hand side. You can see at the top of the pit lane right now. We saw some absolutely amazing overtakes from Kevin DeWild early on, but since then, it just seems to be, slipping from his hands right now. As we've got, in GT3, no luck are into the pits. So is Zabi, our leader in GT3 AM, and Stage 1 Senior, they're into the pits as well.
Well, this is the interesting, and SIM3D, yeah, they've just gone in too. Interesting to see how long FTR Red stay out, because they definitely seem to have this fuel advantage. And we were talking earlier to Calvin Dent, who was saying they were a bit concerned by how fuel hungry the BMW was being for them. I wonder if FTR Red being in the Ferrari, is this going to make a difference? The safety cars have bunched the pack back up a bit, so Sean Campbell's time advantage is gone. And yeah, it'll be interesting. It was a 2-lap disparity between them in the last round of pit stops, so we'll have to see. It's certainly going to be at least 1 lap this time round, as FTR have inherited the lead with SIM3D in the pits, and Deutsche Payment are now up to second. Of course, they're on a different strategy, so they're in. Oh, it says contact in the background there. That's one of our. We haven't really seen many victims of the walls today. That might be one of the first ones, and let's hope, for the sake of whoever that was, that they've not just come out of the pit lane.
I was trying to have a little bit of a look. I don't think anyone was. We'll keep one eye on that, and we'll bring you any details certainly from when we can. Let's just see, Vin Glenn right now pulling away a little bit from Prismatic after their earlier move into turn 1. Ahead of them is what's happened. This is our one of our battles that we were looking at out on track. Oh dear, just losing it there. Bit of an odd place to lose it there, Chris. Luckily, able to get the car up and running very, very quickly, but that's around this sort of, that's turn 11, between turn 10 and 11. That sort of area of the track, and a bit of a strange place to lose it there, really.
Do you want to know why that's happened? Because that's his first lap on new tyres.
There you go. That's why. Yes, of course it is.
Easily done. 2 hours of racing on that set of tyres, you are used to how they feel, because obviously that degradation is happening lap after lap. It's not an instantaneous thing. He would have been used to his old tyres. Suddenly he's got fresh, cold tyres on, and there's marbles offline. We've not really mentioned them yet today, because obviously we're only 2 hours in. That marbling is going to start being a problem now, and I think if you see some of these aggressive moves we've seen offline, I think we're going to start seeing, if they make them in some unconventional places, we're going to see some cars lose it into the walls.
So we've got B-Sim. They are into the pits in GC3 Anthem, second place. Likewise, third, currently Prismatic A. They are in the pits in GT3 Pro. Interestingly, JD Sim Racing in GC4, they came into the pits a few laps ago and have remained there. Casket currently, was on board for them. I'm not too sure what had happened to them, but a while ago now. Let's we just watch on screen. Track limit, Sunday drivers, and JD all on top of one another right now. Oh, there's been contact! That's FTR. It was one of the Porsches. It was Funk Motorsport. This is down into. Oh no, this was going to be 3 wide. 2 into 1 barely goes. 3 into 1, Chris. That was never going to work.
No, and I did say that I probably would have cursed it by saying that aggressive drive. Well, let's call this my expert prediction about going offline causing incidents into the walls. But I'm surprised that didn't trigger a safety car.
You called it, Chris. I think the fact they were able to get up and running so quickly and no other cars around them, that's what prevented seeing a safety car. I'll tell you what, a safety car right now would have thrown everything on its head. And I know when we spoke to Calvin Dent earlier, he was saying that how Sean Campbell was getting a bit bored out there. Well, I think that would have really shaken things up at the front end of GT3 Pro. As we see the back marker blue GT4 in amongst a load of GT3 and Porsche Cups, there's RD having to yield there to track limit. That is over position on track, despite them being between the 2 different classes. It's weird. It just, it calms down, Chris, and then all of a sudden it just goes completely mad.
It really does. I mean, if you look at that track map, there's action pretty much everywhere on the track. I mean, we've not really had that many retirements, and it's a pretty big grid today. I think believe we've got 32 cars on track, although that is including the including the 4 cars in the pits. So they're still driving. That's a lot of cars to go around Belle Isle, and incidents will be inevitable. We've seen some very intelligent driving where within class drivers are using other classes to block other cars, as we see this is for position in GT3 AM, I believe.
It was GT3 AM and Porsche Cup, so B-Sim just heading past FTR in Porsche Cup. So, position overall, that was for 18th position overall, but obviously nothing in class as we see Deutsche Payments continue on. They are yet to pit, as are Arctic Chris. FTR, they are in from what was the lead. It's going to be interesting to see where they come out in amongst RPM and SIM3D. Of course, we know SIM3D took tyres, hence why that's allowed RPM ahead of them. And I don't know, this is an interesting one, Chris. See how this is going to pan out. So FTR, they're taking tyres as well. Now, interestingly, RPM didn't last time around, but they did take tyres earlier in the race. So, actually, if you look at that in terms of net gain, Chris, they've actually made a place up. Oh, we've got a safety car again. What has happened?
Oh, now. That's interesting. For pit strategy.
Oh, no! Oh, big incident there. Oh, into turn 8. Let's take another little look. So we're on board with track limit. That's Prismatic. It looked like they backed out of it. And it was RD coming through. There's Sunday drivers and No Luck. Well, I was surprised No Luck got through that because they have had literally no luck this season. And you would have thought that poor Paul Van Loon would have been right in amongst all of that. As we see, track limit, try and get that car recovered. They're on the inside. And I think if you've got everything crossed, just manages to cover it without causing any further issues. We said about pit strategy, Chris, and how this could play out. I mean, let's take a look at the slow-mo first, actually, of how that all unfolded.
That's very confusing.
I think that Mignot, for track limit, thought that the Prismatic car was backing out of it, and that's why he cut across to find that all they'd done was braked early to ensure that they made the corner. And I think, looking at it, Chris, actually, they're both in the pits now. I mean, that's Prismatic. They are out again, actually. Prismatic.
Now, I've been involved in incidents where I've sort of been both drivers there. So from track limits perspective, I can understand why they've turned in because it did look like Prismatic were giving way. But equally, I've done that before as, you know, in Elise's shoes, where I've braked a little bit early because I'm on the inside. I'm unsure of my line. But then there's almost, you know, you're not necessarily giving up the place, but because you're braking so early, you're not really mirror driving as you're the other driver. And I've done it before where I've sort of panicked and then come off the brakes when I've realised just how early I've braked. And it looked like Elise just came off the brakes for a split second. It almost looked like there was just this element of panic and then locking up almost, having braked early. Because I've done it before. You brake early, realise you braked too early, come off the brakes, and suddenly because you've not reacted very quickly, you're now not making the corner. So this is interesting to see what's going to happen. Are Deutsche Payment and Arctic going to pit? Because you can see with the pit strategy length on screen, this would be prime time for them to do so, and they'd only need one more pit stop. Although I do wonder.
I'd tell you what, the best person to probably get in and know is our resident GT driver, Seb Bosher-Williams, who's back from his break. Seb, try and make some sense of this for us. We've got another safety car. This is going to throw strategy all up into. As we see another replay. This is of track limits. This is after they've come out of the pits. Oh, I think a victim maybe of the cold tyres there. And our top two are definitely in. We've got a whole stream in here, and I think this is probably a good time for me to go on a break myself and leave you two to try yourself and Chris and Seb to try and work this one out.
Thank you very much, Tim. Yeah, I don't think I can quite make sense of that incident. Great job calling the race, and have a well-earned break and a cup of tea, and yes, and we will try and make sense of what just went on there. So under the safety car at the moment. So Chris, unusual one that. I liked what you're saying. As I've not been here really watching the race, who does this help the most in our GT3 Pro?
Oh, I think we'll probably see long term it's going to help out Arctic and Deutsche Payment because they're getting a free pit stop here. They would have lost I mean, they're going to lose track position, but unless RD SimSport can catch up quickly, they're only down to 7th and 8th, and they've effectively got a free pit stop over the chaps in front of them and lady. And one of the bigger losers, and this isn't necessarily from the safety car, but this is certainly from pit strategy, is Sean Campbell, SIM3D. Real victim of these safety cars. In fact, really, I'd say are sort of long-term leaders in all 4 classes. Actually, I said no. Actually, Lucas Pravaznik in Zabi is doing all right from these, but Paul Busby in Total Sim Sport, our Porsche Cup leader, which has who's it been? Actually, no, RD Sim Sport. RD Sim Sport have been all right, but certainly Sim3D Sport and Busby in Total Sim Sport. These gaps they keep building up. They just keep getting shredded away. And actually, if anything, Sim3D not even in the lead. So RPM Racing, because they took tyres in their first pit stop, they've now got track position. However, I believe Brett Crouch and RPM, they'll probably have to take tyres again unless they're really, really thinking about triple stinting those tyres, which I don't know about you, Seb. I'm not an expert GT driver. I wouldn't feel comfortable triple stinting tyres around Belle Isle.
No, me neither. And with the current tyre model, I think you'd be really pushing it if you were able to get 3 stints out of a set of tyres anywhere, and especially at Belle Isle. What I have noticed is FTR Esports White were they in third if they jumped back Marker Racing Blue, or is that position changed a little bit earlier on?
Let's go and have a look at. Well, actually, first let's go and have a replay. This is what caused our safety car. So this is the incident with Elise and with Tom Minor, who is, I believe, still in the pits. So yeah, well, that is a very odd one. It's sort of double braking from Elise, and then we got another car getting involved in that as well. A bit of damage there. That is an odd one.
It is. I think he was trying to let him. Yeah, it seems a little bit like a miscommunication there, but I don't quite understand the intention there. But I'm sure the stewards are looking at that and adjudicating if there's a penalty or anything necessary. But if you're just joining us, we are back under safety car with about an hour and 47 minutes to go. Safety car is still out. I don't think it will be in this lap. I think the lights go out as we cross the line, but we will let you know as soon as that happens. So let's just have a very quick rundown of the top 3 in each class. So your new leader, RPM Racing, is the leader in GT3 Pro, with Sim3D Sport, the long-time race leader, demoted to 2nd. No Lock Esport is in 3rd place. In your GT3 AM class, Zabi Racing Team are the leaders with 11/10 Racing Team Black behind them, and BSim Racing is in 3rd. In your Porsche Cup class, RD Sim Sport remain the leaders in their class, with Vulcan Sim Racing P Cup in 2nd place and Greenleaf Racing Red in 3rd. In the GT4 class, Total Sim Sport still remain the leader with Paul Busby at the wheel. FTR Esports White have jumped up to 2nd, and Backmarker Racing Blue are in 3rd, and that is a lot of traffic between the 2nd and 3rd place of FTR Esports White and Backmarker Racing Blue, as you see them all the way in the background there, separated by a lot of GT3s, and Martin Pearson, I think, will be a little bit upset at that, knowing the gap. But that's a really interesting point, Chris, is that we've got a lot of traffic now, and it's going to be quite interesting on the restart.
I think it will. And another thing that I think will be interesting to see is, so Daniel Muth has got into the Deutsche Payment car, which is currently in 8th and benefiting from pitting under safety car. He was absolutely rapid earlier in the season. I think for me, he's the one that's looked the quickest of any single driver in GT3. So it'd be interesting to see how well he can get through the field. They've taken tyres, but so have pretty much everyone else in front of them. He's the only driver with a higher I rating in front of him right now is Sean Campbell in the Sim3D Sport. But another one worth shouting out is Lucas Prozaznik in the Zabi Racing Team GT3 AM. 1st in class, but 4th overall. That is pretty good going, and it's not just been the benefit of the they've not just benefited from safety car. They're there on pace. They're there from the fact they've kept themselves out of trouble. And actually, if you look at the look on the timing tower to your left, they've only got one other AM car on the same lap as them now. So the potential win for them in GT3 AM is looking odds on right now, although I really hope I don't curse them, because of course we've still got an hour and 45 of racing to go with a very bunched up pack now.
Yeah, so it's yeah, well, I mean, they are in a good spot, you're right, but we'll try not to curse them. We'll move on from that, but fingers crossed. So the GT4s are just being waved around at the moment, so the traffic will get sorted out. So we will remain under the safety car for a few more laps while everybody gets into their right spots. And you can actually hear at the moment Brett Crouch in the RPM racing car clutching in, trying to save as much fuel as possible under the safety car. And I mean, you're still going to have to make 2 stops from here to get to the end of the race, but if you can save, say 3-4 laps of fuel under the safety car rather than racing at full speed, it does add up and does save you time in the pit stops, and it could all come down to who's got the best fuel strategy under the safety car. So as we just so that's Greenleaf Racing Red for the Porsche Cup. They have come into the pit, so another strategic pit stop from them, so they're going to drop down behind FTR Esports Black. So all very interesting to see the strategies playing out. There was a question in chat for the GT4 class. Have Total Sim Sport and the FTR Esports White pitted? And they both have. So everybody in the GT4 class has pitted. So
yeah, I think the smaller classes we've got with the Porsche Cup and the GT4, it is interesting how the safety cars are affecting them, because you see in the GT3s where the field is spread out over a lap or two now and there's traffic in the way, but Paul Busby, I think, has dealt with all of these restarts very well so far. I hope that continues for his sake, but he's got that extra stress of knowing his entire field that remains is still behind him. I mean, it is only 4 cars, but Lee Belcher, Martin Pearson, Daniel Taylor, they're good drivers. They're not necessarily drivers I would want just a few seconds behind me. I'd want them 30 seconds behind me so I don't have to worry about it. And it does look like this time he's still going to have traffic behind him, but last time it was GT3 swarming. This time it's going to be a Porsche Cup swarming him, and we've seen earlier, Paul is not that much slower than the Porsche Cups, so it's I think this is going to be the most stressful restart yet for the GT4s.
I think so too, and the GT4 certainly do not need any more stress, as this track is stressful enough. But as you just saw there, the lights are out on the safety car, the Porsche safety car, which means we are about to go racing once again with about an hour and 41 minutes left of your 4 hours of Belle Isle. So, and just as I start building it up, the lights are back on again, so we will not be going under going under green on this lap. So we've got 1 extra formation lap, so clearly the race director has decided that we need another lap just to clear and everything up, and maybe there are some people that might be a little bit out of position at the moment, and we want to make sure that everybody's in position if necessary. So if we look at the top of the field, the GTE Pro, Chris, are you expecting the SIM3D Sport car to try and make a move for the lead as quickly as possible? As we see, who is that? That's No Luck Esports has pitted. That's an interesting strategy.
I really hope. I don't believe you can do this in this league, but yeah, they're going to go red again. But we were talking in another series last week about how in Formula E one of the drivers pitted to skip 6 cars because all you had to do in there was stop in the pit lane and get going again. That's not what we've seen. This is a proper pit stop from No Luck Esport. Definitely too early to be their last stop. Even if we do get another couple of safety cars, an hour and 40 on one tank of fuel is just not going to be possible. Although I think if we do get another incident in the next 15-20 minutes, it's going to leave some interesting decisions, in particular in the Porsche Cup class, because they can go slightly longer. As Brett Crouch's internet connection very briefly gives us all a heart attack, and I can imagine that's not something Sean Campbell wants to see in second place either, because that's going to make the restart just that little bit more stressful as we keep talking about stress.
Yes, I think that's probably our most used word of the commentary today is stress, as he has a little bit of a disconnect again. And I'm sure he's also giving his teammates a big heart attack as they see their precious Ferrari disappearing and reappearing. Of course, something that we don't get in real life racing, but it's just like a mechanical failure, and our internet is dependent. So the lights are on the safety car, which means that we will be getting underway at the end of this lap. RPM Racing will lead us away, and they will have to make the best start possible. Will we see it like the first restart? Will he wait until the last possible moment to go, or will Brack try and just sort of get away as quickly as possible and try and surprise Sim3D Sport behind? But your No Luck esports car are out and about on track again, and they are at the very back of the field. So, interesting strategy for them. They have caught the back of the pack, which is good. But I'm interested to know why they've pitted. And I don't. There must have been some form of issue. Was there a driver? Do you know if there was a driver swap there, Chris, at all?
Paul Van Loon entered the pit lane and he has exited the pit lane. So unless they're playing a very weird sort of hokey-cokey where they get in and then straight back out, no, Paul Van Loon has stayed in, and it was a 37-second stop, so there wouldn't have been tyres taken there. So I guess they're just looking at an alternative fuel strategy. Perhaps they felt they didn't have enough fuel in the car for their next pit stop, and they're just thinking, I'd sacrifice a bit of position now for hopefully some more rewards later. And Track Limit Racing, Tom Minor is still in the pits. They've been pitted for 11 minutes now. They were of course involved in one of the incidents that led to this safety car, and a couple of incidents before that as well. It's not been the easiest of races for Tom Minor in that car. P6 in GT3 Am though, he's still got 2 cars behind him with Stage 1 Racing Green, who are still on track at 3 laps behind, and the retirement of Track Limit Racing, who are about 7 laps down. But I'll hand over to Seb. About to go.
Yep, and we have gone. Brock Crouch has taken us away as we start. Actually, he hasn't. I thought he has gone. So we cross the line now, so we can start to overtake as the Sim3D Sport car tries to go around all the way to the FTR white car, and that's another Ferrari off, and that's surely going to be a safety car again, which it is by the looks of things, and everybody comes to a stop again. So that's the 66 car involved and the number 103, and it's what has happened there as we have a look at a replay. So this is the Zabi Racing team, so our leaders in GT3 Am as we go into turn 1 at the moment. Let's see what happens. I think FTR White are just going to come up the inside. So FTR Esports, they've lost it earlier on in the complex here, so let's have a watch on board of them and see what's happened. Are they just going to go for a very opportunistic move down towards the inside? Oh, teammates have collided. That's rule number 1 of racing. Don't hit your teammate. What disaster for the FTR Esports team. So that's taken not 1 but 2 cars at least out of the race out of contention for the win there. So what an absolute disaster for FTR Esports there, as we see the 103 car just actually making a little bit more contact there. And I don't know about you, Chris, but just watching that Ferrari pull away the 103 car, that doesn't look necessarily healthy. So we actually have a look at the FTR Esports red car. Oh, just braking too late.
Yeah. That poor
Zabi
car. They were up to 3rd overall before that because of the pit stops and because of their driving, and they've had to tow back to the pits. That's really awful luck for them. There was absolutely nothing they could have done about that, and I don't want to assign blame at this stage. I mean, I think the 22 can bear a lot of responsibility for that, but I also wonder where that was the first restart where Sean Campbell wasn't in charge. I do think some of the drivers behind, either if they weren't aware of that or if they were just maybe anticipating a similar style of start where Sean Campbell has just gone as soon as the safety car's out of the way. Brack Crouch waited, and you could see that there were cars behind itching to get going, and obviously they can't overtake. They have to follow the speed of the leaders, and that is the responsibility of the cars behind, which is why I don't want to say this is Brack Crouch's fault. But I think where we've had that very different style of restart there, I think that bunching up of the pack is what's caused the problem. But equally, Jackson Lowry in the 22 is the one that did the contact. So I guess that's who we have to say it ultimately lies at fault with, because you've got to follow safely. That is the point of a safety car.
I think I agree with you. I thought that Brock Crouch had got away, but actually he didn't. So he didn't get away as quickly as I thought he would, and I think you're right. It could have maybe caused a little bit of confusion back down the back of the pack, but yeah, I think responsibility lies with the FTR red car, who was a little bit ambitious into turn 1. But by the looks of things, unless anything's changed, which I don't think it has, I think the Sim3D Sport car is now in the lead of the race, in the lead of the GT3 Pro class. as well. And so RPM are quite far behind at the moment, about 16 seconds. I wonder if they're fuel saving, just trying to eke out as much fuel as possible, and maybe they're hedging their bets that we've already had one safety car breed another safety car. Maybe it can happen again. And as you start whittling down the minutes before the end, as we actually have a look now at the overtake for the 93 car, just clean around the outside, very nicely done there, and up into the lead. And actually the Ferrari almost gets overtaken by the Porsche in third, but I think the safety car comes out just in the nick of time to prevent it. So a poor restart there from Brock Crouch of RPM Racing, and that was the FTR Esports red. Actually, no, who was that? Oh, as we see,
we are back under safety car again after that incident on the restart.
So Prismatic are in the pits at the moment. So are RD Simsport. So that's the number 83 car and the 58 car, the 111 car. Brian Crawford, the 11/10 Racing Team Black have also come into the pits. So a lot of pit stops and different strategy ideas going on at the moment. And Chris, I don't see any lights on the safety car. Do you think it's coming in at the end of this lap, or do we think that we still got a few more laps to go?
Up. The lights being off means it should be coming in this lap, and they have announced as such, I believe, over the race steward radio. James Rivett, who is our head steward, he has announced in the steward's announcements channel on Discord that the race restart overtakes involving the number 22 FTR Esports Red will be investigated after the restart. So we'll probably have some more news for you on that, because I think as much as it was a very nasty accident and probably a racing incident, there probably do need to be some punishments handed out for it, because it has affected quite a few races quite badly there.
It has indeed. So as we head back towards the green flag, so Sim3D Sport will be taking the lead on the restart. Interestingly, so that's TechSense, the GT4 car, might not actually get to the back of the pack, so they won't be able to follow this snake around they won't be able to get to the back of the pack, which is a real an issue for them, because they'll lose a whole chunk of time. And FTR Esports Y also looking very interested in GT4. Of course, the fight for P-Cup is very close at the moment, all on the same lap time, or all on the same lap, so watch out for that at the restart. But once again, we have Sean Campbell leading us for the restart, so we'll be getting underway very shortly as they come through turn 14, 3:15 now, as we all get ready to go back under racing again with 1 hour and 32 minutes to go. Let's see, what does Sean want to do? Does he want to back up the pack as much as possible? I think he does at the moment. Safety car pulls in and we are ready to go. And that's the RPM Racing. They've pitted. They've come into the pits at the same time. What's happened there? Is that a penalty, or have they decided to pit? Because if they've decided to pit there, that's a bit of a disaster for their strategy. So we go underway. Sean Campbell leads the way. Oh, and there's a car coming out of the pits as well. That was, I think that's the 101 car at the moment. Yeah, he's getting out of the way. So we're racing down the back straight at the moment. Your P2 man at the moment is FTR Esports Red, Next Level Racing Blue in third place at the moment. We head down towards turn 3. Everybody looking good at the moment. We're on board with FTR Esports Red. Jackson Lowry's. We head back towards the back of the pack and we see everybody racing for position. That's the Backmarker Racing Blue car trying to get down the inside. I think of some GT3s there. Quite a interesting move there for the Backmarker Racing car, on board with Dominic Forrester for the Vulcan Sim Racing P-Cup car. In third place at the moment, 5 seconds behind the leaders. We see a little bit of contact there in the background, and there's your no luck BMW GT3 there trying to get back through the field after making that pit stop during the previous safety car, not the most recent one. But everybody's got away cleanly so far. Sim3D Sport in your GT3 Pro class, they've got a 2.5 second gap already, so a great restart from him. Having a look, so GT3 AM 11/10 Racing still in the lead by a 1 minute 35 gap to B-Sim Racing, as we see the 252 car going a little bit wide there, which is allowing the 225 car to go side by side now through the second of the right-hander. He'll have the inside line, but he just backs off there. So that's Sicania Racing there. So they have lost a few positions there. So not been a great opening lap for Sicania, as we see some GT4 racing, and that's JD Sim Racing Backmarker Racing Blue in the background. Although JD Sim Racing is not in contention, they are 7 laps down off the lead, but it's still As long as, I mean, there's no blue flags rule, so you can race as much as we have a look now at Chris Van Gut in the B-Sim Racing car, closely followed by Prismatic Motorsports B, as we head down towards turn 3 at the moment, this braking zone where we've seen so much action today. Can you go around the outside? He's just a little bit too far at the moment, but we'll follow now through this little... Oh, sorry, as we have a look at the... Sorry, I was getting confused there. So this is the Anders RD Sim Sport. So Anders Theus is in this car at the moment, and he is... Yeah, he's doing a very good job to keep up with the GT3s there, so very well done to him. Of course, in the Porsche Cup car, which is a little bit less downforce and a little bit, no traction control and no ABS, so good job from him. And then so the car behind him, so he's not racing for position, I do apologise. As we see Funk Motorsports, as we go on board with them, down the inside goes the number 97 car. Nice move from him as he heads up again as we... So this is the second place driver in Porsche Cup, the FTR Esports Black car, being swarmed by quite a few GT3s at the moment. And right behind in this little gaggle is Vulcan Sim Racing Peak up there, wanting to capitalise on any little time loss that he has. So quite crucial laps for Richard Carthor at the moment at the wheel of that Porsche car. He needs to make sure that he doesn't lose too much time with all this traffic. And there's a crash in the background. That's Lucky Motorsport, No Luck Motorsports in the background there, and so that's an incident. So I think we'll go back to that in a second, but we're just going to have a very quick replay of the 193 car just losing it on the entrance to turn 1, and I've just heard in my ear that we have a safety car as well. So that's a stage 1 racing car off, and No Luck Racing, No Luck Esports. Let's have a look and see. It's just it looks like a bit of netcode, Chris.
Yeah, I think they were getting a bit bunched up by the traffic in front as well, but that's something you have to be aware of. And this is the one problem with the safety cars, is they're bunching up the fields and then leading to incidents like this. And while we were doing that, Elise Main in the Prismatic B was serving a drive-through for the incident that caused the initial safety car in this gaggle. Also, another issue just from that safety car restart with RPM, James Rivett, head steward, has announced that RPM was stuck in a fuel map, and that's why they were going so slowly on the restart. They haven't announced what they're doing in relation to any sort of punishment for that restart, but that's just further information and clarification for some of the drivers that the RPM car was stuck in a fuel map, and that's why he checked up, because he was trying to make sure people get past. And yeah, it's all kicking off in the second half of the race today so far, isn't it, Seb? We've not been able to get going, and I feel for the class leaders in particularly Porsche Cup and GT4, because it just brings the entire field back up to them again. And I think Paul Busby has had an eventful race, but probably calmer than last time out, where I don't believe he'd made it quite this far in.
He is, I think, talking about Paul Busby, I think he's a little bit lucky. If you just have a glance to your timing tower, he's got a 16-second gap to SGR Esports, but so he's managed to get a little bit lucky with the cars in between him and second place in the GT4 class. But Backmarker Racing Blue only 4 seconds off, so they have closed the gap, but still got a few cars. As you see, one of the Porsche Cup cars going through the number 252 car, so that's Sicania Endurance Motorsport there. So back under safety car once again. It's been a very eventful second half of the race, as Chris said, and we're only half an hour in, and that's the Track Limit Racing car that's just come out of the pit, and I feel like they've tried to repair their damage, but I don't know about you, Chris, but I don't think that's necessarily worked so well looking at that car.
No, that's not the ideal angle for a car to be facing if you're driving straight. They are on, I believe, they're on lap 75, so they are quite a way down. I don't think that's a drivable car. I feel like that should be going back to the pit lane. It's not, I suppose, under safety car you can, and there's no one behind him, so it's reasonably safe for Tom to attempt to get that back. But there's no reasonable way they can be driving that car at racing speed. If I saw that on the motorway, I'd be steering well clear of that car.
I think we all would be, Chris, as I can barely get it round the right hand as we ride on board here, and just seeing how many wheel movements he has to make to keep it in somewhat of a straight line, although his straight line's not. Yeah, it's a good driving feat. You have to question whether he just should tow back to the pits at this point. Is there a car is now trying to get past him? Oh, it's so close, and that's the number 23 car, FTR, there trying to just get past. Or the catch is now up to the back of the pack and, oh, please slow down. Let's not cause any more incidents today. And thankfully he takes the little cut across there so he doesn't have to deal with the curb. And I'm almost certain that he'll be pulling into the pits. Oh, and he's round, so that hasn't gone very well. Still going to give it a go back to the pits, but it's very, very much not a drivable car, that BMW, and it's always sad to see a racing car in a condition like that.
They were, the track limit car. They were having quite a good race at one point. They need to get that in the pits. There's no way they can reasonably do that. Daniel Muth in Deutsche Payment Esports. They were in fourth. They've come into the pits. They took tyres on their last pit stop, so I can only assume this can be for fuel. They shouldn't really need to take tyres again. And this is where we were saying earlier about are we getting to the point where you can start thinking about an insane strategy of just not pitting for fuel anymore? I mean, with 18 minutes left, you'd need a couple of safety cars, I think, Seb, but we're getting into that territory where it's looking possible to get to the end on one tank of fuel.
You're very much right, and considering we've had 3 safety cars in the space of 20 minutes,
this is a 6th overall.
I wouldn't bet against having a few more, but if anybody can pull off an 80-minute stint, they are very impressive. As that's a real big feat in one of these cars. But that's the great thing about this league and the FTR is we do have the safety car, we do have the intrigue, so we will keep an eye on that. So we've just had, I think, a little bit of a longer safety car period here, so we're going to be under the safety car for a few more laps, which gives us the time just to have a look and see how it's all playing out in the different classes. So, in your GT3 Pro class, your leader is still Sean Campbell in that SIM3D Sport car. Jackson Lowry in FTR Esports Red, he was the one that was involved in that incident at turn 1, wasn't he, Chris? So, he's up to second, but could be getting a penalty potentially for the incident that saw the second safety car brought out in the short space of time. In third place, we've got Next Level Racing Blue, the number 77 car, just behind the FTR Esports Red car, so all to play for. Arctic Racing is in fourth. Prismatics Motorsport A car is fifth, and Deutsche Payment Esports is in sixth after having a pit stop. RPM Racing is in seventh after leading one of the restarts, but getting stuck in a fuel map, which meant that they couldn't get off the line as quickly as needed and potentially might have contributed to the incident that we saw at turn 1. And I think that would be the reason why they also pulled into the pits as well, which I think is probably for a quick driver change to release that car from that fuel map. Stage 1 Racing Junior is a lap down from the leader, so is Funk Motorsports. RD Simsport is currently in the pits at the moment. Stage 1 Racing Senior is out on track, but 3 laps down. No Luck Esport we saw involved in this incident that caused this accident, and FTR Esports Black are also in the pits and are 7 laps down. So that's your GT3 Pro field. In the GT3 Anfield, 11/10th Racing Team still lead the way. BSIM Racing on the same lap, but quite far behind in terms of track position. So 11/10th Racing looking good at the moment. But we will wait to see, as this race has been turned on its head quite a few times in the last 10 minutes or so. So can't really make any predictions at the moment. We see everybody slowing down. Let's not have a repeat of any incidents that we saw earlier. And how slow is everybody's going? I think there was a little bit of contact there. So really, drivers struggling at the moment to be able to predict the concertina effect that's happening under the safety car. And of course, if you joined us at the very start of the race, we saw that out of turn 3. In your Porsche Cup class, RD Sim Sport is still in the lead in the 221 car. FTR Esports Black are 9 seconds behind, so a little bit further behind. They've got a few GT3s in between those two, but FTR Esports are still within a shot of the class victory. Greeny Racing is in third, a few cars behind FTR, so they've got a few GT3s in between their competition, but still all to play for here. And as I keep on saying, there's been many an incident, and Scania Endurance Racing just behind Greenleaf Racing Red, so we'll be watching out for that battle on the restart. Vulcan Sim Racing still on the lead lap, but unfortunately about a minute down, and they're having to catch up. So I think they've had they've been into the pit, so they're racing around the track to catch up. And actually, Chris, if they've played this right and the safety car comes in soon, they might have some nice hot tyres for the start of their race, and it could be quite interesting to watch them.
Yep, because they were stopped for 2 and a bit minutes, so they've done well to get out on the same lap as the rest of the class, and you know they were doing very well up the front with RD, so that's certainly something to look out for. Assuming we're not going racing again this lap, I think looking at the track map, even if we are going racing again this lap, they should be able to catch up, because you can see there, and actually you can see the gaps between all the different cars in the Porsche Cup. Those gaps, that's where GT3s and GT4s are. So this is far from a done deal in terms of Forster getting back through the field. As you see here, he's caught up to the back of the pack. But yeah, we've still got, of course, the GT4. So, Seb, I'll let you rest your voice. I'll just do our GT4 roundup, because you've been talking for a long while now. I can sympathise with how that's going to eventually feel. So, our boy, Paul Busby, still leading. And at the moment, it's Lee Belcher in the FTR Esports White behind him. So, the back marker Racing Blue, they've just lost out from the last round of pit stops, really. I don't believe that overtake was done on track. Martin Pearson driving that car. They are into third. But really, it's anyone's game of the top 4, because Daniel Taylor in the Texense Fitski RS is in 4th, and they're all still on the lead lap. JD Sim Racing, they got caught out earlier. David Kontos had some hardware failure and his computer crashed. That's the main reason they're 8 laps down, because they were having a pretty solid race as well. But and of course, Tyler Langenberg had damage earlier. D-Line Racing Red had to retire after just 11 laps, unfortunately. But we've still got, I would say, a reasonably strong-looking battle for the top 4 in GT4. It will really depend, I think, on how they can cope with the restart, because after the restart and all the traffic's gone through, they're going to have quite a lot of clean air for quite a long time.
Indeed, and yeah, you just saw a little bit of a shot there, and only one GT3 separating Backmarker Racing Blue from FTR Esports White, so we'll watch out for that, as we can actually have a look at the Backmarker Racing Blue car. I think this was the concertina effect that happened earlier on when we were given the roundup for the GT3 AM cars, and just see how slow everybody's going, and Martin had to just dive out of the way of the 111 car up ahead. So, and that looks like the safety car lights are out, so at the end of this race, end of this lap, we will be racing once again as we head through turn 3. So one more lap to get the tyres up to temperature, do as much as you can. Make sure you're in the right fuel map. I'm sure a lot of people now will be double checking with their driver to make sure that if they have changed the fuel map, that it's back and working, and if it's not, then to be very careful on the restart and to try and pull out of the way. But we will be keeping an eye on that. So your battle for the lead in the overall standings, Sim3D Sport and FTR Esports Red, will be very interesting. We've seen FTR Esports being very aggressive into turn 1. Will they be aggressive once again? There's only one way to find out. And as we head up towards turn 7 now, it's going to be all to play for. Chris, what do you think? Who do you think will get the better start? Sim3D Sport or FTR Esports Red?
I think Sim3D Sport, we've seen it on every restart they've been in the lead for. We've seen it on the restart they weren't in the lead for. They just seem to have the restarts nailed down. Here we have me cursing them both. I think it's worth looking out. I know we've already given Emily Howe and Prismatic A shout out for check out what goes on with them on the restart. But Emily and then Daniel Muth just behind her in the Deutsche Payment. I think they're the two to look out for a bit further down the field. They have got some lapped cars in the way, but I think the two of them, they're going to be battling quite hard with each other, thinking they've got the pace to try and catch up with the chaps in front of them both. So there's a lot of mini stories sort of developing here as well, and it'll be interesting. So RD Simsport in the lead of the Porsche Cup, I'm interested to see how aggressive are they going to be on the restart, knowing that Dominic Forster in the Vulcan is now back on the lead lap, on fresh tyres, with a full tank of fuel, as we're about to go green.
So we ride on board with FTR Esports. Thank you very much, Chris, for that great roundup. And yes, we'll be keeping an eye on all of those battles. But as we come to the lead now, we see the Sim3D Sport car up ahead, following the safety car, stalking the safety car, ready for it to dive into the pits, which it shall do. just about now. As we now go back, you can hear Jackson Lowry on the throttle pedal wanting to get going, and we are away. And that was a very good start for the SIM3D sport car at the moment as they head under the green flag to start lap number 91, and we are back racing again. Everything looks clean so far through turn 1 at the moment. There's a move in the background there. I think that was one of the... Oh, that was a lapped car. So one of the GT3s getting past the RD Sim Sport car. And there's another GT3 now wanting to lap the RD Sim Racing car. And there's a huge crash in the background. There's a car on its roof there. And that will surely be another safety car. What is going on here at the moment? That was P7 in the...
I think that's track limit racing and they've towed, so we might avoid the safety car. I guess what's happened there with that is there's no cars behind them for there to be a problem. So let's see what happens here. Is it someone from behind?
Oh, they've been tagged. Oh, that's a very big accident. I think that was RPM tagging them there. What? And you just see, I mean, we're glad that we haven't got another safety car, but there's action up and down the field at the moment, isn't there? As we actually have a look at RPM Racing now. Robert Lancaster in the number 23 Ferrari, and he's just going to go for a move down the inside, and the GT4 closed the gap, and I think they were both unaware of what was going on there. But as we head back towards your live pictures now, Sim3D Sport are still in the lead as we look at the battle for, we look at the leader in GT3 as we see RPM, who were involved in that incident, get past some more GT4 cars and are now up on the back of the 111 car. And this is for position, this is for overall position, and Robert needs to do this as quick as possible. He wants to be chasing down the leader again. He's 16 seconds off the lead of the race, so he can still do this. He can still win this, and we've seen RPM having the pace, and we've seen RPM being very aggressive as they both get past the 222 car there. And then remember the 222 car, of course, the B Sim Racing car driven by Pierre at the moment. Heading down the straight towards turn 3 now. The number 23 car's got a very good slipstream, pulls out towards the inside, and I think the 111 car will let him go. No, he won't. Ferrari has to pull back into the slipstream again, so was unable to make the overtake. As we ride back, as we look back, there's the Scania racing car going, and the Vulcan Sim Racing car going battling at the moment. Scania has now gotten up to 4th place, so Vulcan down to 5th at the moment. So a good restart from Scania. They have had the pace so far. 15 seconds off the lead in their class. So again, all to play for at the moment. And we have seen many a safety car riding on board with Dominic Forrester, Vulcan Sim Racing P-Cup. As we head up towards turn 7 now, where does he feel like a move towards the inside? Does he feel like raving around the outside? He's going to go to the inside. He's going to break that a little bit later. This will be a great move if he can pull it off. Nibbles a little bit of the curb, and he is through. And where is Scania? I think Scania had to go wide to avoid him there. Maybe also locked up the brakes, but that was a great move, Chris.
So yeah, Roberto De Filipis, he did go straight on, but he did it sensibly, so that I think he was just able to get that car turned back in once it was safe to go. So probably a good idea, just preserving the safety of the car, not going into the barrier, not committing to a turn that they knew they wouldn't get into. As we see a couple of the GT3s here, Byron Crawford, he's going through, and that will be to his advantage. The 23 behind him, that's Robert Lancaster in the RPM, taking it a little bit easier round turn 2 this time with lapped cars. So Paul Busby has another 2 cars to not worry about gone through. He'll be hoping and praying we don't have any more safety cars, because it will just allow him to get on with this race. He's already, Paul, got a 7-second gap to Lee Belcher in second, and Lee Belcher's dealing with Martin Pearson in the back marker Racing Blue. They're currently looking like they're shaping up for a battle as well. This can only benefit the leader of the GT4 class, but we've not seen a huge amount of wheel-to-wheel action in the GT4s yet today, so it'll be good if Pearson and Belcher can provide that for us here.
It will be indeed, going through turn 5, through turn 6 now, onto the back straight. This crucial corner, you need to get a good exit, otherwise you can just lose momentum. But I think Martin Pearson's now just letting the Porsche car through. Yeah, so this Porsche Cup has gone through with no incident for either of them, but under braking, Martin Pearson braking much later, and I thought for a split second there that we might see another incident, but luckily nobody ended up rear-ending anybody, so we are back and all good. So we come through the double left-hander here, just listening to the throttle trace and just listening, and I think some drivers are saving tyres a little bit. And I wonder if some teams are trying to go for the the no-stop strategy from here on out, and it'll be interesting to see if anybody can pull it off, and if there's enough safety cars to be able for that strategy to be able to be viable. With 1 hour and 10 minutes to go, as we now see a battle, the same battle for 7th place overall. The RPM Racing Robert Lancaster still needs to get past the GT3 AM leader of Byron Crawford. Sorry, I think I've made the same mistake that Tim made earlier on in the race there. To apologise.
Yeah, we've got Colin Wynn making sure we get that correct. So it's definitely Byron Crawford, and he's doing a good job of keeping the RPM behind him right now. And 7th place for the GT3 AMs, and 7th place overall for the GT3s, and 1st overall for GT3 AMs. The 11th Racing has had a very good race here, but it looks like RPM is trying to go for the move.
Down the inside, but just has to break that little bit earlier. And 11th Racing keeps the position. Great defensive campaign from the 11th Racing team at the moment as we head on board now with the Backmarker Racing blue team trying to get past the that's the FTR Racing. Sorry, I got confused because there was the JD car there, but that's around the outside of turn 7. A great move there from Martin Pearson. FTR Esports Whites down to P3, and JD Sim Racing getting a little bit out of shape on the exit there. I think they've been unlucky in this race, and they are down 8 laps, so they're not involved in this battle, but I'm sure they will be enjoying it as we head towards the front of the field, and we see Prismatic Motorsport A chasing down the number 20 BMW. They want that position back. They want to see if they can progress further. So that's Arctic Racing ahead of them, and Emily Howe just behind them. Let's just have a look into turn 5 at the moment. Love this corner, so tricky on exit, not to make sure that you don't hit the wall. Through turn 6 now. Again, so easy for the rear end just to step out here, and you can see the battle scars on most of these cars now. I think almost everybody's had a little bit of a brush with the wall. As I hear there are our main commentator. As we see a little bit of action, I'll just introduce Tim. You've rejoined us in the commentary box.
Yeah, and just to see a move just in time by the looks of things with RPM getting close, having to bounce it across the curbs there, and Chris Rowlands has done his duties for the day, and he is heading off. Well, he's headed off. He's gone. A scalded cat off a hot tin roof. He's gone. It's nearly. Look at that move. It was nearly what that was. But we've got FTR there in the pits from third. They're dropping obviously down now. As we just watch this battle, and I tell you what, I came back and I just popped to the shops briefly to get some milk from coffee because we were in the safety car, and came back to find we're still in the safety car. I thought, what have I missed? As we see Prismatic there, just going to squeeze up the inside. Can Deutsche Payments follow them through? They're looking to do so on that inside line, and Arctic could lose 2 places at as many corners. There's also, you see that is one of the stage 1, I think that's Junior there, just heading through as well. But RPM just trying to find their way finally past 11 tenths, head up into 6th overall, and but still remains 6th in class. And yeah, I thought we were still under safety car. I thought it'd been delayed again, but then rewound the action and spotted we'd had another incident, and it's been the perennial, Seb. Cautions breed cautions.
Cautions breed cautions by the looks of things. I think we had 3 safety cars. It was hectic. You left and all hell broke loose. So for the driver's sake, please don't leave again.
Yeah, hopefully I could bring back a bit of sense of calm amongst the drivers. Not that I'm sure any of them really tuning in right now. What a race we've had. First 2 rounds, not one. We beat it up about the race director software and how it could throw safety cars. Didn't have one. Came very close at times, and then had a couple obviously last time out at Spa, and then we did wonder when we first looked at the calendar and we saw Battle Isle and obviously discovered about the race director software that this league runs. We knew we'd get at least a couple here, but it just goes to show the dangers of street circuits, where if you have an incident, there is nowhere to go. And I mean, you've got to feel for Zabi. 3rd overall was the AM car. There they are right now, and through no fault of their own, a bit of blue on blue action between the FTRs, and Now they found themselves a lap down on the lead Amcar. But they're still in third, so they're still in the shadow of a podium. But you felt like it was real redemption after last time out at Spa, where they were on for the win, and it just all fell apart in the last few laps for them. And just maybe, a winning class would have been amazing if they could have held on for a podium overall. Because strategy-wise, they were right in there. They've pitted, and we know they've got pace. And it just all fell apart for him, and you've got to feel gutted. It was like George Russell in the F1 when he got the Mercedes drive, and it all fell apart for him through no fault of his own. It was the same here. But at least they're still on for a podium as we fast approach 1 hour left. I don't know, Seb, I don't know where the last 3 hours have gone of racing. It's been a real treat for the neutral, this one.
Oh, completely. The action has just been great, and watching these drivers just tackle this amazing circuit here at Belle and driving on the absolute limit every single lap has just been great to watch. And I'm with you. I do not know where the last 3 hours have gone, and I certainly wish that this race could go on for a lot longer, although I think the drivers would probably disagree with me on that one. And probably the stewards too. I think they've had a little bit of a busy time on board with Emily Howe at the moment for Prismatic. And we saw a few laps ago, and it was an awful lap for Arctic Racing. They lost so many positions after being pushed wide by Emily, and they've managed to recover, but it's always an awful feeling, isn't it, when you just get pushed wide and you just see place after place go through.
So there's an incident in the investigation between Vulcan and Sunday drivers. Apparently Stage 1 Junior are also been caught up in that incident. And well, we'll bring you up an update on how that one pans out. I know there's going to be right. I already got the information for you. So there's a drive-through penalty for Vulcan and Stage 1 Junior for overtaking before the start-finish line under the restart. Stage 1 Junior, you got to feel for them. It's not been their best day, but I tell you, it is a cracking day at the moment, Seb. And looking at, they're all thereabouts, as we just see a nice little battle in Porsche Cup going on right now. It's the Audi of Next Level Racing. They're up 10 places so far today, but they're in second overall. And if they could get on the podium, I mean, they've got a slightly bent rear wing. That doesn't not going to affect things too much here around Belle, but they will be absolutely ecstatic with that one. But they are being hunted down by Deutsche Payments and Prismatic, and that's going to be a tough challenge to hold off those guys. I mean, they've got a bit of a buffer to them of 4 seconds at the moment, but it's not a massive amount, and we know just how handy the German Daniel Muth is in that Porsche 911 as we've got Vulcan into the pits from P4 in Porsche Cup. Wow, there's been so many stories and different plot lines within this race, up and down the field, Seb. You don't know where to look, and little battles emerging, and I mean, we talk about all that, and then you say, Kevin De Winter at Stage 1 Junior had an amazing start, fell right back. Vulcan had a pit for the drive-throughs, that's why they were in the pits. But yeah, I mean, Kevin De Winter at Stage 1 Junior had some amazing overtakes at the start. Was having what seemed like the drive of his life. Everything was coming together. Then incidents fell right down to the back, has clawed his way all the way back up the field. Next Level, they're in from third in GT3 Pro. That's promoted Deutsche Payment, Prismatic, and Arctic. But yeah, it's now they're back up to 8th overall, 7th in class. You could argue as well. So, Byron Crawford for 11 attempts, an AM driver, he's up into what is now 6th because Next Level are obviously in the pits taking their stop. As we saw Funk there going past, making a switch on RD. That was for a position overall inside the top 10. It's hard to know where to look, or if you wouldn't break this down, we could be all night talking about this one, to break it down post-race.
I think you could be here all night talking about one class, let alone the whole race. I mean, the amount of stories and like how the safety cars, how each safety car has affected each team, each driver. It's really interesting, and it would be great to hear from the drivers at the end of the race and just understand like how this race has panned out for them, because yeah, we've only seen snapshots of each of everybody's race, and it's been absolute carnage out there at the moment. So yeah, as you said, the 269 Vulcan Sim racing car and the 72 Sojourn racing car have got a drive-through for overtaking before the start-finish line. So there will be have to come into the pits and that's an unfortunate penalty for them, but it's fairly cut and dry. That it's the stewards can look at that, and once they see you do it, there's not really a defence you can put up for that.
Not really, yeah, and it's interesting as well. I mean, B-Sim, they obviously coming around to be lapped by Prismatic there, and Prismatic struggling. You know, such has been the times between the car classes. It's not different. It's not been a massive gap due to the size of the lap here, and the nature of the faster cars aren't able to stretch their legs as much. You saw Prismatic just locking up there. That's the Prismatic B car in the AM category, nearly running into the back of B-Sim there. You see our leader, they're coming through. They've made it past the GT4 of backmarker blue, and you can see right now they're just all struggling, and especially when you move offline, you can see occasionally the marbles out on the track, and think finally Prismatic are going to make their way past, and our leader at SIM3D Sport are making their way past as well. Excuse me, making their way past as well there, and you feel that they should clear Prismatic pretty quickly. We know there's a bit of grip around the outside of turn 3. We've seen a fair few moves around the outside there, although Prismatic just easing off the accelerator and allowing them through. Yeah, I mean, it's... Wow, actually, looking at it, RD, we're going to have another one as well. We see Sakanya there. They've just made it past FTR and GT4. But, yeah, RD Sim Sport, Stage 1 Junior have just got past them to get their place back inside the top 10. Obviously, RD are a Porsche Cup car, and you see, talking of Porsche Cup, here's Vulcan Sim Racing trying to clear the GT4 of Total Sim Sport, and it's getting all the more tricky. So they move offline, Seb, and they get caught up on those marbles, and there's no grip out there in a few of the corners, so they have no choice but to sit behind a slower car, it seems.
Yeah, you're right. It's so tricky out there at the moment, and as the race progresses, and we've still got 57 minutes of racing to go, so just under a quarter of the race left, and the amount of marbles on the edge of the track at the end is going to make overtaking very hard, and certainly lapping incredibly hard. And if there's a battle for a position on the last couple of laps, you're going to have to be very committed in. And actually, there's going to have to be quite a pace difference to be able to make a move. As you're right, the marbles offline are looking pretty extreme at the moment, and you lose so much grip because of it. So, but Vulcan, of course, making their way up through the field after their drive-through penalty. They've got about a 20-ish second gap to Greenleaf, so they can still get on the podium if they have a good final stint. So we'll be looking out for that, but it'll be hard for them to do, but I can't predict what's going to happen in this race, so you never know.
No, I don't think anyone would have quite predicted what we've seen today, and we have now fallen inside the final hour here, and let's just have a run through your standings as they are right now, as everything's calmed down a little out on track. So leading the way in GT3 Pro, you can see them there just coming back to lap our leader in GT4. It's SIM3D Sport. They're in first with a 20-second gap over second place, which is Deutsche Payment, and Hans Danielmuth, they've started to come through the field as they come past Sakanya in the Porsche Cup. That's a very brave move there. I wouldn't have made that one, but the skill of Danielmuth. As you see, Sakanya taking a little ricochet off the wall there on exit. Prismatic, they are currently in third. There they are, far behind. And then we've got Arctic. They are in fourth. A great result from these guys in the BMW. They're not that far behind the top three right now, so they are still within a shout. Then we've got RPM, the first of our Ferraris. They are fifth overall. And then let's go through the whole of GT3. Then we've got Next Level Racing. Their last car on the lead lap. Our lone Audi in the field. Simon Weidendijk at the helm.
Just to come in there, they've pitted, so they, in theory, should be able to go to the end of the race now. So they have done their final pit stop.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if they definitely can, or you'd imagine they've got to surely fuel save, just even if it's a case of just to get themselves over the line. Although there's not a massive amount of opportunity for fuel saving around here, is there? It is a tricky one, but it's going to be one interesting plot line we'll have to keep an eye on. Then it's from 7th onwards, everyone has been lapped. So it's Funk Motorsport, they are the 7th place, then Stage 1 Junior, and then Stage 1 Senior. The last of the runners in GT3 Pro. The Stage 1 Senior are 3 laps down now. Junior only the 1 lap down. Then we've had a few retirements in GT3 Pro. We've lost FTR Esports Red on lap 95. No Luck EM Spot, gutted for those guys. They look like they're on for a strong result. Looks like they brought out the last safety car due to their incident. They lost them on lap 89. FTR Esports Black, we lost them on lap 87. Likewise, RD Sim Sport now into GT3 AM. Leading the way once again, it's 11 attempts as they did for so long in the first couple of hours. B-Sim are the only other car on the lead lap in GT3 AM. They're in second. Then it's Zabi. They are third. However, they were a lap down, and you've got to feel for those guys. They were sitting pretty. They were inside the top 3 overall, and now find themselves a lap down in third place in class. Sunday drivers there, 2 laps down, still going in the lone Mercedes in the field. And then we've got Prismatic B, who are 3 laps down. Stage 1 Green, they're still going there, 8 laps down though. And Track Limit Racing, they've come back out again after a 26-minute stop in the BMW. But they are 31st overall, still 7th in class.
They were
retirements was the sorry.
I was going to say the car that who was it? That was the Track Limit Racing car there. They were the ones that I don't know if you saw Tim, but they were crabbing all around the track. So they've managed to make it back to the pits, and they are out again. So they had a lot of damage, and I'm surprised to actually see that car back out on track.
I'm surprised at that one as well. I mean, that's a mammoth stuff, 26 minutes. But so the only retiree is the Track Limit Racing one. But then let's move on to Porsche Cup. We've got our leader. They're 11th place overall. It's RD Sim Sports. Great drive from Ankerson. Then we've got, and he's also keeping, he's not far behind, 8th place, Stage 1 Junior in GT3 AM. So a great result for them. We've then got FTR Esports Black. They're 2nd place, 13 seconds behind the leader. Then it's Greenleaf. I think going to be happy with 3rd after qualifying a little bit further down, but they've had a solid race. Then we've got Vulcan. They're 4th place at the moment, with our last time winners, Sakanya, able to make it 2 wins from 2 races in this championship after they made their debut last time out at Spa. Still a lead lap though. There's still every chance because anything can happen here at Belle. It's 6th place. They're a lap down, but the last of our runners in Porsche Cup, it is a B-Sim. There they are. Slightly damaged front right, but they're still going strong. Retirements, we've had lost Sim Party Racing. That was all the way back on lap 35, and Virtual Racing Compound didn't make the start of the race. Let's head down to GT4. They've remained pretty much as is throughout the whole race. As a whole, Total Sim Sport leading the way, 14 seconds over back marker Racing Blue, and you do have to wonder if it hadn't been for all these safety cars, how much further ahead they would have been. FTR Esports, after a brief stint in 2nd spot, they're back into 3rd place. TechSense, they are 4th. And then we've got JD Sim Racing, who are still running, but they are 8 laps down and be gutted by that one. Our winners last time. And then with 1 retirement in GT4, that was D-Line. And we lost those guys. Just having a little look now. I've lost it. There we go. Oh, it's all the way back on lap 11. The leader is on lap 106. We've got 50 minutes left at Belle. And, wow, I can't wait for these last 50 minutes because I think we're going to see a little bit of strategy as well starting to play out, because just looking at the last pit stop laps, Seb, there's some very, very large differences between some of them. SIM3D, who are out in first, stopped on lap 71, so they're some 35 laps into their stint. But in contrast, Deutsche Payment stopped on lap 87. So they're 19 laps into their stint. So some real big disparities in there. And it's hard to know how that one's going to pan out, really. And then, of course, we saw Next Level Racing Blue and the Audi. They stopped only, some 5 laps? So 7 laps ago now. Apologies. This could really... we're not going to find out literally until the last few minutes how the GT3 Pro especially is going to shape out.
Indeed, and of course, so if you pit now, you will make it to the end. It's about an hour's worth of fuel, but Deutsche having, 16 laps more fuel in the tank means that when they stop, their pit stop will be much quicker than Sim3D Sports. And you're right, that can make the difference. I mean, it could be upwards of 10, 15, maybe 20 seconds, depending on how much fuel you have to put into the car, and that could be very crucial for the overall race lead. And I'm sure at the moment Sim3D Sport are pushing as hard as they can to build that gap, but they are. The good news for Sim3D is that because they're on less fuel, they should be naturally a little bit quicker. And I also wouldn't expect many cars to be taking tyres now unless you've already been on them for a few stints. So I would be surprised to see any long stops. I think there'll just be quick splashes and dashes to get to the end of the race. And yeah, so I think everybody should make it to the end now, regardless of what class you're in. But yeah,
you mentioned about the lap times the last time round, Seb. Deutsche Payments, who we're currently looking at, they were 8 tenths slower than Sim3D, our leader. You can see just for your information on the timing task at the left-hand side of your screen right now. That is when the drivers last stopped. Now, we are on lap 108 to put it into some contrast for you. Get some understandings of just how deep they are into some of their stints. There's... We've got JD Sim Racing there into the pits in GT4. And yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. We've had Colin Wint in the comments loving the Race Director software. Well, without it, it's really shaken things up, and it's provided some realism here to the action out on track, where if you do have an incident, it's able to bring the pack back together after, especially if there's a bit of a traffic jam out on track, Seb.
Certainly, it's really spiced up the racing, and it's incredible what the FTR guys have created. Of course, it's all automated, and iRacing doesn't have a function to send out a safety car in road racing, so it's all coded themselves, and it's mighty impressive, and it's made such a difference to this race. And maybe a few drivers will be a little bit upset with it. I think Backmarker Racing Blue have been a loser. I mean, they're back to where they were now, and I think Paul Busby as well. If we're talking GT4s, I think might be a little bit upset with it, but there'll be some drivers that will be loving it. So it's you're right. It's realistic, and it's exactly what we want to see. And yeah, just congratulations to them, because the software has worked flawlessly so far today, and this is a true test, as there's been so many incidents. So it's good to see it working. And
you've nailed it on the head there, Seb. It has been an absolute, a real, true test to the software, hasn't it? And it's not missed a beat, and really provided some great entertainment here of the 4 hours of Detroit Belle Isle. Now, Seb, I understand you've got a bit of a message about one of our sponsors. Go for the Gap.
For the Gap, yes, they are our favourite Etsy store to find the very best F1 and motorsport art and graphics. If you get over to their Etsy store now and use the code 10TALSimsport, you'll get 10% off any motorsport prints. Their site is www.etsy.com/shop/GoForTheGap. Head over to @GoForTheGapCo on Twitter for more information, and as always, all links can be found in the YouTube description on the Total SimSport YouTube channel.
If you just see the leader in GT4 being passed there by the B-Sim No, sorry, that's not a B-Sim. Apologies about that one. That's the 192. Yeah, no, it is B-Sim. Sorry, I've got my Porsches all mixed up there for a second because, of course, they run in Porsche Cup as well.
There's so many Porsches, isn't there?
There is this. Yeah, a lot of it's Porsches in every single category. Of course, GT4 is all Porsche Cup. Well, of course, that's naturally all Porsche. There's so many runners in the GT3 category taking the Porsche 911 GT3. And there's another one that's our leader in GT3M. And guess what? It's a Porsche. To be fair, the only category that isn't being won by a Porsche, of course, the bottom two are by default, is GT3 Pro. And there they are in the BMW. It's SIM3D Sport. And we spoke to a teammate of Sean Campbell earlier, Calvin Dent, and saying how Sean was hoping to lap the whole field. However, that's definitely not going to happen. Let's make good progress there. I think he's got all the way up to 7th place now. Just looking at it, and still a mighty effort for considering all the safety cars that have brought, culled all the gaps and brought the field all the way back together again as they just tried to clear the JD SimSport GT4 there. It was getting a little bit of a wiggle on as we've got FTR Esports Black from Porsche Cup 2nd place. They are into the pit, so be interested to see where they come out. You can just see them if you squint hard enough right down the end of the pit lane. Porsche 911, of course, it's another Porsche. It's the 911 safety car there. We've seen that has a fair few outings today, right at the front of it there. And Greenleaf, they've made it past. Likewise have Vulcan as well. Now, let's talk strategies, Seb, around Porsche Cups. And now we know that they can last basically a good hour on the fuel. We are now at 43 minutes left, so we know FTR will not have to stop again. I think it's going to be nip and tuck, I think, for the two guys ahead of them, RD and Greenleaf. They stopped on laps, 75 and 86 respectively. So yeah, I think that's going to be a little bit nip and tuck over in Porsche Cup. Vulcan as well stopped on lap 86 are currently looking at the moment, and they are the last of the drivers. Teams currently in podium in 3rd place. So I think there is a potential for Greenleaf and Vulcan. I think they can probably make it home to the end. But it's whether our leader, RD SimSport, can. I think that's the interesting one. And having said that, they did set the fastest lap that they've achieved so far in last time around. So it's definitely interesting, isn't it? And you see the stint lamps in the bottom right corner of your screen right now.
I think so. I think everybody will have to stop in Porsche Cup again. I think there's simply just a few too many laps to go. And of course, this is all dependent on whether we get another safety car. And I wonder if you've got to pit again, you might as well just stay out there and keep on lapping. As long as the tyres are okay, you might as well stay out there and just pray and hope for a safety car to come out that might either allow you to make it to the end without stopping or to get a very cheap pit stop under the pit stop. And that's Prismatic Motorsport are in the pits for the GT3 Pro, Tim.
Yeah, they've come in from 3rd. That's elevated Arctic up into a podium place for now. But interestingly, looking at it, I think that's tactical from Prismatic because where last time they'd stopped was similar-ish from memory to the likes of Deutsche Payment. So I think that is tactics playing out right now from Emily Howe. He's field to get home to the end. Now, there you go. As I was just about to say, you'd imagine we expect our leader in any time soon, and before we can even get the words out of my mouth, there you go. Our leader is in. Now, there is a 23-second gap between himself and Deutsche Payment. If we had an incident here, or is it a pass? That's Zabby in the blue, Prismatic B. Who've decided they weren't going to make the corner there, at least Main, and she's elected to take it to the escape road.
Was that before she pitted or after? I think that must have been before.
Yeah, that was we've got pretty. This is where it gets so tricky for us as commentators. Oh, and a scrape from the wall there from JD Sim Racing. They're already 8 laps down, and they've kept it going somehow. Almost a full 360. This is. Oh, no, we're back live now. So that is Campbell for Sim3D Sport coming out of the pits. Arctic are only 7 tenths ahead of them. However, Arctic do need to stop again. This is where it's getting tricky. Now, GT4, in GT4, our leader is in there as well. So clearly starting off all the leaders coming in. Also, we have got Stage 1 Junior from 8th place in Class 2 GT3 Pro. They are in. Likewise, Stage 1 Green in GT3 AM. They are in as well. It's all happening now. We were just talking about strategy, and it's like they've all gone, oh yeah, I might need some fuel to get myself home to the end, Seb, and they've all started coming in.
They're listening to us. I think they're listening to the broadcast, and remembered that they might need a little bit more fuel to get to the end. And this is Sean Campbell chasing down Arctic Racing, who are yet to pit. And it'll be interesting to see when or if. I think it's more of a question of when Deutsche Payment Esports comes into the pits to take their final splash and dash. You got to love a bit of strategy, haven't you, Tim?
Well, there you go. There's Arctic. They're in. So luckily for Sim3D, not held up for very long by Arctic. So they're in from second, and just looking at it, Seb, where are they going to come out? I think they're going to drop behind Prismatic. Yeah, they're definitely going to drop behind Prismatic. There's some 20 seconds down the road. So that it might... Actually, they might... I'm guessing they might even fall behind our GT3 AM leader, 11 tenths Racing, Byron Crawford, currently at the helm of that Porsche 11. There you go. He's come past. The Audi of Next Level Racing, they're going to come past as well. RPM, I don't think, just they're coming out of turn 12, I think they're, aren't they, Seb? I think they should hold, I don't think they'll pass Arctic. Yeah, there we go. That confirms that one. Also got GT3 AM.
Oh,
second place. There we go. They're in definitely now after that. GT3 AM, we've got B-Sim and Sunday Drivers, second and fourth place. They're in to the pits as well. It's all going on here. And just looking at Prismatic B here, Seb, they've got... This is looking good for them. They've got a few laps on everyone else, and I think they could make it home. Let's just watch what happens to the Audi of Next Level Racing. Is this going to be all too much... The Audi doing Audi things that... Oh, no, and they're pointing the wrong way in the middle of the track.
Driving the 221 car there to get by safely, and so for the 222 car, I think that was asking. Oh, that's
unique.
Yep. Oh, you don't really. I wonder what the stewards will. Oh, and I think he's even hit a bit of a invisible wall there. But I wonder what the stewards will think of that. I mean, it was. Yeah, will they think of that as an unsafe rejoin? Will the backmarker racing car maybe protest that? Wow, how interesting. We've seen it all this race.
Oh, but yeah, we have. I think we have seen it all, and I think that was literally probably the only weirdest thing that we hadn't seen. And producer Sean just saying in our ears that it was actually probably one of the safest things to do, because you're that's probably the narrowest part of the track there. Not that Belle is exactly wide anyway, but they're in the middle of the road, pointing in the wrong direction. At that part of the corner, it opens up so you've got, you can maneuver the car around, and it could well be probably the most logical thing that we've seen all evening. But Deutsche Payment, they're into the pits from the lead. Where are they going to come out, Seb? That is the question. It's about 50 seconds pit transition time with the amount of pit fuel they're going to have to put in. I think this could bring them out.
Yeah, I think Sim3D Sport have just got past them, so they have not come out. And that's also the backmarker racing car has also just come out again behind the Total Sim Sport car. So in the GT4 class, Total Sim Sport and backmarker and FTR have all made their final pit stops now.
Oh, so this is Deutsche Payment. They're going to get out ahead of Prismatic. There you go. They've just come around turn 2 there, so along the straight down to turn 3. Now, this is probably another one due into the pits as well. TechSense leading in GT4 right now, but fuel's got to be definitely in need of top up. Our leader from GT3 Amp, they are in 11 temps. So Asabi, they're up into 2nd place, and let's take a little look at when they stopped on lap 81, so they're probably going to need to stop again. Likewise, Prismatic B and GT3 Amp, I'd imagine they would need to stop again as well, Seb. Wow, I think we're just... This is pretty much going to see everyone home, isn't it? We've got about 35 minutes left to go. I'm just trying to spot if there's anyone else who will need to stop. RD Sim Sport and Porsche Cup, I'm guessing they may well need to stop again. That's going to be very, very close, and it'd be interesting to know whether they're fuel saving.
I'm a little bit, looking at those lap numbers, I'm a little bit concerned about Next Level Racing Blue. Unless they've done some significant fuel saving, I think they might have to come in for that dreaded 1 lap extra of fuel. I think it's going to be real borderline for them.
And it's bounced off the wall again, and I tell you what, that Audi R8 is it's bruised, it's battered, but it's coming home. And I tell you what, it's even looking racy as well. They've got stage 1 ahead of them. That's the senior car there. No, it's junior, sorry. It's David Van Slambrook currently at the helm of that machine.
But always sad to see a car looking like that, but maybe they've gone for the super high downforce rear wing there that's sticking up in the air. I remember back in the day that the Audi, when you used to damage the rear wing, it used to sometimes go quicker as it get very, very loose on exit there. So maybe not helping, but they're lapping. Is that there? They're lapping the number 73.
Yes, so that's stage 1 senior. I said that was a junior. Apologies about that one. So yes, that is senior. JD Sim Racing and GT4, a win last time out there, still in the pits. They've been in for 5 minutes to repairing that damage where they had that lovely 360 out on the exit of turn 2. As we see Zabi squeezing past Greenleaf, but there's our leader TechSense from GT4. They are into the pits. Now I'd imagine that's probably going to bring them out in about 4th place in GT4, would you say, Seb?
Yeah, I'd say 4th place. I think they might be close to FTR.
I
they'll
think
definitely
so.
have.
Oh no, hold on. Oh no, I thought they were coming out then. Our software just suddenly briefly showed them as heading out. So,
but sorry to cut in there. Talking about GT4, I've just noticed that the gap between Total Sim Sport and Backmarker Racing Blue has halved since I last saw it. It's now down to 6.2 seconds. So I think Backmarker have gained a little bit in the pits. I think they have,
yes. You spot on. So 7 seconds shorter pits time compared to our leader, Total Sim Sport. Well, actually, I tell you what, interesting part as well. TechSense, we said they come out in 4th probably, but actually they've come out in 3rd. Look at that. So where they only need a short stop to get them home. Also, our leader in Porsche Cup, RD Sim Sport, they're in as well. But yeah, that's a really interesting one there in GT4 with TechSense. And like you say as well, between Total Sim Sport and Backmarker, where that gap has reduced due to the pit stop time.
I think it really shows that if you can save fuel just to get a shorter pit stop, if you just use if you can gain a few laps and take less fuel, it really gains. And I mean, 7 seconds is quite huge, and again, it's really worked for TechSense up to P3 at the moment.
Let's just see our leader in Porsche Cup just exit the pit lane there. We've also got, talking to Porsche Cup, Tacania, they are in as well. But look, it's brought with just coming up to half an hour left here in the race. Our top 3 are all on the same straight. There's some 7.5 seconds covering 1st to 3rd after what has been 3.5 hours racing. I know safety cars have played a large part of that story, but this is going to come down to the wire here potentially, isn't it? And all like you said about this earlier, Seb, all it takes is one safety car and they will be all on top of one another, literally.
They will, and I don't know if I want a safety car. I don't know if I don't want a safety car, because I mean, these drivers have driven an incredible race, and I don't want to see anybody losing out to a safety car that doesn't necessarily go in their favour. Oh, the G69 car very wide there. I thought for a split second he might have ended up in the barrier, but yeah, managed to collect up all of that understeer, and there was quite a lot of understeer to collect up there, as you saw. I'm sure the team were I couldn't even watch. They were wincing and head in their hands there, but all managed to survive to tell the tale.
Well, the interesting one is that SIM3D are losing a bit of time behind Vulcan Porsche Cup. As here they come out onto the start finish. Well, say straight. There's a kink in the middle of it. There's turn 15. They're going to get past Vulcan. Yeah, that must have been a bit of a scary moment for our leader, seeing that car careering towards the barrier as they make easy light work of Greenleaf, and we've got a right battle going on over the last place on the podium in GT4. TechSense versus FTR as they drag it out here, and TechSense just keeping hold of that third place by the skin of their teeth right here now, Seb.
Oh, completely. It's all hotting up at the moment as we go through turn 8 and 9. Up towards turn 9 and 10, and you can just see FTR just bouncing and how much the suspension is having to work at the moment. And you have to say that although TechSense managed to have a quicker pit stop time, they've lost a little bit of a second. They've lost some time, so it's all to play for third place in GT4.
Well, talking of all to play for, it's all to play for over second place in Porsche Cup right now between Greenleaf and Vulcan. So Zabi, they've just come into the pits and exit. They're still in third place. They have got a lap over Sunday drivers in fourth place, as you see. Vulcan just seem to be suffering with a bit of understeer right now. They understeered out of turn 12 there as well. And do you think where they've pushed so hard maybe to catch up to Greenleaf, which they've achieved, maybe just... Oh, there you go. Greenleaf are in.
Yeah. I think Vulcan will also have to be in, because I think the pit stop that Vulcan is showing, I think that was for their drive-through penalty. So I think that Vulcan has also got to make a pit stop. But I'm surprised to see Greenleaf in, but that was a very quick pit stop. They're already on the pit exit, so they did not need that much fuel to get to the end.
No, so they're only stationary for 12.8 seconds. So that is literally a splash and dash to get them home. And the big question is, well, Vulcan, I'm guessing they need to stop, but this low fuel conditions, the track is as rubbered in as it's ever been. So how long can they continue? And just looking at this battle once again in GT4, over the last place on the podium, TechSense and FTR scrapping it out. They've stopped around about the same sort of time, and just it's gonna get out. As you see, Vulcan running it deep once again.
They might need tyres. If they're coming into the pits, they might need a set of tyres, because that car looks very undrivable at the moment. Just see how much understeer they've had, and if they might need to just to bring it into the pits and put on a new set of tyres, because you might lose 30 seconds, but at least you get to the end of the race. It looks a handful at the moment, and I think I thought they were coming into the pits there. I think I did the same mistake you did.
Yeah,
but
it looks. There we go. They are in as we head back to the TechSense and FTR. Oh, as we saw, well, that was from the stage 1 I think that was stage 1 junior BMW carrying on at turn 3 there. Take a little look at what happened there, and Van Sambrook, the Benelux driver, I think
too busy watching their mirrors in. It's not too bad. Found reverse and off he went again, but not the greatest of of braking zones for him. But no harm done, no damage done.
There we go. Vulcan have come into the pits in Porsche Cup. They've headed out. Now they are come out 3 seconds behind Greenleaf. FTR are back up into second. Greenleaf obviously up into third, but there's definitely going to be a big battle over that last place on the podium in Porsche Cup, just like there is in GT4 right now. Keeping half an eye on other battles we've got going on. I think that's pretty much it right now. And we see that You think? I mean, how do you? I mean, we're now down to 25 minutes left here, Seb. If you're sat in FTR's position, or if you're their team manager, how would you try and control this situation? Because you're about equal on pace with TechSense, obviously, where the back markers get, so the faster cars come around to lap you, they get in between you and start to space yourself out again. How do you try and play this all out and manage it to ensure that you're right up on the back and you can get past TechSense?
If I was team manager, I think it's just about getting further into the race. It sounds silly because we're 3.5 hours into a 4-hour race, but you've still got quite a lot of racing to do, quite a lot of laps to do, and you just want to be there at the end. And you're right, traffic's a huge factor here, and you might get unlucky with traffic, but equally the guy ahead of you might get unlucky with traffic, and that's when you can capitalize and maybe try and make a bit of a move. But what I'm also noticing is that the Backmarker Racing blue car is edging closer to the Total Sim Sport car, so that could be a little bit of a battle towards the end. And actually, that's a very late move there from one of the Porsche Cups.
That was very, very close there. As FTR just looking to slot it up the inside of the GT4 Lisa. And that could have been a disaster there. And it's cost them a bit of time where they weren't able to clear them that easily. And Greenleaf have just got themselves a little bit of breathing room in second place.
And that's what exactly I was talking about, Tim, is that, so Backmarker Racing have now gained 1.5 seconds due to just one Porsche Cup just not really making a move, and Paul having just to second guess, and that can be the difference between gaining the place and losing the place. So yeah, you've just got to keep consistent and see what happens with the traffic, and that's the beauty of multi-class racing.
So they've got the B-Sim car behind them, but just heading up, we've got RD Sim Sport just battling it out here with the 911 GT3. That is the B-Sim car. Seems a bit strange to have this is the fight for the last place in the side of the top 10 overall between a GT3 AM and a Porsche Cup. Obviously, no points or anything affected, but honours definitely on the line. Where there is points is between these two. FTR in second, Vulcan in third in Porsche Cup right now. And this is a very similar situation to what we've got going on in... we've also got it going on between... Just looking at it between Arctic and Next Level as well in GT3. And of course, what we were talking about earlier, that's happening, like you're saying, Seb, between in GT4, where Backmarker have taken big chunks due to the traffic out of Total Sim Sport.
They have indeed. So there's battles up and down the field, and I'm wondering, where's FTR come from? Have they gone past Vulcan, or have they dropped down? Because I remember Vulcan and Greenleaf racing, but as FTR goes wide there, so Vulcan up to P3 and now chasing down Greenleaf in second place.
They've not got far to go. It's only 1.4 seconds up the road, and this is more than achievable inside the last 20 minutes. But here is how the move done. FTR just how did they not hit the barrier? We've got Prismatic B there into the pits, clearly needing some dinosaur juice to get themselves home. As we just see now, this intriguing freeway battle for second place in Porsche Cup.
I love the fact that you can see all three of the cars on the same straight. It's just after 4 or 3.5 hours of racing, they are separated by less than 3 seconds, and that's exactly why we love sim racing and motorsport, because you couldn't make it up, could you? After no. all that's happened, they are still absolutely going for it and racing, and we don't know who will finish second in this race.
There's been a drive change, I think, over at Prismatic B, like Isaiah head into the car. Oh, it's ran it a little bit.
Yes, I think Total Sim Sport here is going to have a little bit of an issue. What's going to happen here?
Oh,
he's done!
Onto the grass! No, and he's backed it in! He's kept the car going. He might get away with this one, but there comes backmarker Blue, and they're going to take the lead in GT4 here as we come inside the last 20 minutes at Detroit after leading for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Busby has had an issue, and I mentioned about that patch of grass all the way back in qualifying. Would someone get into it? And he has. On a bit further down, you even can see the tyre marks there, Seb.
And that's such an unfortunate mistake after 3 hours and 40 minutes of racing, just that one like millimetre too wide, and you end up spinning. But he's only 7/10 behind the backmarker racing car, so it's still all to play for. But 4/10 now, the gap is closing very quickly, and luckily for Paul, it doesn't look like he gained any damage from that. So we have got a real big battle on our hands now.
Look at the way he's just closed up through turns 1 and 2 there. Who's going to get the best run out as they head over the bumps? This is going to be ideal for where Arctic are going to come past in GT3. They need to be careful, be praying not to have one of them in between the middle of these two battling GT4s as they all come side by side. You can see Total Sinsport just hanging on for dear life onto the back end of the backmarker Racing Blue. GT4 just in front of them as he's desperate not to have one of these GT3s come between them and allow backmarker to get ahead. And he's just about managed to do it and hold on to the back straight. Wow, that was ballsy there. That was really ballsy from Busby there, Seb. I would have backed out of that one.
It's amazing how wide you think these Porsche, or any car is when you're battling for the lead in the race. And yeah, he was quite forceful with that GT3 there, but I think I would have done exactly the same. You've got to. Yeah, you want to keep sight of your car up ahead, and yeah, if there'd have been a car in between them, it could have been completely different. So, yeah, tough driving from Paul, but I think it's very smart driving from him as well, and he's still within half a second of the lead, and I'm sure he's. I mean, we see how much he's pushing, and as long as he can keep it on the track, he's got a really good chance of winning this race. But he's been in the car now for almost the whole race, so he must be getting tired. So, and we were talking earlier, weren't we, Tim, about fatigue, and he must be feeling it by this point in the race.
I think he's definitely got to be. He's clearly that one little lapse in concentration's all that it took for him to lose that place after being the lead for the whole race. So he said some 3 hours and 40. Just trying to take that one extra little bit of a wider line to extend the gap out between themselves and backmarker. Just got it onto the grass. But wow. I mean, we've had go for Amp in the chat saying, what a race from Arctic. Brilliant race from those guys in the BMW 5th right now in GT3 Pro. An absolutely epic display from them. They've got the Belgian driver, Vanderput, currently on board to bring them home and close out the race here, and they're not far behind another team that's had a cracking race, currently in 4th place. Next one, Racing Blue, as we've also FTR Esports White in GT4. They're into the pit, Seb, needing a splash and dash to get themselves home, and that's surely going to give TechSense that last place on the podium.
Very interesting. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they were short of fuel, maybe tyres, but yeah, so gutting for them having to pit with 60 minutes to go. Oh, that must be a shame for them, and you're right, that pretty much guarantees TechSense P3 unless anything dramatic happens. But
you didn't say about it earlier, Seb. You were worried about some of the drivers having to splash and dash inside the last few minutes, and that was one of the teams that needed to do so, and it just shows just how much it can cost you. It's just being displayed out there, but I'll tell you what, these two are leaving it all, nothing on the line here. As Vulcan, they've clutched the gap up to Greenleaf. So now inside 16 minutes remaining. You see that? Wow, Greenleaf bouncing it across all the bumps in the car there. The car's so rigid. You saw it just bouncing up and down. And this could go any way.
I think they did. So we're trying to work out tyre strategies at the moment. So we're seeing, of course, Vulcan Sim Racing really understeering on their last stint, but they look a little bit more stable on this stint.
The tyres, maybe, Seb, and that's what they were causing to create the understeer. I think they're going to remain through turn 1 and 2 the same. You know, because they were pushing really hard. Do you think maybe they overcooked them and just coming in for that pit stop, gave it time just for the tyres to breathe and cool down briefly, enough for them to, get grip back essentially?
I think it's quite possible. I think there's going to be a move there. They're all the same into turn 3. I think you're right, but when I think of sort of thermal degradation in the Porsche Cups, I more think about the rears rather than the fronts. But I mean, with their pace being what it is now, you have to say that it must have just been due to temps rather than the actual wear on the tyre. But I mean, Vulcan's always pushing Greenleaf through the first section of this lap.
They are. They're right onto the back of them. I'll tell you what, there's another battle going on as well. 11 temps are locked in the battle. They're currently first overall, first in GT3 AM. And they are, they've got RPM, I believe, right behind them. So RPM, this is for point scoring division, despite them being from different classes. GT3 Pro for RPM, GT3 AM for 11 temps. And if 11 temps can bring that Porsche home in 6th place overall, that is a brilliant result for them as RPM looking to the inside, and that's going to be the move done. And just utilising the 192 in front of them there. So 193, I think that's stage 1, isn't it? That's in front of them, but back to the Porsche Cup. I think it's time to maybe place your bets here, Seb, as who's going to come off on top between Greenleaf and Vulcan. Oh, the next level, they're into the pits from 5th in GT3. No, 4. You did. You said about that, Seb, and called it spot on, didn't you? You said they wouldn't be able to get home to the end.
Surprised that they've had to pit with 13 minutes to go, though. Maybe they've realised that they can't make it and have just decided to pit now. But yeah, that's a really quick pit stop for them as well. Absolute heartbreak for them. It's such a bad feeling when you know that you've only had to pit for a lap or 2 of fuel, but there's nothing you can do about it. If you don't have enough fuel, you simply don't have enough fuel.
It's one of those, you gamble, pray that a safety car just comes, like you said earlier, as we see Vulcan making, this is closest as they've ever been. They're coming alongside Greenleaf, but Greenleaf has just got inside line covered up, just slow it up on the apex. They won't get past here, and I think Greenleaf are just going to live to fight another day. Just another corner. But sorry, Seb?
Sorry, I just noticed in the braking zone there, I was looking at the glowing brake discs, and so you see Greenleaf, the rear brake disc glowing a lot more than the fronts, which is usual in the Porsche cars. Most of the braking force gets done on the rear axle, but what I was noticing is the 269 car had a lot less rear bias in the car, so I think they're still struggling with their fronts in some regards. So I think that it is worn, so that might be a consideration as we head into the last 12 minutes of this race.
Well, they're having to do all the work. You just see that they've just got in front of them there, the track limit BMW, just as they were locked into that battle, and they're going to have to put more wear into those tyres once again and generate more heat into them to now close that gap back up to Greenleaf. Well, I'll say about that, but track limit doing them an absolute favour there, and it's brought them right back together again as they were before.
Total Sim Sport in the pits. Paul Busby has pitted, so what's gone on there?
He is. Sure. It's got to be damaged, Seb. That's the only thing I can think of. As Greenleaf just having to cover up for Vulcan there. It's all happening. He's on the pit X. Oh, is it drive-through? He's stationary. He is stationary, so that's got to be damaged, surely.
He's got to be careful.
Good about that one.
Yeah, sorry, you've got to be careful not to lose third place to TechSense. Oh my god, the FTR was very close there. This is now a 3-way battle now for P2 and Porsche Cup. I cannot believe we've got 10 minutes left of this. It's absolutely crazy.
It is, and look, you're going to see TechSense. I think they're going to move up into 2nd place here. There you go. That is going to be an absolutely astounding result for those guys. Ethan Bass currently at the wheel for them. As we see Lee Belcher coming through for FTR. Could Total Simsport potentially lose another place here? Well, there you go. What looked like a certain win, well, it's been a commanding performance all race long. Now having to stop for damage. And look, just look at this, Seb, in Porsche Cup. Because while Greenleaf and Vulcan have been battling, look who's in the background. It's FTR. They're closing right up. There's only 1.4 seconds now between themselves and these two. Where they've been battling so hard, it's allowed FTR to come right back into the mix once again here.
It's going to be absolutely crazy. I thought there was going to be a little bit of an incident there. If they get through without some contact, I'll be very shocked at the moment. It's just
you can see Arctic in the background just dead and come past because they're too scared, and can I blame them where these two are absolutely dueling it out over that second place. They all need to be careful because look, once again, FTR, they're taking even more time. It's now down to a second off the back of these guys. They've got Arctic right between them. You might even see a flash of the lights where they'd be desperate to get them past them and join in with this fight. And these two need to be careful because they could end up both losing a place to FTR if they're not careful. Well, this is just going down in the absolutely into the history books as one of the greatest fights that we've not just seen in this championship, but maybe even in the whole of Total Sim Sports. There's Greenleaf just able, where Vulcan ran in a little bit deep there. They've managed to give themselves a little bit of breathing room of half a second. But now, FTR, you can see them trying to get past the Arctic BMW. And there's contact! There's contact when they tried to slip it up the inside. Oh dear, that was a clumsy. Oh no, Arctic. No, what looked like a destined fourth place for them. They're crabbing. They've got suspension damage. More drama here inside the last 10 minutes at Belle Isle. And it's like he's just lost or known where to go.
Oh no. What was the FTR? I think that's a little bit of desperation there from the FTR Porsche Cup car, but and just how much damage does the BMW of Arctic Racing have? What a disappointment for them.
Seb.
Oh my man.
Oh look, you can see there, it's just veering off. And right, wow. We have 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Do not go anywhere. Next level for Audi. They are back up into fourth place ahead of Arctic. Arctic are trying to get that car back around somehow to the pits. But a feeling that could almost be race ending after what looked like an epic race for them. No, they've towed the car to the pits. They are moving right down the field. They're going to be in 8th place. FTR in the Porsche Cup, they are in the pits as well. Clearly, after damage from those two making contact.
I think the FTR, that was a drive-through. I think they exceeded their incident limit because that was a very quick pit stop from what I saw. So I think that 4X might have just given them his, there's a move! Oh, I thought there was going to be 7 minutes to go.
You can feel just how desperate Dominic Forster, the German, is right now. Anton Blankers, I do not know how he is holding on to that second place for Greenleaf. You can just see how eager to get on the accelerator Vulcan are right now. As Forster tries to find every last millimetre he can to try and get a run over Greenleaf. We ride on board the Vulcan Porsche Cup right now. You can see just how bumpy Belle Isle is as they bounce across the tarmac. We've got 6 minutes left, Seb.
I don't think I can take it. I don't know about you, but I'm stressed and I'm not even in the car. I cannot imagine what Dominic is feeling at the moment, but he wants his P2 and he does look at the moment to be the quicker car, but you have to say Greenleaf have done an amazing job at defending, and this isn't the easiest track to overtake, so it's going to need a very ambitious move, I think, from Dominic, but if anybody can, my money's on the Vulcan Sim Racing Cup car.
However, don't discredit Greenleaf, because, I mean, the fact that Antoine Blankers can still maintain this pace and keep Vulcan behind while looking in his mirrors on what is a tight bumpy street circuit with a car right on your rear bumper is absolutely amazing. I mean, these two are having the drive of their life right now. And it's an absolute pleasure for us to witness this here. And it could go absolutely anywhere. We've got 5 minutes remaining. The clock is ticking down now. And this could go absolutely anywhere. Just don't go anywhere, because this is going to be an absolute blinder right to the finish. There we go. We are officially inside the last 5 minutes. These guys are lapping at around about a 1 minute 32. So quick math says there's going to be about another 3, maybe 4 laps left of these guys as they exit turn 12. Here we go. If you're the 97 of Funk Motorsport right now, I mean, we saw what happened to Arctic. I know that he's got one less car to contend with, but I think you just sit behind these guys and just stay well out of this fight.
Oh, completely. Yeah, I think it's the smart move to do. And on the plus side, you get to watch some incredible racing. I noticed that Dominic at turn 6 went for a little bit of a lunge and he lost out on the straight. He needs to stop doing that. He needs to just pick a point and follow Antoine as much as he can, because there's no point at this point going for little dives, little sort of half-hearted moves. He needs one big concerted effort, because you don't have much time left and you can't afford to lose even a tenth of a second with 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Oh my god, this is some of the best racing I think I've seen on iRacing ever.
It is. You can just see how close to the gearbox and effectively the engine as well, that Vulcan is to Greenleaf as they move to the right. You can feel where Force is just trying to maneuver, and he goes to the inside and just slams the door there. Just blankers on Forster. It says, no, you're not having it yet. I'm keeping hold of this second place. We've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds. That is all that remains of the 4 hours here at Belle Isle. And Greenleaf are still hanging on to this somehow. And they've just given themselves that tiny bit of breathing space that they needed. They've got it the gap up to 4 attempts as you see them drifting there out of the final corner. And everyone just forming a queue behind them. Nobody dares go near them. As we've got 2 minutes 50 left. The clock is ticking down. Dominic Forster, what can he do to find his way past Antoine Blankers in Greenleaf versus Vulcan? He's in the slipstream. It's Forster. He's looking to the inside. You can see where Blankers is just covering off the middle of the track just to try and prevent anything from getting past him. We've got our leader, Sean Campbell for SIM3D. He's behind these two right now. Stay where you are, Sean. Please don't get involved in this. We want to see this right to the end. Nobody get in between these guys. As right now, Vulcan are now back up onto the back of Greenleaf.
Antoine has such a better run through turn 6 at the moment. He just is a little bit slower into the corner, which gives him a better exit, but there's a lockup!
Greenleaf have gone! Oh no, Antoine Blankers, after holding on for so long in that Greenleaf Porsche 911, just locks up there into turn 8 and carries on. And that has gifted the place to Dominic Forster for Vulcan. And there it is, there's the lockup.
Such a shame to see. He'll be so upset with himself, but I mean, how many laps have these tyres done? It's so easy to do. So, the heart goes out to Antoine. That was an incredible defensive display, and he was so close to making it.
What can we say? We're down to 1 minute left here. We've witnessed some absolutely epic racing over the last 4 hours. We've
Vulcan's
seen
off!
No, what? Forster's off!
Vulcan's off, he's crashed! In the background, the 90, I think there's a 97 car went down the inside and he's in the barrier. I think he's got going again, but he definitely crashed. Do we have a look on board now?
Yeah, that's the GT. Yeah, that's the GT3 Pro. Oh no! He has his carry. Oh, he's bumped straight into it. Has he got away with this one? Is that car crabbing? That's what we need to be asking ourselves. We've got 25 seconds left. It looked like it was all done and dusted in Porsche Cup after that. But I think he's just about got away with that one. Has Dominic Forster, as we just witnessed now, Sim3D, Sean Campbell at the wheel. He's driven a flawless race, slowing the lap down now, so he doesn't have to do another rotation of Belle. You can see Sakanya in the Porsche Cup in front of him doing the same thing, saying, please go past me so I don't have to do one more lap. And your victor here, after 4 hours of racing, is Sim3D Sport taking the victory. Dutch Payments, they're going to come home second in GT3. Vulcan, they've survived and they've kept hold of that second place in Porsche Cup. Greenleaf are going to have to settle for third. We've got next level. What a great result for the Audi team. 4th place. That is their best finish all season. And a great drive from them. They've had so much turmoil, so much bad luck come their way. And that is an absolutely amazing result for them. They're going to be ecstatic with that one. Dabby, you've got to feel for them. They look like they could have been on for the win, but due to that incident after the safety car restart, they've come home third. 11 attempts taking the win in GT3 AM by a lap. A great performance from those guys. Finally, Backmarker Racing Blue have taken victory in GT4 after leading the race for so long. Total Sim Sport retired the car, and that has also allowed TechSense to reach the second step of the podium, and FTR completing the podium in GT4. G-Sense Martin Pearson was trying to do a donut there, and there we go. He lights up the tyres. There they are.
I think he needs to find his traction control off button there, but he has, and luckily didn't hit the wall. Like it's one of the worst things to do after winning is you just end up hitting the wall, and I might have done that myself.
But flashing the lights from JD Sim Racing there is.
They know what it means. They know what it means.
They do. They were victors last time out. They've not had the best time here. They came home 5th. But wow. Well, Seb, I think I've run out of words. We've had everything here at Detroit Belle Isle. We've had drama, we've had excitement, we've had epic wheel-to-wheel racing, we've had amazingly close battles, we've seen great results, we've seen complete and utter, people who are being pieces at the end of this race because of, where they've had to retire the car, sometimes from no fault of their own, or lost places because of it. It has been drama right from the word go 4 hours ago.
It has been. It's just been a race to remember. And yeah, you're right. It's had everything. We've had safety cars. We've had that incident that brought out one of the more recent safety cars. But you're right. We've had some great battles, and that battle for second in the Porsche Cup class was some of the closest racing I've seen in an endurance event, I think, ever.
I don't think I think you need to scrap the word endurance there, Seb. It's some of the closest racing that has ever been broadcast for iRacing, and what a pleasure to be able to commentate that on that here at Total Sim Sport and witness it. It was just absolutely spectacular. But I think it's probably a good time now to hear from our race winners. It's the guys over at Sim3D Sport. Well, I say the guys. One of the two of the team has done all the work. The other one's kept him company the whole race long. Congratulations, Sean Campbell for Sim3D Sport, also joined by Calvin Dent, his teammate, and wow, Matt, the person who's been trying to keep him sane all race from doing the 4 hours alone.
That was it. That last hour, I've just been searching random motorsport trivia online. Literally the whole last hour, we've just been discussing motorsport trivia. It's been really funny, actually.
Yeah.
We saw. I mean, sure. Just we witnessed on stream an absolutely epic battle in Porsche Cup, and you had a great view of it. The battle for second place between Forster and Blankers of Vulcan and Greenleaf, respectively. When you came up behind them, were you just sort of thinking, "I'm just going to stay out with this one, just let these guys battle it out," or were you half tempted to try and sneak past them and get away from them as quick as possible?
I was planning on sitting behind him. I looked at the relative and thought I didn't think Daniel would have caught me unless something major happened. But then something did happen, but I could pass him after it happened.
Definitely, and I mean we had so many safety cars today. Some seem to work in your favour, and some didn't. I mean, if you look at it net overall, I suppose they have worked all in your favour because you've come out with the victory. But there are times during the race where you were a little bit worried with things and how they were going.
Yeah, I think I said this to Calvin at one point that the first caution messed us up, the second and third one made it worse, and then the final one actually fixed it and brought us. I think we pitted for a full tank of gas at the very end. It had enough to go to the end.
Yeah, it was. It did seem to work a little, really in your favour, that one, and I mean, I guess from that sort of point of view as well, you were never really truly worried about Daniel Muth for Deutsche Payments catching you.
I think I was at the end. Before the final stop, was not actually sure how much fuel they were going to take for the final stop.
No, that's understandable, and well, I mean, we've got a bit of a break off over Christmas. I'm sure you guys after that will need a bit of a break, and just as we said, sort of obviously into the next part of the season. Are there any tracks you're particularly looking forward to?
I need to look at the next season schedule, but I'm probably looking forward to all of it because it's fun.
I'll be honest with me, I'm looking forward to the Roval. I like Charlotte. I think the BMW will be really good there as well. Obviously now I think this is, got us P1 in the championships. I'll have to double check.
Yeah, I know. Producer Sean's working away in the background. I can hear the taps going on where he's just updating the championship standings, so we should be able to have some idea.
Yeah,
so speaking to you guys,
so
but I think you've got to be. I think you've got to be top now because of this.
Yeah, so I think we got top, and Charlotte should suit the BMW a lot more than the Porsche. Obviously, it's kind of right now between us and Deutsche Payment. So, yeah, Charlotte should be really good, and it's a really fun racetrack, and we've kind of got a bit of a plan to sort of mix the drivers up and have a bit of fun there.
Oh, definitely, it's going to be fascinating to see. And congratulations on the win here at the 4 hours of Detroit Belle Isle.
That's kind of your cue to speak there, Sean.
Nah, you're the one that kept morale up.
I was sat there literally for the whole race being a metronome, just keep Sean going. No, I honestly, like, Sean did an awesome race. He didn't put a foot wrong the whole race. Really safe, clean driving. I couldn't be happy with what he did. He controlled the race from start to finish. I don't think there was any worry at any point that we weren't going to get the win, as far as I'm concerned.
Definitely, and so congratulations on the victory, gentlemen.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Wow, so that was the guys over at SIM3D Sports, Sean Campbell and Calvin Dent. So let's hear from. I think we need to have a chat, Seb. Well, I say we. I think you should have a chat with our winner in Porsche Cup for RD SimSport is Anders Ankerson. Welcome along to the commentary booth. Over to yourself, Seb.
Wow, just what a race from yourself. Just tell us about it, and firstly, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, Seb. That was mega. So much fun, man. I loved this track. I didn't think I was gonna be in for a win here, but I think I played the safety cars pretty smart. Tried to gain an advantage, and at the end, came out on top.
You certainly did, and I don't know if you knew, but you finished 9th overall, ahead of quite a lot of GT3. So that's a mega achievement.
Yeah, thanks.
Did you find, of course, Porsche Cup doesn't have any traction control or ABS. Did you find it tricky, or did you manage to find the rhythm quite early on?
It's about settling into a rhythm around here, but you can never relax around here because it's so easy to make a mistake. I was in the wall a few times as well, so I'm pretty lucky to be alive, to be honest.
Well, you certainly capitalized on all the safety cars, and just a mega race from yourself. Just really clinical from you, and I don't think there was anybody that wasn't in the wall at one point during this race. I think
most people will have had a small contact with the wall. Yeah,
I think so too. Undoubtedly. So, I'm not sure if you're aware of the mega battle going on behind you for second in the Porsche Cup.
That was intense. Yes,
it was a 3-way battle at one point, and unfortunately, a few incidents meant that we couldn't see the climax of that. But would you have liked to have been in the battle, or were you very happy with your gap up ahead?
Vulcan is my old teammate. I know Brandon and Dom very well, and I'm happy to be able to beat him. But it would have been great fun to be in that battle against those guys at the end. But no, I'd rather be on top, wouldn't I?
Fair enough. I think we all would be. And I think after 4 hours of racing, you certainly deserve to be. So as Tim was saying to our GT3 Pro runners, you've got a break over Christmas, and then I think the next race is at Charlotte. Is that correct? So
yeah, Charlotte Roval next time, a double race, 2.5 hour races. That's going to be exciting as well.
Interesting.
Looking forward to it a lot as well.
Interesting. Do you think that you'll be able to be quick there as well? Does that track suit your driving style?
I'm always here to win, but we'll see when race day comes.
Well, I like that attitude, and if you can drive like you did today, you've got a sure shout of winning. So congratulations again.
Thank you guys.
There we go. That was Anders Ankerson of RD Sim Sport, winner in Porsche Cup. And next person we're going to hear from, I was going to grab Martin Pearson, but he has a winner in GT4 for Backmarker Racing Blue, but he has literally just disappeared. It's like, I tell you what, getting hold of drivers at these post-racing interviews can be a little bit like herding cats, but I've managed to get one half of the team, luckily, for our winner in GT3 AM, and came home 6th overall for Porsche. It's Johnny Alaya. Congratulations on the victory, and a great result overall as well.
Yeah, no, pretty good result. It was a tough race, and it was all about keeping it out of the walls, and unfortunately our competitors didn't, and we came out on top. So yeah, tough and an exciting race because there's a lot going on. It's gone like a blur, to be honest.
It has. It's been an absolutely crazy race, I think, for everyone concerned. And I mean, I was trying to get hold of Byron as well, but it's a bit unique trying to get hold of you drivers at times, especially post race. And it's obviously with all those safety cars. Was there any points during the race where you felt like it was maybe slipping away from you a little bit, potentially the victory?
Yeah, there was at the start when I think Zabi was ahead of us. I think they got quite far ahead of us, and they were 30 seconds, and it was 15, then 30 again with the safety cars. It just kept going up and down. But yeah, unfortunately, I think they got tangled up and dropped back, which is unfortunate. But yeah, we managed to capitalise on just keeping it clean. And yeah, Byron, he did an absolute cracking race. Just managed the traffic well and then kept it clean, which was the point.
Obviously, a bit of a better result, obviously, than last time out at Spa, where you managed 6th. They definitely, I'm sure you were definitely happy. No, sorry. No, of course you took the victory last time out as well. Sorry,
we got Zabi on the last lap, I think.
Yeah, so that's 2 wins on the trot. So we head to a bit of a break for Christmas. We head to the Roval next for 2.5 hour events. How are you feeling about that one?
We've not done any laps around that circuit, so it's going to be probably a bit of practice over Christmas to sort of get our heads around it, and an exciting challenge because it's all new again. So yeah, it's going to be fun.
Definitely, and wow. Congratulations on the victory and 6th overall. Absolutely brilliant result for yourselves. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you guys next time out at Charlotte.
Yep. Have a great Christmas, everyone. Thank you very much.
You too.
Johnny Alive for 11th Temps Racing. And let's see. What we'll do is we can view the results. And Seb, do you want to go and see if you can try and track down our winner from GT4 for Backmarker Racing Blue, Martin Pearson?
I've tried to. We've got his teammate Peter Elton though in the broadcast waiting room, so I think we just have to talk to him.
We will do indeed. Over to yourself, Seb.
Peter! Sorry, I'm teammates with him. That was a stunning race from yourself. Obviously sad that Paul couldn't be there at the end, but just talk us through the race from your side.
So from the get-go, Paul overshadowed everyone in the class, like every single race he did. So we just kept it cool out of the wall. Then with the second stint, we made sure we had enough fuel to get with a safety car. It's a bit of a gamble. But the lap after that, the safety car came out, and Paul had enough time to make his pit stop. So we lost a lot of time and even a position, I think. But after that, we had really good strategy calls, and it just all came together in the end.
It did, and yeah, you managed to keep it out of the wall. Did you have any brushes with the wall, or was it a clean car by the end?
We actually had quite a clean car, yeah. I think Martin had a 1X near the end. He cut the D3. That's the only incident we have, yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. So it really proves that, you know, if you keep a car clean, you can get to the end. And yeah, just congratulations. That was a great battle for the end. And when you were in the final stint, you were getting closer, or Martin was getting closer and closer to Paul. And did you think the win was on, or were you content with second?
For the first part, like we had, as you may know, we had 7 seconds shorter pit stop, and we closed the gap by quite a bit. And from that moment on, we knew we could fight for the win. And every single lap, we got closer and closer until Paul made a mistake, and we could capitalize on it.
And you capitalized on it perfectly, and it was great driving for both of you. So, in regards to stints, you both did 2 hours each. You and Martin Pearson.
No, it just came about that after the 2 safety cars near the end, we did not have enough fuel to cover a driver swap. So, to keep close to Paul, Martin had to stay in for a second stint.
Wow, so he's probably why he's not here then. He's probably earning a well-deserved break. But just congratulations from us. That was a great race to watch. And
I do want to say a thank you to Martin, because from the car, he has a lot of race strategy experience, and he figured it all out in the cockpit. So I want to say a massive thank you to him, basically carrying us to the win here.
Yeah, we'll have to get Martin a beer, I think.
Yes.
Well, congratulations to Martin, and yeah, well done, and off to Charlotte next. So you've got a bit of time to prepare for that, but then back and getting back to practice.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
No worries.
That's Peter Elson there, part of the victorious Backmarker Racing Blue team in GT4. Well, I think just to round it out, let's probably time to take you through our official classified results here. So in GT3, as we spoke to them earlier, it was the guys over at well, I say the guys. It was Sean Campbell with Calvin Dent's words of advice and entertainment throughout the race that took them home to the victory here. The 4 L's of Belle Isle. Dutch Payment, they came home second for Porsche, with Prismatic making it to BMWs on the podium here. Great long drive once again by Emily Howe. Fourth place, Next Level Racing Blue. A brilliant result for the Audi team, up 8 places today. And they are going to be absolutely ecstatic with that one. A great drive from them. And Simon Van Dijk, I'm sure, would have been ecstatic to bring the car home as well for them. RPM, they came home 5th on top of that Ferrari finishers. And then it was 11 Temps Racing Team Black, obviously the AM category team. They were 6th for Porsche. And then it was Funk Motorsport with Stage 1 Junior, B-Sim Racing, and No Luck Motorsport rounding out your top 10. Then we had FTR Esports Red, Track Limit, Stage 1 Green. Then it was 14th, it was Zabi, who will be gutted to be caught up in that Turn 1 incident after the safety car that saw them through no fault of their own after being 3rd overall at that stage and winning in GT3 AM to be taken out and come home 14th overall in the end and 3rd in class. Arctic Racing, another team to be gutted after what was looking like a strong performance inside the top 5. Due to that incident, they came home 15th. Sunday Drivers for 16th. RD, Prismatic B, and FTR Black rounding out your field here. Now let's head across to Porsche Cup. Well, we spoke to them earlier. RD Simsport, they were your victors with Vulcan and Greenleaf. What can we say? An absolutely epic battle that we will remember for a long time here at Total Sim Sports. Vulcan came home 2nd. Greenleaf had to settle for 3rd in the end after locking up and giving the place to Vulcan. However, Vulcan, it wasn't quite plain sailing from there. That contact with the barrier that they got away with and allowed them to just bring the car home. FTR Esports Black, they had to settle for 4th in the end. Sicania, after winning last time out, came home 5th. B-Sim was 6th. Sim Party, retired early on, was 7th. And Virtual Racing Compound, unfortunately, didn't make the start. Down into GT4, wow. We've heard from Backmarker Racing Blue. They took the victory. And we're ecstatic that one. I'm sure TechSense and FTR with 2nd and 3rd respectively are going to be over the moon with that one. But you've got to really feel for the guy, for Paul Bursby, a Total Sim Sport, 4th in the end. After that incident that gave him damage after leading for the majority of the race. It's really disappointing. And JD Sim Racing, they've won last time out, but had to settle for 5th and finished quite a few laps down as well. And then D-Line, who we lost early on, they finished 6th. Wow. Seb, what a race. I think we need to get onto YouTube clips and just start cutting up some of that because it's hard to take home standout moments because we've had so many, but I think the one that I think we're going to all remember is that Porsche Cup battle between Vulcan and Greenleaf, Forster versus Blancas.
Completely. To be honest, I think the YouTube clip that I'd have would be about 4 hours in length. I don't think there was a dull moment in that race. You're right. What a race! But I think my standout moment has got to be the Porsche Cup battle. But I'm sure there's most of us will be rewatching the race tomorrow, and I'm sure there's 100 other moments that will stand out. Just an incredible job by all the drivers to survive 4 hours of Belle Isle. It's no feat just getting to the end, let alone winning or coming on the podium. So congratulations to all of them. But my God, what a race!
What a race. I think we're all in for a good lie down after that one. I don't know where quite the time has gone. And we head, not until we've got a bit of a break off for Christmas now, but in the new year, we head across to Charlotte Roval. So remaining in America for the last 2 rounds of the season before we round out, of course, in Atlanta. And it's going to be 2 absolutely epic races, of course. The next round at Charlotte Roval, that is 2.5 hour long races. So that's going to be really interesting for the drivers and what tactics comes in play there as well. And we've got to give a big shout out to our 2 sponsors. So firstly, SIM3D. If you're looking to enhance your sim racing experience, they produce custom designed parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability, ease of use, and made-to-order products. They're designed by sim racers for sim racers. You can head to sim-3d.co.uk to find out more. All the details are down below. And likewise, to go for the gap if you're looking for the very best F1 motorsport art and graphics. Get over to the Etsy store and use the code 10TotalSimSport for 10% off Motorsport prints. You can head across to their Twitter account, Go for the Gap Co. Find out more information, and likewise, all their details are down below. Well, we will see you on the 8th of January when FTR returns. From myself, Seb, Chris, and Sean, it is thank you very much. Have a good Christmas and New Year. We'll see you soon.